Folks, today is officially the first day of AIDS summer. Um, so expect more streams, longer streams, and other stuff coming soon. I'm gonna be going at this all summer, but there's gonna be a quick. On July 1st, I'm going home for a little bit. So I'll stream from home, but it won't be like super frequent because I'm gonna spend time with my family. But then I come back around the 7th. Um, we'll lock in until early August-ish, where I'm moving. So after I move, I gotta get internet set up and shit. We will, and then I'm gonna be free for a while. So, but you're gonna see a new setup, a new background. Hopefully, not a worse setup. But we have a lot to cover. I was going to go through the H3H3 VOD responding to Critical, but I saw a Snark account do this, and I think it's probably a good idea for, for how deranged they like to portray the Snarkers to be. I saw a Snark account decide to stop tweeting for the day, because Ethan's friend, Oliver Tree, was apparently died today in a helicopter crash in Brazil. And you listen, I'm not afraid of flying. I am afraid of heights. I've been in a hot air balloon and shit, and I've been on a plane. The one thing I don't think I'll ever be able to do is a helicopter, because it's like with a plane, when your engine goes out, like, you can still glide and land it, right? With a helicopter, when the engine goes out, it will fall, but there's typically something known as auto rotation where you can essentially, and it's pretty difficult, but so not a lot of pilots can pull it off, I guess. But it basically can enable the rotation of the propellers after the engines got out and enable you to like safely land. And I saw this video a while ago. Where is it? I think it might have been this one. This one was crazy. Hold up. I think it's here. This is like nuts. One sec. I got a friend who got a pilot's license. He's not like a professional or anything, but he I guess did it for fun. It's pretty easy to do. Is it? I've heard it was like difficult. Yeah, it's pretty easy. I pulled it off a few times when my helicopter has like lost its engine power.
And quickly adjust from this powered fan mode.
Okay, I don't care about smarter every day. I want to find the OG video.
His lands like a brick.
Where the fuck was this shit? It was this video. But without the commentary. Does he credit the My brother-in-law worked for a crop dusting company, and one of their better pilots crashed his helicopter and died. Yeah, the death rate on helicopters is like super fucking disproportionate compared to planes, right? Right? But I know that with this incident, they're saying it happened because of a mid-air collision, I'm pretty sure. And with Kobe Bryant, it wasn't engine loss. It was like there was low visibility, and they went into the side of a hill. So where is it? There's one video in particular I've seen. It just looks like crazy to pull off. Yeah, dude. It's not this one. This shit looks like a game. But, like, he was already, like, close to the ground when he lost his engine power. Like, I'd imagine, like, the ability to pull this off just, like, sort of goes down the higher up you are. couldn't pay me to get in one of these fucking things, man. You couldn't pay me. Hell, I'd even do skydiving before I got in a helicopter. I would do skydiving before I got in a helicopter. And if I'm ever like listen, here's the other thing too. If you ever get famous and you're at the peak of your career, if you go to charter a plane and anybody tells you it's a bad idea to fly that day, don't fucking fly. Do not fucking fly. Every like time I've heard of like a celebrity dying in like a plane crash, there was like at least like one person that had said they should not be flying that day, and they ended up like just insisting on flying anyway. When the day the music died, when Buddy Holly and Richie Valens and the Big Bopper died, they were told not to charter the plane or something. They were told like that it was bad conditions, and they tried to drive through it originally, but the bus couldn't accommodate like the weather conditions, and people on board got like frostbite, so they like insisted on getting this like shady ass plane to charter, and the whole thing went down and killed all of them. And it was the same thing with it was a similar story with Leonard Skinner. The most of the band died in a plane crash. But yeah, I mean that's I mean tragic stuff. I don't know much about this Oliver Tree guy. But yeah, there's been so many like stories coming out of fucking Brazil, like in regards to like safety shit. Like yeah, I saw what you were talking about with that Okay, Connor just tweeted this out, and I swear this might be my narcissism like kicking in. I swear that like this, where the because people used to send this meme and be like, "This is you" or whatever, and I thought whoever made the meme added in the like hair and eye bags for me. But is this just the original way the meme was presented? Is this just the original way it was presented? Look up Brazil bungee jumping incident. Do they show her hit the ground? Because I saw that. I haven't seen the video yet. And I don't want to play it if they show her hit the ground. Okay, yeah, they show her hit the ground. Okay, this one it looks like they don't. So this one's cool. Or sorry, it's not cool. It's okay. They don't. One of the videos does show her hit the ground. Yeah. So she's going bungee jumping, and you're supposed to be attached to obviously to a tether, and they just throw her off without fucking attaching it. Okay, no, this is the one where they actually show. I think this angle they show her hit the ground. So my question is, like, I've done like a ropes course before. I've done a ropes course where you're like super fucking high up, and it's like you have a 2 points or 3 points of contact rule. You have 2 hooks on you, and when you're high up like that and you're moving from one to the next, you like have to. And I fucking one time because I was doing it with an adult. I was a kid back then, and we were going on the ropes, and I unclipped one, and then I turned around, went to go unclip the other before I unclipped one. And he goes like, "Aiden, I don't want to scare you, but you're not hooked up." And I almost like shit myself, and I put it back on. But like, there's such a degree typically of like precaution with these things. How do you even get in a scenario like this? I'd imagine what happened is maybe typically this guy is the one who connects the rope, and these guys just have the job of throwing them over. So this guy might not have done his job, and these guys, because she was being passed to them, just went ahead and threw her over. Did she die? Yeah, she died. Well, because it looks like, I mean, the height looks survivable, the height she fell from. But she hits the ground, it looks like head first. I say survivable in big quotation marks because this would almost certainly kill most people. But you could technically survive it. The highest fall that that was ever survived was this. I think she was Serbian or something, or I think she was Serbian. I could have that off. It was a Yugoslavian flight attendant, and I think it was Croatian separatists, or I don't remember who it was. It was a passenger jet, and they blew it up in the middle of the sky. The whole plane ripped in half. And while she was like in the aisle, I think she got sucked out when the bomb went off, and like onto a piece of the plane that then fell to the ground. And when she woke up, she was on this bale of hay, and almost every like bone in her body was broken. And it was like the highest documented fall somebody was ever able to like successfully survive. And it was like what, 40,000 feet or some shit. I still don't understand how they all stand there watching. Well, what are they going to be able to do at that point? If they did realize, it would probably take them a few seconds to be like, and be like, oh shit. And at that point, she's already on the ground. She's gone. So she was like disabled after that? No. She ended up making a full recovery, if I remember correctly. That's not the case for most. I heard of a story, and I don't know how true this is. It's like an old family story or whatever. Like somebody knew somebody who knew somebody who went skydiving, fell into the trees and then the ground, and they survived, but for the rest of their life, they were paralyzed from the neck down. I'm wondering when they actually realized and why they ran if it was accidental. Why they ran if it was accidental? Because they're gonna be liable. It doesn't matter if it was an accident. This demonstrates like an extreme degree of negligence. You could be, I'd imagine, in the US, you would almost certainly, regardless of if you did it on purpose, you'd almost certainly be criminally charged here with some form of negligence. And I'd imagine it's comparable in Brazil. So these people are going to face legal penalties. So they're going to run regardless if it was intentional. I don't think they did this on purpose, because what the fuck would be the motive here? Like, they're going to lose their license and business over this. Did the Dan debate happen? No, we're gonna work that out starting today. Today's the first real day of my summer that I've had a moment to sit down and take a fucking breath. So this week, if he's still down, we're doing it. I've been going like yesterday. I was like up because I've been cramming for like the end of like my semester or whatever, and it was like yesterday. I was up for like. I'd been up for like over 24 or something, and I went to bed at like 4 p.m. and I ended up waking up this morning at 11 a.m. But I'm very well rested today, so that's good. It's like a big weight has been lifted. What's the debate topic? We're gonna be debating on the lawsuit. On the IDubbbz Ethan lawsuit. Anyways, let's start with the NuxTaku Nikandros video. How long is this? An hour? Okay, we're not going to start with this. We're going to start with the Beckett column. So for those of you that don't know, Pope and Seethe Beckett has been on a warpath recently, seemingly unable to. He's been making numerous false claims about me to try and do mental gymnastics to assert that I'm a doxer after walking it back. He's now walked back into it, etc., and he has not been willing to call into my show. But I got a DM last night that he called into iNut's show and debated morale. So let's take a look at this. Hey Aiden, I am playing Cyberpunk while I'm watching, so I won't be able to chat. I just want you to know I'm here and don't want you to think I've forgotten about you because I'm not chatting. Love you. Thanks, buddy. That means a lot. I need to do a Cyberpunk playthrough. When it first came out, I was doing the playthrough and it was all glitchy and I never finished it. And I heard now they've, like, obviously totally fucking reworked the game. So that might be in order. Aiden's top guy, Morale. Morale stocks have been up recently. Morale, obviously, me and Morale have had a very complex relationship, as I've had with many in this space. Okay, I'm a very volatile figure, and I hate whoever I hate and like. It kind of switches day to day. But obviously, me and Morale have had our differences in the past. I've considered him a horrible fucking debater, and a bunch of other shit. But I don't know. He's been doing very well recently. I've liked what I've seen. He did great in that call-in with Destiny, and his stocks are up. All he's got to do now is just not fuck it up. When does Beckett actually call in? I've also noticed that the claim has changed once again. Lio Convoy came into this chat to assert that I actually got his wife's information through her LinkedIn. I didn't even know she had a LinkedIn. I guess thank you, Lio, for telling everyone that. But the reason he's, I guess, saying that now is because Lumpy Willie had said in the call with me, yeah, dude, I'm going through, he joins, he's like, what's going on? And then, like, he hears what's going on, he's like, yeah, I'm going through a LinkedIn right now. As a joke, it's fucking Lumpy Willie. Everybody who was there, Dickers included, will vouch that Lumpy Willie never pulled up anybody's LinkedIn. That's never been an actual claim. I went and I asked people who were there that night. They said he never sent or did anything with a LinkedIn. Dickers will almost certainly vouch for that because he's never made that claim and he was actually there. So the question is Lio going to call Dickers a liar as well? Which I don't think he'll do because him and Dickers are cool.
Real quick because I'm getting fucking warm and toasty. This shit's so loud. I need to like mute the call button. Beckett, I will be right back. I'm going to go turn on my AC, but I'm out of the call with Vlad. So.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah. Good morning, sunshine.
How we doing?
Okay, I have a question. Dickers was okay. Let's assume this new by the way, everything that occurred happened on one night that has been documented for 6 months. So now that there's something new coming out, surely that would be substantiated. The new claim is that I derived it from a LinkedIn sent to me by Lumpy Willie. Okay? I am willing to publicize my DMs with Lumpy Willie on that date and beyond, and I am willing to get everybody who was there that night to vouch that at no point was anybody's LinkedIn sent. It's Lumpy Willie, a known troll who says the edgiest thing possible to garner a reaction. Why is the claim changed yet again?
Is he gone? I literally can't fucking tell.
It's like they say you got the information from one place doing one thing. You go and refute it. I didn't get her information from her Facebook. I've been saying since the start where I got it from. I put 2 keywords into YouTube, and the top result was a channel making fun of Lio under her full name. I had assumed that Lio had given out her first name and last name. And I'm almost certain that in one of the calls we watched, that's where I got the first name from, right? But it was the top result when you searched it on YouTube at 12:36 a.m. I provided the logs for this, and that is where I derived the info from. That channel is still up to this day. Nobody ever privacy struck it, so anyone could verify, and they have verified that it's real, right? Someone yesterday searched up Lio and then his first name or something, and that channel was also the top result. So, you know, I don't know why it's up for question where I derived this info from.
I've got like no input. Hey chat, how you doing? Fuck. What's the delay like on this fucking stream? Dude, what? What is this delay? It's like fucking wild, bro. Okay, well.
Craziest drama is still going. This drama is only still going because there are people that cannot accept that I'm not what they claimed I was, right? They just can't accept that. That's why the claim infinitely changes. That's why they'll openly make shit up and then refuse to call in to my stream about it, there is nothing you could ever do to make the claim change for them. They'll even walk back the claim when they can't defend it in a call. And then while they run from you after the fact, they'll go and re-accept the claim that they've already walked back. They'll claim that I sourced the info. The place I sourced the info continuously changes. It happened on one night. What are you seeing that is causing this, like, information and its given source to always be changing? Other than you're just making shit up to make the descriptive claims still applicable.
Hey guys, hold on. Oh fuck, I'm like actually dying.
Let's fucking go! I'm kidding. That's a joke. That is a joke. /J.
What's happening? I don't know. Fuck. I know. It was like, can you call in? And I was like, oh, I'm awake, so I guess so. Fuck it. Why not?
That's a good, Parker, unironically, that's a good point. If I believed that I was doxing her, meaning I'm somebody that knowingly has intent to dox and is willing to go through and do that, there are people that I despise with every fiber of my being that have given me their PII. Why did I never leak that? Like when Parry used this bullshit cope to avoid calling in, it's like, you've already given me your PII. If I was gonna leak that, I would have done it already. I don't leak PII that I believe has not been, like, linked to the person it pertains to or publicly disseminated.
I was on a stream last night, and then I just like slept through it. Holy fuck. Oh, dude. Tell us a word to type. Flamingo.
Okay.
I posted a LinkedIn now. I love it. I love it. I love how the claim just infinitely changes. It just literally, it will never end because it will always change to I did something else. Even with Wick's claiming I called her phone.
My AC is on. I was getting warm. And then there was no lights on in the house, so like it took me like double the time to just like narrowly not trip on anything.
You still in Japan?
No.
Okay.
But yeah, I have AirPods. I heard what you're talking about. The fucking delay, like, was the delay like really good?
No, it's fucking terrible. Like what? It's super long.
Let me see.
Delay is super long. Go to bed. I've just got up. I've been asleep for like 11 or 12 hours. I've been like actually. I spent yesterday. Like I've been really sick. I don't know why. So I'm a little bit out of it. I was super sick yesterday.
Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Bear with me.
By the way, if you want to help us make a wage, you can tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that cool stuff to support what we do here on this channel in the name of charity. We don't do anything for. Wait, no, never mind. I missed one. Balls Mahone, our first tipper of the stream. Beckett and J-Stock in contention for worst streaming avatars. True. Except J-Stock's avatar, I've realized, has a purpose. Okay? He knows how rage-inducing it is, and I feel like that's just by design, because he wants to make these people crash out.
Be gentle, because I'm still slightly fucked. But yeah, other than that.
Is it? I'm looking at the delay.
Watch
Oh,
Aiden
yeah,
is going to ask to call
Yeah,
in. I was sleeping, so no. But if I wasn't sleeping, of course I would have asked. And what would be the issue with that if the main claims pertain to me? What is the problem with me wanting to call in?
Dude, it's terrible. How do you talk to chat like this?
I don't know.
It's like fucking. You might as well be typing out a fucking Morse code message or like.
How do I change it? Like I have good internet, so it's not like.
Well, go on YouTube. I don't know if you can change it when you live, but you want.
Yes, Stacks, yes. They're like, why do you keep providing justifications? Why do you keep minimizing? I'm not minimizing. You are literally taking what actually occurred and upping it by a magnitude. So of course, after I've apologized, my attempts to correct the record are gonna look like minimization because you were exaggerating what occurred to make it look worse and more damning for me for some reason. Well, everybody has their own respective reason. Beckett needs to remove my credibility as a Lio critic because he has Lio's cock up his ass and needs to be his biggest defender. So it's infinite charitability to Lio for like falsely reporting people to schools, abusing disabled women, defending the notion of asking a minor to film CP of themselves, admitting to it, but that was supposedly a misspeak, but defending the idea as if he would have done it anyway, and according to Beckett, the intent is what matters, so there should be no real distinction, right? Thank you for the $1, Midge.
Your latency to be as low as possible. This latency seems pretty high. It's like if you go to YouTube.
Stream
Dang.
settings. Latency. There's normal latency.
Did Dickers end up conceding? He said he was willing to, last time we spoke, he said he would vouch for me publicly that the jokes were never serious. He seemed very receptive to what I was giving him, but he just said he would need to see more. And I did send him more, so I do want to talk to him about it again. He didn't concede full on that one, but he didn't press against it either.
Latency, low latency, and ultra
Yeah,
low.
you want low, like ultra low.
Yeah, okay. I'm used to just being
Your delay is like
Twitch.
your delay is like 30 seconds.
There's no fucking
Just-
way. That's absurd. Okay.
Oh fuck. Okay, cool.
And I can't really just
Yeah,
in-stream, can I? Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
you
well.
can't. It's set now. Do it next time. Just
Yeah, now I know.
learn from
now I
your
know.
mistakes.
Yeah,
and
I
improve.
learned.
Cool.
Well, yeah, man. I'm sure you can see by the title and the awesome thumbnail. By the way, like I've seen the thumbnail. I think the thumbnail's awesome.
Okay, can we ever? Are they ever gonna talk about why we're watching?
I don't think I've said publicly that I won't call into Aiden. I've just sort of vaguely implied that it's funny or not to, which is true. I won't call into Aiden.
It's such an awesome
Huh.
thumbnail.
I don't think I've said publicly that I won't call into Aiden. I've just sort of vaguely implied that it's funny or not to, which is true.
Okay, got it. So you won't call in. Got it. You're not calling in. I got it. I never said I wouldn't call into Aiden. I just said it's funnier not to, and that's what I'm continuously doing. Not doing that. Got it. So you're just not calling in, right?
I don't know, man. I think it would sort a lot more out a lot faster if you did call in.
I mean, yeah, probably. Like, I mean, I don't disagree. It would probably sort more out. I'm confused, if I'm honest, and that's probably why I'm being such a dick about this. Like, I'll happily own the position. I'm being an absolute dick. But like, Aiden and I had a conversation. Aiden was like, it's unfair to call me a doxer because like none of this information was totally new. And I was like, okay, well, I can see some of those
Well,
arguments.
it's not just that the information isn't new. It's that all of it was disclosed by her and Lio on his public-facing account. It was literally voluntarily distributed. And then after its source was publicized by people years before me and disseminated since, they made no efforts to obscure it. Not only did they make no efforts to obscure it, Lio gave out more identifying info, identified distributed photos as being those of his wife, despite the original allegation being that I face doxed her, right? Beckett tells me he conveniently forgot that Kumo had put a photo of Lio's wife in his video and that Lio publicly identified that photo.
It probably would be fairer to say it was spreading a dox. You're getting attacked by DGG. So
Yeah, think of the 2 starfish. Wasn't that Lio's awful excuse too? Wait, which excuse? Sorry.
sure, you can say that. But the only reason I even got this pissed off over it is because of what Aiden did. Like, I'm sorry, like who Aiden did it
Oh yeah, that was Lia's excuse for not calling in. Yes, and then Beckett defended him on that.
to. And the reason
Beckett's like, Lio would call it, because my take at the time was that Lio sits there all day pedantically arguing with 2 follower nobodies that exhibit, like, clear evidence of mental disability, yet he won't talk to his main vocal critics. My take was that Lio is essentially, he's a crybaby, and he's a bully, right? Because he always goes for weaker targets to claim some symbolic W and feel some sense of self-worth because he's a very untalented, very flawed individual, whilst actively avoiding any conversation with competent critics. And instead of agreeing to that when it was very obvious, the whole take was, it's actually strategic. He actually is doing it because he thinks it's funny. It was like, fuck it, it was literally like Destiny levels of cope, where Destiny like lies about the length of the server. He's like, I was doing a 5D chess.
behind it, because he would attack somebody's like family member. It's like, and the constant weaseling around those things.
What is weaseling? What am I weaseling around? Where am I weaseling?
Is what's pissed me off, and then he continues to do that. That's
I made really fucking disgusting jokes about some dude's wife while I was drunk half a year ago on one night, and I republish in my locked Discord chat that didn't have anybody, and I'm only adding all these qualifiers because they've actively said the opposite. In my locked Discord chat that only had people who were disinterested in Lio and the subject, I reposted consensually, voluntarily available, and already widely distributed PII, right? In the course of making these disgusting jokes. That was wrong. That was bad. I've done a lot of introspection because of it since, where like, You know, it's just a fucking dick thing to do. My morality should apply to my humor, even when I'm in private. You shouldn't take like risks like that, and even if you like sort of implicitly believe it's already public, you shouldn't like do bits where you look like you're a doxer or just like recklessly go and disseminate PII, etc. At no point when I was doing it did I actually believe I was doxing somebody, because I believed that all of this stuff was public. And it turns out that it was, right? Based on the fact that, you know, Goat had sent me her face. I'd known her name. Lio gave out their address, and various other reasons, right? And it was wrong. Don't get me wrong. But it was it was a mistake. It was a mistake. And then, so you just apologize for that. Don't do it again. You move on. But what Beckett wants is he wants to make it patternistic when it was not a pattern. Okay, it was not a pattern. He wants to make it look patternistic so that we can extend it broadly to my Lio coverage. The Lio coverage was completely fine. Okay, you need to emphasize that. The Lio coverage was completely fine. All of my criticisms about Lio still stand. The allegation was the mistakes I made on that one night, which we've corrected and apologized for and moved on from, right? But he needs it to hit harder because he wants it to like still be a big thing.
What he's doing now. So I don't feel particularly fucking charitable.
So more so,
it's kind of where it's at.
Really, I guess would be like him taking it just from going like saying jokes about fucking and like raping Lio's wife and turning that into like actual...
I never said anything about raping her. Well, this like rape obsession too. I don't make rape jokes where the subject is a woman because I just feel like a creep doing that. That's not like a sweep thing or whatever. That's actually something I do. And I said as such in that VC, which was conveniently cut, but other people have attested to explicitly remembering. I guess they're lying too. At no point though in the recording did I say anything about rape.
Like digging into the person. More so, right?
So if I recall, some of the conversations were essentially, or the justifications really early, were Lio goes after and contacts people's families, so it would be fair game to do the same to him.
Okay.
Those were some of the early conversations. So it was like, well, you know, Lio's wife's there, and that'll get Lio to get in a call with me.
Okay.
So yeah, it was like there seemed to be intent, and that seems to have like that part of the narrative seems to be watered down a little bit. And
Okay. So then why did I do this in a locked Discord chat that he didn't have access to? If the events of that night were done to leverage him to get in a call, why wouldn't I post this in an area where I knew it was going to be seen by ACC people? ACC people weren't in that chat; they were explicitly in their own chat. Why wouldn't I do this in an avenue where the threats or the leverage would actually have any effect? Because how is it going to be leveraging him if he didn't know that it happened? If it's occurring in a chat of 100 disinterested people with an explicit no leaking rule. Of course, leaks happen in between that, but if that was the angle I was going for, why do it there? Why do it there? It makes absolutely no fucking sense.
his streams are, you know, some of Aiden's initial streams are also.
So
seems
one of my
to be- seems to be
questions.
gone. I won't look for them, but they seem to be listed.
What would you
They seem to... What is he alleging occurred in my initial streams?
consider intent of going after Lio's wife? Like, because
Well,
like
I think
I'll lay
you're
out how I
gathering
feel.
this information at all, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll lay out how I feel about it.
Notice how he's the only one that's now extending it because he needs to make the coverage look bad.
Like it happening in a private chat, which to be fair, IC now is a lot bigger than it was then. Now having like 200 people in IC. By the time I think it was roughly maybe 100, right? In that VC,
100, about 20 online max. Probably when it
that
happened.
happened.
What, 100 of Lio's most dedicated haters at some
That's a lie. He's just fucking lying. How does he get away with this? Unironically, how does he get away with this? I have never covered somebody this willing to openly lie, ever. Literally ever. I've never covered somebody this willing to openly lie. Ali Khan, Lumpy Willie, Shelby, except these were all the most active in that chat. There was the ACC chat, which we specifically moved for all the tourists who were only tuning into my channel for the ACC shit. What about the Beckett's worse? Beckett's worse. At lying, when it comes to lying, Beckett's worse than Perry. I've, like, the continuous lies that have occurred in such a short span of time, it, like, unironically is worse than Perry. He doesn't even have the whole, like, air of sort of being, like, a unhinged troll. Like, he's he's literally just lying now. I want you to quote him on this. Lio's most dedicated haters. Name one. Name literally one. Name one of Lyo's most dedicated haters that was in that chat. Name one.
Oh, okay. No, it's not Malcolm's server. Okay. But anyways, so with that point
That was a lie. He just fucking lied to Inet's face.
because like at the time, like I don't know if you're watching any streams about Lyo, but like
Is Dickers gonna press him on this? Because Dickers is totally willing to press. Dickers knows that's not true. Dickers was mod in the chat. Even he knows that's not true.
Ian's audience really did not give a fuck about Lyo and was ready for him to be over it, right? But he's in the VC.
Can we get a counter on screen? Yes. Yes. Whoa, what the fuck? Who's this Beckett fella? He's a friend of Lyo Convoy, the guy whose wife I was accused of doxing. Beckett has provided persistent sweeping for this individual for over a year, and is now lying about the nature of the allegations against me to try to make them sound worse. Beckett refuses to call in and speak to me on this, despite publicly making these claims. He, per his own admission, walked back the doxing claim in private. Now that he's being pressed, he's readopted it, and he's just fucking lying. Literally all he's doing, he's like demonstrably lying.
I'm going to guess maybe 10 people, right? I think that's a fair number based on average of like VCs I've seen in there, VCs I've been in.
Is Parry also? Yes, Parry is also dodging.
Yeah, I mean, it was people like Lumpy Willy, Goat Caddo, I don't know the other one.
Lumpy Willie's not a Lyo hater. Goat Caddo was barely active in the... Goat Caddo is the only ACC person that was in that chat. And in that chat, she literally, like, how many times she like, that was maybe the only ACC person that was even there.
Voices.
So-
but yeah, it was those.
There's like Lumpy Willie, Goat Caddo, and also Goat Caddo wasn't there. Goat Caddo wasn't in the call. I don't even think she was... Goat Caddo literally wasn't even there. So I don't know what he's talking about there. You can hear Lumpy Willie in the call when he joins and says, I don't know what's happening, and then makes a joke about looking for her LinkedIn.
Those fuckers.
But yeah, so I don't think his intent was to send harassment towards Lyo's wife. I do think it was weird he's collecting this information. But at no
Why didn't I send it in the ACC chat where I specifically had all the Lyo haters in if my intention was to make this information available for the purposes of harassment? Why would I send it in a chat that is filled with disinterested parties and interested parties, with the exception of Goat Caddo, who wasn't even online or in IC at that point in time, right? Or like online or active in IC at that point. Why didn't I just put it in that chat if that was my goal?
point that he ever spread that beyond like the confines of what's supposed to be a private Discord call in a chat that is known like, hey, you don't leak anything, you don't record things, which like it happens obviously in every private fucking Discord that happens.
I'm sorry.
So
Okay,
he
look.
should've known better.
I don't know. Look. If this was another situation, we wouldn't even be fucking debating it. Let's just be realistic for a second.
Yeah.
If we found out another content creator was in beef with somebody and they were even looking for their family's information, that person would be nuked from fucking orbit. Like there is.
Are you serious? Didn't this entire drama, this entire discourse start because Beckett took the guy who has abused mentally disabled women, so disabled they were under a conservatorship, right? Threatened and emotionally and verbally abused them, engaged on Discord and a level, not in a pet, I need to specify, I've never argued Lyo's a pedophile, because I don't think he is, but in a non-pedophilic way had an inappropriate level of engagement with the welfare and activities of minors online, to the point where he was trying to advise them on giving them horrible advice, or about to give them horrible advice. That one's a bit up for dispute, but he intended to give horrible advice to deal with their, like, imminent sexual abuse. When he heard a minor was getting groomed, he brought the minor into a call with their groomer live on stream to hash it out, and his co-host later went on to groom that same minor. He, over minor beef, started digging up the docs of people, including this Barbie lawyer chick person or whatever. With Jax, he called up Jax's school and reported Jax falsely as a threat to the school at 16 years old, because Jax had owned him in some Discord shit talking session. And per Beckett's own admission, he's doxed numerous people. He's threatened to, we don't know if he actually did this, he's threatened to contact the families of in one case, the government of a homosexual individual to get them penalized. This is only happening. This is only happening because Beckett has run cover for that guy. In the sense of this discourse I'm having with Beckett. So what do you mean you'd nuke anyone out of orbit? Your whole argument here was that Lio has changed.
There is a genuine thing where people are going, I think Aiden's been treated a little bit harshly. Any other creator that when looking for a family member's details and things.
I put in 2 search terms on YouTube and it was the top result because they don't consider any of this private. And if they do consider this private, which they don't, but let's say for a minute that Lio's wife does not want to be connected to him. She values her anonymity and does not want to be a part of his channel or his online activities. When he gives out their shared address, I get that it also belongs to him, but how is that not doxing her if she considers herself a private figure that doesn't want to be outed? When he gives out their literal fucking address.
As part of a drama would be fucking nuked. It is obviously off limits. And this is part of my problem.
It's what does Beckett think the appropriate consequence would be? I lost hundreds of subscribers, which we just recently gained back. I lost personal and professional associations. I was called out by anyone and everyone, had my private pursuits, I get what you call my private pursuits leaked for the sake of humiliating me. Was socially ostracized, lost my active chatters, and IC died, right? Everyone went over to Gamma. My viewership didn't, I was sub 100 for months. What would the appropriate social consequence be? Does Beckett want me to get raped? Will he be is that the only thing that will satisfy him? I feel the only way, you have to let me get fucking raped.
Problem. That, and I said this in the first tweet, that is worse than the doxing, or the accusations of doxing. You do not touch people.
Oh, so now the doxing claim has been refuted. We've now the claim is because I was making jokes about his wife. That's even worse than doxing. Who the fuck is this guy kidding? Who the fuck is this moron kidding? Do not let Dan groom you. I'm not. Dan's a very, he's a mixed individual because in private, I've enjoyed conversing with him. He has some pretty good insight, and has given me a W or two. But obviously, in regards to some of the tactics I've heard about, etc., or some of the defenses or people he's decided to defend, I obviously have many fucking disagreements. So it's a little multifaceted. I reached out to someone when I was first getting involved in the Destiny drama. Is Dan supposed to am I supposed to be liking Dan here? I'm am I being played? You'll be held to higher and higher and soon impossible to maintain ethical standards by the very mob you currently wish to please. Then you will make a mistake and they will devour you with glee. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm aware of that. The last 6 months convinced me of how you should be looking at your respective community. I know that if shit ever hits the fan for me again, nobody's coming into my defense. It's going to be the opposite. I'm aware, right? The question is, am I going to let shit hit the fan again? Which I'm not. But I know, I understand these things for what they are. And I'm not aligning myself. I'm not I'm loyal to positions. I'm loyal to positions, not other fucking content creators or, I if anything, my drama is a reminder of how much you should invest into the relationships with other streamers.
Family members. You don't do shit like that. It really is.
Dan is he's not. Wait, okay. So just like I understand what my fellow streamers are for what they are and can align with them on certain facets if I believe the positions are defensible, that doesn't mean I'm now going to negate like the shit that I don't like about the people around me. And the same goes for Dan. Okay, the same goes for Dan. I'm going to treat Dan the exact same way I treat the others around me. I understand. You just have to understand people for what they are, right? And the truth is, I did some private opinion seeking about Dan, and I've heard that the claim that he's a stab you in the front kind of guy is substantiated. So, you know, make no question about it. I'm sure if he was willing to, he'd absolutely fuck me over, but I'd know about it if he was going to.
That simple.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm already walking my position back by being like, yeah, it was spreading dox information rather than doxing itself. And I thought that would be fine because that's what we agreed on the call. And then Aiden freaked the fuck out.
Well,
and I don't know
to
why
be
he freaked the
fair,
fuck out.
You
How did I freak out?
replied
No,
to
no.
a Denal tweet, to be fair.
So what's that got to do with anything?
It's I don't know how tapped in you are. The fucking
Well, obviously not very.
so Denal is what we've narrowed down to be Nolan, Aiden, Snarker, and Hater user Starbase. I don't know if you know about Starbase.
We don't know that Denal is star-based. We don't know that Denal is star-based. I listen. Is it probably him? Yeah, for sure. But we just don't know, and I don't particularly care to know at this point. All I know is who Denal's supporting now, who Denal's aligned himself with now, and the fact that Denal, for whatever reason, I am Denal's like prime target, and he just wants to run smear campaigns against me all day. So,
but it's known to be him. So Denal one. So just with the Denal account alone, it's known to post things about Aiden Snark like in general in like very bad faith, right? That's
Wait,
like
so what are we saying? We're saying that Snock is getting to
No,
people's
it's
skin, and
not
therefore
even-
it's like something.
so-
I mean, that almost seems like you're condemning Snock's over in its
no.
culture.
It is. It is. I don't.
well, it's not just that Denal threatened to contact my family. What do you? Denal posts people's docs. It's not just that Denal lies. It's not just that Denal like is an automated lie machine, right? That it's not. Denal has like posted people's docs like last week. Literally last week he was doing it. He's threatened to contact my family. Like
The individual of Starbase. So that is the point of that. So with Starbase, he's
and I don't bring that up to say, oh, I'm really scared Denal's gonna do that. I don't think Denal would do that. But if the claim is like, if you go after somebody's family, it's one and done. Okay, it's one and done. Then that would surely be a relevant fact.
just been like again bad faith posting about Aiden forever, and at least on this side of commentary, it's known not to engage with Denal, right? Because in many cases, the Starbase gone into people's DMs, lied about situations, and like to negatively impact people in that regard, myself included. So like on our side, we know not to interact with Denal unless it's just to troll him, right? But then when you're reposting an account that Destiny has, supported at this point.
I don't care if he, okay, I'm not like that. I don't care if he reposts Denal. I care what he's saying, right? He's allowed to repost Denal. Everyone is allowed to repost Denal. I'd advise against it, because obviously you don't want to give traction to somebody that's actively lying and when presented with counter arguments refuses to revise their position. But that's not even the grievance here, is it? The original tweet that like kickstarted all of this was, where is that? Fuck, I can't even find it. Yeah, it's here. I think. We gotta go down a little bit. It's been a long back and forth. So Beckett was saying I freaked out. That's how I just freaked out on him after he did the walk back or whatever. Sure, happy to comment. I did talk to Aiden about this like a month ago. I didn't record the call, but to my recollection, I agreed it would be more appropriate to say it was spreading dox info. My issues with Aiden during that whole thing has more to do with targeting Lyo's wife and how obsessive he became on the topic. So already he's lost me because he's doing the thing that he's done previously where everyone else's criticism were for my actions on that night, Beckett needs to broaden the criticism and make it more vague so that the criticism extends to my actual coverage when that was nobody's actual grievance. He needs to do this because for whatever reason he's assigned himself the position as Lyo's top defender, despite the fact that he just said that, like, if you go after people's family, you'd be nuked out of orbit or whatever, right? He's assigned himself as Lyo's top defender, and for that reason, his main issue has always been with my coverage. I'm obviously someone who believes people can reform and move past stuff. It's about how you handle it, learn, and move on. I also disagree with this framing. I made a mistake, but my mistake was not so big that 6 months later, we should be talking about, I believe that people can be redeemed. I didn't, like, my issue here is treating this like I fucking sexually assaulted somebody or like, I mean, it's just like the way the verbiage they choose to use makes this insanely dramatic compared to what it actually was. Aiden's inability to do that for several fucking months was unbearable, and he's apparently attempting to do that, so I'm happy to ease off ripping the shit out of him on a daily basis. Ultimately, in my humble opinion, targeting a family member who isn't a part of the online shit is actually worse. Yeah, so this is actually what started it. Why did you think I wasn't going to reply to this? Now that the doxing claim has been walked back, he now needs to change the claim to the real problem is actually that you were targeting a family member. I agree with what you're saying, but I do think your behavior gets graded on a scale because of how outspoken most of the creators are around you about others doing this kind of thing. Yeah, but they were outspoken when I did it. Against me. I faced many social consequences over this. I was publicly humiliated over and over and over again. I faced monetary consequences. My viewership took a hit. I lost, like, all my actives in my chat for, like, months. Everybody ditched me. Like, and I fucked up there. Don't get me wrong. But I absolutely faced the consequence for that, right? And the mistake was not such a mistake where 6 months later, we're talking about the possibility for people to redeem, for redemption or whatever. Like, to me, what I did is, like, sort of comparable, maybe a little less bad than, like, a DUI. Because it's a case of, like, there's some intentionality involved, but there's also recklessness pertaining to, like, your inebriated state or whatever. You don't go into it thinking you're gonna kill anybody when you get behind the wheel. And let's say you actually do go and make it home safe. That doesn't change the fact that you risked everybody's life on the road, did something incredibly reckless, and you should feel shitty over that. And you know, even if you weren't caught, like, you should, obviously there would be consequences. But, like, it's not something where if somebody admits to me that they were driving drunk once and never got caught, I'm not gonna fucking, like 6 months later, be like talking about the possibility for redemption or whatever. Not gonna lie, the only thing I cared about was that you gave these people, that's what I'm mad about as well. Like, I don't think that I ever, like, harmed this woman. I think my jokes were, like, disgusting, right? And I'm ashamed of that. But I never actually made information available for the sake of harming this woman. Or that could have been used to, because it was already available and interested parties weren't in my chat, so they would have just gotten it from its wide availability. But I did make jokes about her that were, like, pretty shitty to do. And, you know, like, in that broader context, like, when you're hearing that secondhand, you might not know I'm joking. You might take that as, like, a serious threat or some shit. It was shitty. It was reckless. It was stupid. And that degree of recklessness and stupidity could have been way worse. But it happened. I learned from it. And it didn't go way worse. So I'm just, like, sort of, yeah, that's where I stand.
Talking about Aiden in that regard, and again, this time we know who it is, right? Like, Starbase is a pedophile, or pedophile adjacent. I cannot definitively say. I cannot definitively say he's a pedophile. I've not seen him.
Look, I feel like somebody's tried to explain the Starbase stuff to me.
So,
I don't.
Admit the timing was what does the timing have to do with anything? There's this cope that I got out of it because the Turkey Tom shit happened afterwards. That was a meme. Okay? That was a meme. I faced every social consequence as a result of that, regardless of the Turkey Tom shit happening. The truth of the matter is, if the Tom shit didn't happen, it wasn't like that's the only thing everyone was going to cover for the rest of time. I am a nobody. I am a nobody. I'm a 100 viewer Andy, okay? When Diorio's like, if anything, I swept for Aiden by not covering his thing or whatever. Dude, you do multi-thousand concurrent streams. You're over 100K sub YouTuber. You weren't covering me because nobody would give a fuck. I am nobody.
I don't really understand
So-
it. But it's fine. Like, look, I mean, I respond varyingly to random A-log and shitter accounts on Twitter. I don't know why it would be that different for me to respond to Denial or whatever
So
versus I don't know, like when I respond to Room Temp, right?
So with Denal is a very, or Starbase, right? On the Denal account is a very, is kind of person like when they feel vindicated, they will continue pushing and like make things worse, right? Starbase was botting Aiden streams, botting my streams, botting Hamilton streams, and all that in times of like negative light. So when they're getting attention, that stuff usually spurs back up.
The timing was beneficial though. Turkey Tom took all the eyes off. Well, because people were temporarily focusing on... What do you think would happen if the Tom stuff never happened? Shud would go do 10 more streams just talking about a one-night event? No, everybody got their coverage in. The coverage at that point had naturally concluded. What more could you fucking say?
So it is like, I don't want to say it's a touchy topic, but it is a topic we
1 minute you'll brag about your old channel and how big you were, and then you were... I don't brag about how... What are you talking about? The only reason my channel came up last stream is because someone was contesting the idea that I used to have a big sub count.
try to avoid. Like, I mean, I'd like to troll them.
I mean,
because
Aiden could have just messaged me and be like, "Hey, can you not respond to Denial over this? It's causing me issues," and I wouldn't have.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that's my assumption.
I wouldn't do that because you have a right to respond to whoever the fuck you want. I'm just going to express grievances with the statements that you make if they're incorrect, which is exactly what I did. I'm not going to tell you to not respond to somebody. You can respond to and say whatever the fuck you want on your own respective platform. But I can use my platform to respond and say what I want, which is exactly what I'm doing.
Right, I haven't spoken to
But
Aiden
like,
about
but Aiden, but specifically, I responded to Denial saying,
Just tune in. Can I get a TLDR on the slop tuber drama? Yeah, so essentially 6 months ago, okay, there's this guy called Lyle Convoy who I was covering and A-logging extensively. He's from the ACC. He derives pleasure from like bullying mentally disabled people under the guise of accountability, doing these like 4-hour-long struggle sessions under threat of, Life for Nation, contacting family, etc. if they leave. He's called people's schools to falsely report them as school shooting threats after getting owned in conversations with him, brought minors in contact with their groomers for the sake of content, has tried to dox, and according to Beckett, has doxed multiple people. Lai is also notoriously known for considering himself an open book and proudly exclaiming all of his personally identifiable information. He gives out his full name, his address, various bits of info. And one night while I was really drunk, in my fucking private locked Discord chat, I searched on YouTube Lyle Convoy and then the first name of his wife, who he constantly references. And the first result was some troll channel under her name. And I had like made some really fucking gross jokes about her and reposted like pictures of her face and stuff. All the information that I posted was already voluntarily publicized by her and then him by extension, and then widely disseminated in videos by their friends, like Gilded Pooh, who did like 20,000 views on one of those videos. I was accused of doxing over that and had irreparable social consequences as a result. Now, 6 months later, as I've attempted to correct the narrative on this, and numerous people have walked back the claim as a result, including Beckett, who did so in private, Beckett is now publicly beefing with me because he still wants to defend this claim, because he's like has a really weird vested interest in sweeping for Laya.
what basically I said to Aiden in his call, what I thought was our understanding. I pushed back on this idea that he'd sexually harassed Laya's wife because I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to make.
I did actually go back and check our messages because Aiden messaged me like ages ago and he was asking about sexual harassment or something, and I misread the message. He was actually talking about Wick, and I thought he was talking about this cool thing. And I was like, oh no, I think that's a chud thing. But I don't think I've ever run with the idea that Aiden's comments about Laya's wife are sexual assault or sexual harassment. I've always thought that's ridiculous. So, like, when he responds to me, like my first message, he's like, what? You mean the thing we all clearly know was a joke? I was like, yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
And then, and then Vlad tweets out, I spoke to Aiden, and I think it's spreading a dox at worst.
Beckett,
and Aiden retweets that.
why do you keep bringing Chud into this? Chud made the claims that everybody else was making at the time and exaggerated them a little bit for content and then didn't talk about this again. Chud's not like I'm sure that if I went and bombarded Chud with my entire argument, he'd say he doesn't care or walk it back. He's just not like involved in this. He hasn't been involved in 6 months. In regards to Dickers, I've spoken with Dickers privately, and I'll continue to do so. Dickers has been receptive to my response, but he obviously wanted to see more. But he's certainly not standing by Beckett's claims here, to my knowledge.
I'm like, well, that's what I'm saying. So I don't understand why he's so fucking
I feel like
upset.
there's a little bit of confusion then, in like interpretation between what your intent was when it came to retweeting Denal. Because it sounds like when you retweeted Denal, you were trying to counter his points, right? But
why? Okay, why are we focusing on him retweeting Denal? That wasn't even my issue. My issue was what he said in the retweet.
Even me, right, misunderstanding the intent. I feel like that's probably then what happened. Why you didn't
No, I mean, I'm already walking back the position. But like the fact that it is spreading a dox rather than doxing is a walk back of the position. I say that in.
Chud was the most savage. SA was Chud's claim originally. Yeah, based off of the call that you have access to and could come to your own conclusion about. So I don't know why you referenced Chud as if his opinion or permission is needed for your assessment of this situation. Right? It's just another goalpost you want to create so that you never have to walk back the claim because you're a dishonest fuck.
In the very first tweet. It would be fairer to say it is spreading dox information. Now, I have issues with this weird Facebook take shit. This is my biggest, this is my issue. I'm just sick of the, I don't know, constant new angles as to what exonerates Aiden. That's what's annoyed me
It's
from the
not
beginning.
new angles. These aren't new angles that exonerate me. These are just facts that in aggregation demonstrate a narrative that exonerates me from the specific claim that was made. It doesn't exonerate me, period. I fucked up there, and I've admitted as such since, right? But it exonerates me from the lie about what I did, right? In aggregation. It's not like one fact is, every new fact is like a new angle. None of the information I've provided is mutually exclusive. It all exists in aggregation to paint a picture, and that picture is evident.
So obviously I'm going to get more pissed off as Aiden does it more. And I said this to him. I care more that Aiden is trying to find a...
Why do you care about Beckett? If it wasn't doxing, F Beckett, right? Well, you're literally claiming that it was doxing. Other people are as well. I cover drama. This is a drama involving me, so I'm going to cover drama on stream because it's a drama.
A billion different fucking angles as to why he is vindicated than just going, yeah, I fucked up.
Honestly, I wasn't joking about, well, I was joking about getting him raped. I was not joking about raping her. I was just joking about banging her or some shit. I don't make rape jokes where the butt of the joke is a woman. I never have, because it's just like, it's not like that's like soy, I know, but on it, like, I've just always, like, I felt like creepy doing that shit.
Like, move on with your life.
Yeah, that's a consensus line I came to with it, is like, but I think looking at the situation that he's in with, like, with the Destiny gang and everything.
Everyone can listen to the leaked voice call and form their own opinion on whether, well, no, because the full call hasn't been posted and the call omits crucial context. Like when Lumpy Willie says he's looking at her LinkedIn, the call doesn't include Lumpy Willie saying, I, Lumpy Willie, am a known Discord troll that purposefully states things to evoke a reaction, and I'm not doing the thing that I just joked that I was doing. Right? Obviously, he doesn't say that, so you just hear the statement, and without the context, you think something occurred that didn't occur. So the only reason you would be wanting to just use the call as your source, the call that is not the full call, it's an edited version, would be if you just don't want to, like, accept, like, the narrative most substantiated by facts and aggregation. You just want to take one piece of evidence in isolation, which, if you were attempting to discern the truth, I don't know why you would ever do that.
I think it is fair to say he's trying to vindicate himself so that he has, like, nothing for them to hold against him. Because, like, the two things I think they've held against him, like, Wick and Destiny, was, like, the fucking Lio shit, and then fucking, you know, Soul sucking him off. And it's like, that both those aren't really that much, right? But
Which I haven't, like, I haven't tried to bring up the Soul stuff. I didn't cover his fight with Parrot. I haven't been, like, fucking logging Aiden and turning him to content. I haven't done any of that. I've barely talked about him in months.
Consensual sex? She's married. Yes, because real world logic in a joke scenario is obviously being considered inapplicable, right? So if there's a bunch of chicken farmers in a town, and there's no stores that sell chickens in that town, and you say, I'm gonna make the chicken cross the road, and you don't own a chicken, well, obviously you're joking about robbing somebody, because in the town, they don't sell chickens. Only other people possess them, and the only way you would technically acquire one is if you stole it. It's like, why are we applying real-world logic and considerations to a joke scenario that is being made by someone who's obviously intoxicated?
But yeah, but I'm just
You
saying,
know?
like, from, like, if I was in his shoes, that's probably what it is. On his end of, like, why he's so, like, pushing to clear himself of this, just so they have nothing to hold against him, versus, like, this one, like, small
Well,
instance.
unfortunately, there's always going to be something to hold against him. And like again, I'd say the fact that he targeted a family member is worse.
Yeah.
In my opinion, people can disagree with me. I just think it's obviously worse. My issue is that Aiden became like fucking unhinged covering this.
See, wait, look what he just did again. I want you to notice everybody's criticism pertains to that night because that's what you can be critical of. Notice how he says coverage. That's not an accident. It's because he's sweeping for somebody that has exhibited a pattern of bad behavior and wants my substantiated series of criticism against this individual to be negated by my mistakes made on a single night. And the truth of the matter is, if you were working logically, it does not work that way. It doesn't work that way, and it didn't work that way at the time. He needs it to work that way because he needs to exonerate the guy that he has vested interest in continuously and constantly sweeping for.
I think it's more circumstantial, right? Because again, I will stand by the point. Because there's been some fucking, I guess for lack of a better term, icy chatters, right? Try to say that the comment Aiden made about what Lyo's wife does for work and everything was right on the money with what's on her LinkedIn. But then proceeded to, but I'm being told that the LinkedIn was brought up after he made that claim.
Well, he said to me, because when this first happened, Aiden phoned me. I was in a hotel room. I can't remember. I think I was on a trip. Well, I would have been in a hotel room, but I can't remember what the fuck
Are
I
you
was
going to
doing.
meet up with Soul?
No, I might have been
Sorry.
in London. I'm trying to think. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, he said this to me. He was like, "Look, I'm just super unlucky. I just guessed it right on the money." And unfortunately, like you're in a call discussing this.
Even J-Stalk admitted that I could have conceivably guessed that because it was such a broad description. The analogy, without giving away where she actually works, for you guys would be like if you know somebody's a pharmacist and you say, yeah, I'm going to show up to your job at CVS. Right? CVS is a major chain of pharmacies. It's a broad employer, and you've just guessed that with generally established facts. If it turns out they actually do work at CVS, like, oh shit, like you, but obviously you could have conceivably guessed that. Second, let's say I didn't guess it, which I've always maintained. I don't even need to maintain that now because it did happen that way, but you obviously, that's my word. You don't need to take my word for that. Even though Jay Stalk, knowing the details, despite not liking me at the time, said that I could have conceivably guessed that. Her workplace is publicly displayed on her public-facing profile that she's never removed, despite the fact that that profile was brought attention to in videos of up to 20,000 fucking views. So, she gives that shit out. I don't know what to say.
Person, and you're like, yeah, well, we've looked into it. We've got this, like, this information that we're gathering, and this is her job. It's like, yeah, maybe that's true, but it doesn't help you because it is almost unbelievable. And this is I guess this is my overall problem.
Sure, you don't have to believe that. You obviously don't have to believe that. You could believe that even though I've owned to disseminating her full name and face, right? But for some reason I'm lying about the workplace. If you don't believe that, that's fine, because I don't even need you to believe that claim for me to defend myself on this. You don't even need to believe that.
Every single part of this is trying to be litigated rather than just going, I fucked up, we're not talking about it anymore, whatever. Because again, I think that there is a difference between doxing somebody and spreading dox information. There is an active difference there, right? Of trying to dig through people's information to the point where you can identify them and just taking work already done and spreading it maliciously. It's not exactly, it may not be like a huge difference, but it is a difference.
Yeah.
It's also like, the problem I have with this Facebook thing as well is Aiden clearly didn't know about this Facebook thing until relatively recently, because it's never been brought up in...
What I knew was, broadly speaking, Lyo considered all of their PII public and had given it out. I was under the belief that he'd given her first and last name out, he'd given out their address, and she was already known because I was seeing photos of her distributed, right? I knew that all of this was public by him. I just wouldn't be able to specifically tell you where specifically each piece of information came from. The Facebook shit just substantiates the fact that this was already public by their own voluntary consent. Obviously, while I'm drunk at 12 a.m., I'm not thinking, yes, this specific factoid came from this fucking play and this play. I just knew what I knew, and I knew where I got it from, right? And I knew broadly where I got it from. Like, I knew, I don't remember their address, but I knew he's given out his address. I wouldn't be able to tell you if you pressed me which specific streams those were, right? I just know he's given that out. So I broadly knew that all of this was public, and I didn't believe when I was doing it that I was doxing somebody. And incidentally, it turns out I didn't. But it was insanely reckless. I did run that risk because I wasn't going back and verifying it at the time. So it was super fucking reckless, and that's the criticism. It could have been way worse than it was, right? And if anything, I'm grateful that it wasn't, because I got that opportunity to fuck up and face consequences before I did something reckless that actually resulted in harm, right? Whoa.
Any of the angry debates he's had about this topic. Otherwise, that would have been his first offense, right?
Yeah.
The first call, he would have just gone to Chud, he would have phoned Chud and been like, no, it's on the Facebook. And I still haven't seen these comments, by the way. Aiden's also said, because I caught this, he was like, well, I've proved that video is easy to find. I've showed it to Beckett.
Yeah, I've literally have. Somebody literally said yesterday, somebody in my chat yesterday was like, Aiden, I just put in Lyle Convoy first name. The channel is still up. It's the first fucking result. A random chatter yesterday accidentally found that shit. I've literally shown Beckett the exact search history that resulted in that channel coming up.
Beckett. No, he hasn't. I've never seen this video.
I think.
Yes, you have.
Are you talking the one
Dude.
that's like uploaded to a channel that's a parody, like troll account named after his wife?
And I can prove he's lying on this. So Beckett, I'll give you an opportunity. You have 24 hours to say you misspoke on that before I demonstrate that you lied, because I can do that. I'm not going to elaborate how, but on that specific claim, I can demonstrate that you're lying, and I know exactly how I can do that. So I'll give you about 24 hours, reconsider it. I'll give you your chance to say it was a misspeak, and I won't even combat you on it, or else I'm just going to demonstrably prove you just fucking lied there.
Yeah, because he told me, because when we were on call, he said to me, this video is super easy to find. You can find it literally if you just search.
Can you list the steps? Now it's go. Why is everybody acting like this is so complex? I've explained exactly where and how everything. These are not like why does everybody become so obtuse when multiple premises are like described? It's like, oh, now it's this. Now it's okay. Can somebody ever give multiple facts pertaining to a matter without all of these facts are facts that exist together, right? It's not like each one is a new, it's like, now it's not the previous ones, it's this one. It's like, no, the previous ones still exist and are being utilized. It's just this is being presented as well to strengthen the validity of the claim.
Leo Convoy is one of the first things to come up. So on the call, I typed it in and was like, I can't find it. So I've never seen it. I'm not denying that it exists or anything. I'm just saying I personally have never seen it. And also, I've never seen these comments, apparently, on the Facebook, which I went and looked for. I did search through. But it's a Facebook account from 2009.
From 2000, and it is not from... The account was made in 09. The account was made in 09. It's active up into the 2020s, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He wants you to think that the account, existed back then and nobody's used it since. The account was made in 2009. I don't know how that's relevant if it's still posting.
It's an incredibly old account. Most of the uploads on there, modern uploads.
Can you explain the fact? I just did. I just ran through the whole situation. You want me to re-explain what I've just explained and explain on the stream before and explain on the stream before?
Are links with Lyo's Instagram. That's why the videos come through.
Yeah,
but
I still think,
yeah.
and Vlad and I had a conversation about it, right? It is, I don't know if there are any comments on Lyo's Facebook, right, that pushes or that at any point it has his wife posting or commenting on a post, right? However, there are...
Vlad said he couldn't find them.
Okay, I'm just saying.
When I spoke to Vlad about it.
It's so funny because even it's literally even on KF they found it, so I don't know what to... And I'm only saying KF because I had to go back and figure out where each thing was first publicized, and obviously... when they told me that there was when they told me that this had been on KF, right, that would have been probably a good start. So I did look at the KF thread, and this was even on there, right? This was even the fucking Kiwi farmers were saying, how could he dox her? They publicized all of her shit.
But the point I'm making, though, is that there is, when you're looking at it you can clearly tell that is Lio Convoy's Facebook account, right? With
Well,
Lio,
yes, but because we know his name. Sure.
yes,
Yeah.
but Lio has not done any effort from the looks of it to disconnect that.
No, it's not his. No, dude, this narrative is insane. This is his Lio Convoy account. Like, that Facebook is where he posts his, like, Lio Convoy toy reviews. It's where he posts, like, his beef with, like, fucking, like, random commenters. It's not like oh, you had to have linked this on your own. That is his Facebook that he uses for his Lio Convoy brand. He doesn't post, like, family photos on there or photos of himself. It's all Lio Convoy shit. I'm almost like, doesn't he link it in his profiles? Like, here's an example. This is not a personal Facebook. Like, here's an example of, like, some of the shit he posts on there, just to prove it to you. And I'm not doxing him by Beckett has shown this Facebook himself. In his response to me, this is Lio's Facebook. But, like, if you go here, this is, like, some of the posts. If you just scroll through photos, it's arguments he's having with people on the Lio Convoy account. So it's not like, oh, Lio gave out his first name, so I had to go and, you inadvertently can go and, like, search and link it. This is his Facebook account.
From his personal life, in terms of that, if you look at the post on it, it is like him posting like YouTube comments.
Okay, so
like his profile picture is a picture he's used as like his Discord picture, or on stream as
Yeah,
like
sure.
a
But
Wiggler.
if we were talking about like everyone involved in this being public figures, and there's this real push to turn his wife into a public figure, which I also think is fucking retarded.
Yep, I agree.
A
Maybe I'd
big
agree with
push to turn his wife into a yeah, by him. Yes, by Lio. By bringing in random spurgs he's met online into their house, and then using his wife as, like, a part of his a part of his claims against the spurgs he's brought into his house. And his wife has had allegations made against her, by, like, one of the spurgs that he let being in, like, contact with his wife. Like, he's given out her address. He's given out her occupation. He talks about her all the fucking time. So yeah, the push to make her a public figure, and then she's voluntarily identifying herself as his wife. So yeah, the push to make her public is on their end.
But like, you look at his Facebook, you see on his family section, his wife's not listed there. I can't see an easy link to his wife's profile. There's nothing links up there. The only way you can find these comments is apparently by rooting through multiple comments. Also, there's been this whole thing of Beckett said it's locked down, and you can still see all these comments. I didn't say privated, motherfuckers. I said locked down.
Okay, he knew what he. Okay, just so we're clear. I guess Beckett doesn't understand what a lie by omission is. Wait, it's not this one. It's, no, it's this one. It's this one. How is this not a lie? Right here. How is this not a fucking lie? Check every comment on Lio's Facebook going, I don't know why it keeps bringing up 2009. Everything I've seen is dated in the 2020s. You don't need to go back to 2009. Nobody's asking you to do that. So I don't know where you're getting that from. I didn't even know about the 2009 thing. But if you look right here, check every comment on Lio's Facebook going back to 2009. God, you guys are retarded. This account clearly isn't a branded one. What does that mean? What is he implying? He's implying this is Lio's personal Facebook. This is not. Lio doesn't post, like, his personal stuff on here. He doesn't post photos with his family. It's all Lio Convoy related posts. Posts of his toy reviews, posts arguing with trolls. It's the same way he posts on his Twitter, right? And then the account clears the brown when it's lies. He also locked down and has made effort. Okay, if every claim about Lio linking himself to his wife, dating back to how Kiwi Farm says they found it, and how Gilded says they found it back in, like, years and years ago, right? If every claim pertains to the posts and comments, and all of the posts are visible, and all of the comments are visible, and who liked them is visible, why are you saying the account is locked down? You can see all 19,000 fucking posts. Why say the account is locked down unless you're attempting to lie by omission?
Lyo's taken efforts to have the privacy settings set so you have to be friends with him, or like certain posts aren't visible. I believe.
What efforts has he? I'm sorry. What?
There might be visible posts there, because again, it's a like hidden post there, because again, it's from 2009. It's a very old Facebook account. That's what lockdown means. I didn't say private, I said lockdown. He's taken the effort with those settings to make sure that that's not just a wide open Facebook account.
Yeah.
Right?
It literally is a wide open Facebook account. It is literally a wide open Facebook account. What are you talking about?
So I don't know. He seems to have made efforts. This clearly isn't something he promotes. It's LinkedIn.
I think claiming Lyo wanted CSAM recorded was a major issue of his coverage. Well, why would I think that? Let's take a look. Wait, also wanted? Yeah, he did. He literally did. Even if you're not arguing that he said it to the minor directly, he literally himself says that's what he wanted. But why would anyone think that? Let's take a look.
Another night.
Let's take a look. Why would I ever think such a horrific thing?
Another night. Jordan, we could not find anybody.
Jordan, by the way, being a member of his found family, that he had an inappropriate degree, not in a pedophilic way, I don't think Lyo's a pedophile, had an inappropriate degree of involvement in the life of this minor, to the point where he was advising them without any qualifications on very serious situations, and in some instances getting that minor into a call on stream with their groomer for the sake of content, and victim blaming throughout the entire reading of their DMs with the groomer. It was honestly the most insane shit I've ever seen. I've joked about that. I've joked about can you imagine if we did a pedo confrontation or bait, with a really, we just sent Chris Hansen was using real minors, sending real minors into the stings, but he was actually doing a version of that.
Who would take Jordan in for the night? So we told Jordan, and we were spitballing these things. So it wasn't something that went into action, but a spitballing idea.
We told Jordan. So to be clear, Lyo did, because they believed that so this is missing the context. They believed that the stepdad was about to sexually assault Jordan that night. Apparently they exhausted every option and couldn't find any other option. So they, according to Lyo, told Jordan. Now it's that he didn't say it directly to Jordan, but defends on Stardust stream why he still thinks it's a good idea. Meaning that he wanted to ask, right? If he didn't, but he literally said, film it. When he comes in your room to sexually assault you, film it for evidence. If he did an iota of research and truly exhausted every option, he would have found out that Nebraska has youth runaway shelters that will house you for the night. So I don't know, I guess why, I don't know why he fucking, I don't know why he, maybe by every option he did one Google search. It's the same thing with he's made efforts for his privacy on his Facebook. Maybe it was one, sure. One singular effort, that we just have to take his word on.
To him, because everyone knows his name. It's got the Lyo picture, but he's not.
Wait, hold on. I got a pizza. I got to put it in the fridge. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Dude. All right. Sorry, I'm back.
Not there being hey guys, I'm going live in 20 minutes on that account. It's mostly stuff linked through from his Instagram, and it's basically just a legacy account. I think if you're going to go, well, his wife's on there in this one comment, I think
this it is not one comment. She's identifying herself in her posts as his wife, showing comments from his haters and trolls. He's going onto her account to comment under that to argue with more haters. It's not one comment. What the fuck are you talking about? Even your own mod and friend, Vlad, admits that it was multiple, he says, uses plural. It was multiple, and it was. Up until, not two, I don't know why I keep saying 2009. You only use evidence from the 2020s. Only use evidence from the 2020s to prove this. You don't need to go back to 2009. Eat before you get a headache. I'm not that hungry yet. I'm not that hungry yet. I'm really never hungry. It's a big issue. I'm trying to eat more. But that's lie number 2, I think. One comment.
Mental. Like it's that is her publicly identifying herself almost on just like a tiny technicality. It could easily be missed. I've never heard this narrative ever talked about until recently. And yeah, it's just like it's trying to find a
Also, I'm done with the whole I let everybody. I wanted to do that. That would have been a great idea where I'm like, I host critical voices and let them in my chat. I will still do that, but if you're like clearly a one guy at this point, you either call in or you're banned. It's like that simple. It's like retarded that I just like some principle. I just like permit like the whole fucking stream. Somebody try to make a reaction. I'm responding every time.
retroactive justification for the action as to why it's not doxing, which I think is fucking bullshit. I think it's cowardly.
Yeah, I agree. Because this point I made earlier is
If you get banned from my chat or get blocked on X from this point going forward, if you call in, I'll undo the ban. And then that doesn't mean it's forever undone. If you go do the same thing again, it will just fucking go back into effect.
that he is seemingly bringing up things that he clearly didn't know at the time as reasons to vindicate himself just because he knows it now. But I'm going to need this real quick because I'm being asked for you to explain this. Open image link, so I can pull up on stream real quick, and then I'll read their exact message. Just 1 second.
Sure.
That they sent with that. Just make it smaller on stream. And then we pull up their message.
I can just read it. Ultimately, in my
I'm
humble
talking
opinion,
about
targeting a family member who isn't part of this online shit is actually worse than doxing, generally speaking.
Isn't part of this online shit is also a lie. She's voluntarily identifying herself as his wife and posting on her Facebook where she voluntarily, after it's been pointed out in videos that had viewership of up to 20,000, right? She voluntarily disseminates all of her info on this account, even after knowing. If she originally didn't want it public, that's one thing. But it's already been widely publicized for years, and the account is still up with all the info listed, right? Like, and that's even taking out the fact that she voluntarily identified herself on it.
Speaking, Aiden doesn't contest this is what he did.
Yeah,
Well, he doesn't contest it. Does he contest that's what he did?
Targeting a family member. I targeted a family member with my jokes. Yeah, I don't contest the target of my jokes was somebody's family member. So no, I don't contest that. I contest the framing that I targeted her to bring harassment, except because that's easily refutable. If that was the intent, this would have happened in the chat with the people that were interested in A-logging Laya, not the chat where they were barred from, except for one person who wasn't even online at that point in time.
So yeah, ultimately my whole opinion targeting a member isn't part of the elections. Then yeah, like they're just asking for you to explain that message or post. Is this from Twitter, I think, or is this from like a
Who rated? Who'd we get that raid from?
This is part of my original
That's
thing that I responded with. I don't know. It seems pretty straightforward. What's that?
I agree. I was just asked to have you explain it. I don't know.
Well, the word ultimately means sort of at the end in finality and when all things are considered.
All agreements.
In is sort
Dumb
of like,
question. Is the Facebook account private? No.
I don't know, you're contained. Obviously I'm identifying myself. Humble. I don't want to be like, I kind of have too much of an ego to say I'm correct.
And when I say all of these things, this isn't me saying what I did was right. There's no problem with it. Let me just state on the record for the 900th time. I don't like my behavior back then. I think it was wrong. That's why it hasn't happened before or since, right? With that being said, the reason I present these arguments is because my bad behavior should be accurately described, right? I shouldn't be accused of doing something that I didn't do.
Opinion is a belief I hold. Targeting is the action of identifying somebody and then focusing on them in particular. A is a letter. Family is somebody you are linked to, usually through either marriage or blood ties. Member, as in...
We got raided by V... Say this. Can there be a worse look while I'm like covering this, talking about... I'm getting raided... I'm getting raided by ZV. What's up, my good pal? Via Key, thanks for the raid, man. Who's raiding next? Fucking Jeffrey Dahmer? Like,
Part of a group. Is this good? I'd like
I
to.
feel like you're
Do
doing
we
your
need to go on? I can get a fucking dictionary out if people need. I feel like this is an incredibly simple statement.
Yeah. Let me see. But yeah.
yeah, nobody on Earth thinks that making like jokes directed at somebody's family members is worse than doxing. So your statement is completely like moronic, right?
I need to. If this user wants to call in, you know, I feel like that'd be.
I mean, are we saying that Aiden does contest this? He didn't contest this to me on the call. Neither of us.
No, Denal, I'm letting you stay in chat because you're not being like super annoying about it. I don't like you, but like I'm only gonna ban you if you're being annoying in my chat, right?
Recorded this. Maybe this is a lesson. I need to stop being like, listen. Maybe I just need to fucking stop. Be like, listen. All calls are gonna be.
Do you want to?
now,
Do you mind?
whatever.
Do you mind moving over to the live channel in my server?
Who's dude. Okay. Sure.
Just like
where is the fucking channel?
It's like has a little pim. Are you?
Okay,
Are
cool.
you in
Give me
my
a sec.
server? You were, I think. Oh, he was. Here he is. Oh, you're just appearing offline. It's just a case, like, because I don't know. That's a weird thing to ask to be clarified because I feel like it is a very direct message.
I think I know why Inut had him join the live. I think Inut was gonna set it up for me to do an ambush, but I was fucking sleeping. I was literally sleeping. Which sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, I don't know why they're asking for it to be clarified. I agree with you on that. So, because at the end of the day, I don't think you'll talk to Aiden on a stream anyways. I think, I do want to say I do not believe neither of you recorded y'all's call between each other. There's no way two people that are, like, big in this space just didn't fucking record the call.
No, I didn't record it. I don't have a copy of it.
And Aiden claims he did.
Yeah, we agreed not to. So.
Yeah, when did that stop anybody?
Me? Why would I ever? I trust Beckett. I trusted Beckett to honestly recollect the details of what occurred. Okay? I trusted him. So, you know, and I respect the law. I would never break the law. California is two-party consent. It's a good thing I was on vacation over in the great state of Nevada when we had this call. But I haven't said I didn't do anything. But I will tell you, I respect the law. That's all I'll say. But I trust that we're both going to be honest about the events that occurred and accurately restate what's happened. Because surely we can trust Beckett to be honest.
Let's be so dead ass.
Generally, if I'm going to record a call, I'll tell somebody it's recorded. Generally, not always.
I will always do that too, unless I'm trying to save my own ass, right? I don't like, I feel like wrong recording somebody without their knowledge. It feels awkward as fuck. But if like you're somebody that has like demonstrably lied and it's going to be a situation where I can't trust you to accurately restate what's happened, I'm not going to release it, but I will maintain it in case you publicly lied about what's occurred if I need to, right? Everybody does this in like calls that aren't occurring with like, in calls that are occurring with people that they're in drama with, right?
But generally.
Exactly, that's my point, exactly.
But in this case, no, I didn't record it.
Yeah. And talking through it with fucking Gilded, right? Your tweet where you listed his fucking like the several language he's tried. Vlad has clarified a little bit of that to me, but I feel like Aiden's stance overall of what happened in the course of events that caused it to happen. In IC chat with him, like doxing Lia's wife or
Okay,
something.
so here's like the basic thing.
I've been consistent on this. These are all like, I don't know why we're doing this thing where as we talk about this situation and numerous contextual facts are laid out, we do the, well, which one is it? Well, which one? It's all of them. None of the things that are listed are mutually exclusive. It's all of them. What do you mean, which one is it? It's literally all. All.
Yeah.
Explanations very quickly become excuses. And
What a fucking homo, dude. Holy shit. Explanations very quickly become excuses. And this Aiden guy is not taking the accountability that I wish to see to make genuine, positive... And I wouldn't be saying this if Beckett doesn't do the stupid... Like, Beckett's community... Or no, Beckett's one of those people where he's like, this is moral figging. This is gay. Why are you moral figging? I just like laughing at people online. I don't insert morality. He said this. He's literally said this. So it's like very funny to watch him become like the, and by the way, that's a super pathetic mindset. You should absolutely apply your morality to your coverage, and you absolutely should. If you're commentating on the bad behavior of others, you absolutely should apply your moral standard when covering them. I don't know why you wouldn't fucking do that. It's not bad to say that something is immoral, right? It's not bad. But they'll say that they don't do this while like actively doing it. And this is literally what he's doing right now.
There's a difference between going, here is the order of events, versus here is all the reasons why I'm actually vindicated. Aiden is on the second path. It's not an order of events. It's not an explainer. It's a vindication play.
Okay.
Vindication play. On the doxing claim? Yeah. Yeah, 150%. 150%. On the me being an asshole and doing something wrong claim, I'm not vindicated. I accept that. I just didn't dox anybody, right?
Like, it doesn't matter, right? Aiden's the content creator. Aiden's the person who should know better. And at that point, like, giving a ton of fucking reasons, you can, like, give those and be like, yeah, I still spread dox information. And here are all the other things and why it's bad. And, like,
it's not even dox information, though. It literally isn't even, it is not dox information if the person themselves is giving it out and consenting to its connection to their online presence.
The other stuff. It's not. It's here are all the reasons that it vindicates me, and that's the frustration. All I want, and I've said this to Aiden, is him to own the position that what he did was wasn't just reckless. It was malicious. And maybe this is what triggers me a little bit.
Malicious. Where was the okay? It was what is his claim of my intent? What was his claim about my intent? Oh, well, his claim is that I wanted to harass her or something. Okay, why not send that in the ACC chat that I put all the people who joined just to talk about Lio into, where people would actually be likely to use that information? Why send it into the chat of edgy shitter retards who like shock humor? Obviously to be funny, right? To be funny for chat, and also to piss off Dickers, right? Because Dickers was like doing like the most shocked expression ever or whatever. So like I was kind of like what's the word I'm looking for here? I was being provocative while he was in the room as well. But the point remains these were jokes, right? I was doing it to be funny. If I wanted to get her harassed with this information, I would have sent it into the chat of people that were interested in the party in which the info belonged to. Not a private invite only, no leaks chat filled with people who didn't like when I talked about Laya because they weren't interested in the subject.
It's like, well, I was incredibly reckless and I was drunk. And you were pulling information like this while sober. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, what do you mean while sober? Where did I put in two? It was a single search. What are you talking about? The only piece of information that I knew about this woman prior came from Lio himself, and then Goat Cato sent me like a picture of her to make fun of her or whatever. Which we've already publicized. Where was I searching for this information? I haven't been interested.
I'm clearly having enough of these conversations with people that go sending you things. People had things on hand.
So my only issue
I
with that,
don't really. Go on.
I would say my only issue with that, right, is it never got far enough.
This
for
is
us
another
to see.
lie. I was searching for shit while sober. This is another lie. That's lie number 3, and we're being generous, okay? By doing it, because I could have counted another one. What did I agree on with Beckett during the call? That there was no reason to bring his wife into this, and there was no reason to, like, I was being an asshole and a dick, and that my actions were fucking reckless, right? That's what I agreed with. Aiden's victim. You admitted to... Okay, that's a good one, buddy.
If, like, he was going to take it further than just, being drunk and retarded in a private VC, right? So I'm not sure. So there's like uncertainty there of like what was he going to do with this information other than just to have it so he could like flaunt it at Lion, which I wouldn't care, right?
Hold on.
Also, this wasn't publicized until days after it happened, by the way. This didn't go public until days after it happened. So what would, so even in regards to the social consequence, when I sobered up the days after that, why didn't I do anything with that info? If that was my intent. Because you can't say because of the social consequence, when the social consequence hadn't even come yet. because it hadn't been publicized yet.
If you've got that information to flaunt it at Lio.
Not like
isn't-
publicly posting,
isn't-
like, oh, I know this stuff about your
Well,
life,
then why didn't I do? Then why didn't I go and do that?
you know. But
Well, how are you gonna float it? How are you gonna flaunt it at Lio anyway? If you're not doing
just
that,
to say that
because
he
if you're
has, I know, and I'm
well,
saying
okay,
that's
wait,
like,
so hold-
Why not put it on my Twitter? Why not send it into the ACC chat? Why not put it in my announcements? Why do it in the chat that explicitly had a no leaking rule? And before the, oh, well, stuff did get leaked there, yeah, like once a month, where people were moderated over that, right? But why would I send it into a chat of disinterested parties that were a part of my community, as opposed to the chat of all the tourists who had tuned in just because of their respective interests in this drama? This narrative makes absolutely no sense.
that is.
So we'd agree. I hope we'd agree that gathering information on somebody and then flaunting it to them in a threatening manner is like wrong, right? That's
Yes,
I think that would
yes.
still.
Wait.
I think that would almost.
When did I flaunt it to him? I made a joke before this incident happened. I made a joke saying, I'm going to call your wife in response to the Jax stuff where he was like doing it with Jax. I made a joke towards him about that, but I don't know her number. I never have. The only person that's accused me of that is Wick. So that's not even an actionable like comment to make. The information that I got like 2 months later or whatever in that why didn't I flaunt that to him?
Still come under
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that
definition
it's,
of what we're talking about with kind of with doxing, gathering people's
yes,
information. Right?
I'm not
I
saying
don't know if
it would
that's
be a
any
good
better.
thing. I think I would say it's better. Just because that information of that person is not being posted and spread. It's more just a verbalized like failed
Well,
threat.
verbalize, get in a call with me, or I'll release your wife's information. Yeah, that would have been far better.
Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I ever put the information in a place where Lio knew that I had it so I could then use that as an actionable threat? It also doesn't make any sense because when this was going on, my Lio coverage had ended. I announced on stream after the 12-hour one or whatever that we were done covering him unless he does something new. The Lio coverage had ended at this point. I was away in England. The Lio coverage ended before I left.
don't
Sorry,
know.
look at the chat. Fucking Dream's got. Don't ban Dreamer, dude. Or did you just delete his messages? Oh, he's trying to untime him out, man.
I think he means when you joked that you'd fuck his wife if Lio didn't debate you. Well, how would that joke be a leverageable threat if Lio couldn't see it or hear it?
Untime him out.
No, you've been lying about me in Morale, Dickers, and see, Denal, isn't it like kind of infuriating when somebody just keeps repeatedly lying about you? With that being said, I encourage you, Tyrone, to lie about Denal more. Anywhere and everywhere. Until Denal stops lying about me. Go crazy with your lies. I don't give a fuck. Lies. Not anything else. Lies.
Dude, just let it.
I mean, like, look, I'm happy to own the position that it was unfair of me to call Aiden a doxer. Said this to him. It's basically in the first tweet. I was annoyed at Aiden and the way he was trying to weasel his way out of this. I've said this to him, but yeah, it would
Weasel my way out. I accept that what I did was wrong. What I did was wrong. It was a dick move. Probably a little like it was super fucking reckless, right? It was super fucking reckless. And just like ultimately a really shitty thing to do, right? I've owned that. I'm not weaseling out of that. I'm just weaseling out of weaseling out is when you don't want a descriptor applied that isn't accurate or substantiated by the facts of what's actually occurred. So I guess I'm weaseling in that sense.
be more accurate, and I would normally be more accurate with people that it was spreading dox information. I feel like that tweet clarifies it. And it is a walkback of a stronger, more condemning position.
A stronger, more condemning... That's another lie. He's saying that he's walking back the stronger, more condemning position. You said in that tweet that targeting a family member is worse than doxing. So per your own admission, you're not walking back a stronger position. What are you talking about, you fucking retard? No wonder this fucking guy won't get in a call with me.
That seems to be what we agreed in our conversation, and he freaked out at me. I don't know.
I freaked out at you? This is the freak out, by the way. This is a freak out. Me coherently laying out my arguments. I'm not freaking, okay? I'm just obviously passionate about the subject, and there are a lot of facts surrounding it, so my response necessitates a certain amount of length for the sake of clarity. So I'm responding with that length. That's not freaking out.
What to say? Like, ultimately,
You're right, actually. I was having a psychotic break while I was typing it. I was banging my head against the desk as I typed it.
what annoys me, and Aiden knows this, is the constant retrospective justifications.
These are not everything I've laid. I'm sorry that the facts annoy you, Beckett. I'm really sorry about that. But I don't give a fuck. Why would I care that the facts annoy you? You've not disputed everything that I laid out, by the way. Is he contesting any of that? So if you're annoyed by facts that are relevant to the context. Sucks to suck, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
It's the worming out of it. Of, actually, I didn't do anything wrong, guys. It was totally kosher.
Another lie. Another lie. That's actually, you know what? That's exactly what I said, guys. I didn't do anything wrong. That's what I'm totally saying, right? 5. Ace raid? Ace Howler is not going to want to raid this one. Ace, that's it. I don't think Ace knew what I was talking about before he raided. Holy shit.
That's how it comes across. That's my issue.
But thank you for the raid anyway. I appreciate it.
Stop doing that, and I'll stop fighting with you.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't my message to him in April as well. Like, if you go to my original tweet, I messaged him in April on Discord and said this to him. I don't think that it is, you do this thing and you are fucked forever, by any means.
I don't need you to tell me that. I obviously know that making gross jokes about somebody in private while you're like a drunken 20-year-old is not something that we need to have a whole conversation about the capacity for change over, right? That's something that someone could conceivably do and change from, right? I don't really need your permission, I guess, but thanks anyways. Thanks.
But if you're going to constantly try and litigate this so that somehow your, like, reputation becomes neutral again, or you're the good guy.
My reputation becomes neutral again. I've gotten my viewership back. My sub count's gone beyond where it was prior. All the connections I lost, with the exception of Beckett, have been reestablished. Well, not all of them. Some of them have not been reestablished for other reasons, right? Well, I've literally gotten back everything and more. It's not, I just want the truth to be out there, right? So I'm going to refute it if somebody's saying something that isn't true. Not because I need to get in people's good graces again. I mean, I'm not some like fucking, I'm not the Pope here. I'm not like some loved figure. Everyone who's going to hate me is going to hate me, and they still do. But the people that I lost who liked me at first have seemingly come back. So I mean, it's like, I'm not really fighting for them at this point, am I?
Yeah, fuck off. Why should I bother?
Yeah, that's fair. I can see like your side of being pissed about it because you were there talking to him when it happened, or not when it happened, but like post, like get post night clarity with him and everything. So,
yeah, unfortunately, this is the sort of thing that people are going to bring up to attack you when you're in a drama like the one you're in with DGG. But you have to just sort of deal with it. Everyone's got stuff like this.
Yeah, it's fine. I will deal with it. I did deal with it, right? I literally dealt with it to the extent where I had DMs from Wick to a woman demonstrating that he was knowingly lying in his recollection of the situation. So yeah, I dealt with it.
Everyone's got stuff like this that they're going to use, right?
mm-hmm.
I'm sure, like if I was in a drama about DMs being,
I'm not complaining about. You can use it. You can use it. I'm just gonna respond if it's not accurate. Do what you want, but I'm gonna do what I fucking want in response, which would be, if you're not saying something that's accurate, refuting it with commentary, which is what we do.
leaked, I'm sure people would bring up the Destiny stuff with me. They go, well, what about the time you brought out the Pixie messages? And I'd have to eat that and go, yeah, I fucked up. There wouldn't be, like, there's no good rationale. And also the thing, this was 6 months ago. Bro, what do you mean? That is this year. That is your last core drama. Like, you can't just be like, oh,
My first and last, yeah.
6 months ago, guys. Bro is talking about.
Well, it's not just that it was 6 months ago, it's what's occurred within those 6 months, right? And now, are we at 7 now? Sorry, no, we're gonna be at 7. I mean, 6 months, like when you're in your first major fucking drama where you're at the center of it, that might as well be like a year. Like, I legitimately lost, and I'm not saying that as like I'm a victim. I fucked up, right? I did this to myself, but I lost like connections. I was in like some of the worst social setting I've ever been in, etc. Like, you know, that was a long 6 months for me. It was 6 months of trying to fight back to like get back to where I was. Like, it was a very fucking long 6 months. But 6 months is 6 months. That's half a year ago. Yeah, it's a pretty good duration of time.
Things Lio did years and years ago, and it's still apparently relevant.
Yeah, because Lio fights accurate descriptions of what he did, right? Like, I didn't even run with every claim about Lio. Malcolm wanted to call Lio a groomer, and I argued with Malcolm about this. I argued with Malcolm about the usage of that label. I didn't try to run with labels that weren't accurate, in my opinion, against Lio. At the time, when I was in the middle of the coverage, I was arguing against Malcolm for the, like, groomer claim or whatever, right? Anyone who was watching can remember that. There's just accurate descriptions of what Lio did, and then Beckett, somebody who supposedly doesn't like the excuses, provides infinite minimizations, and Lio still does to this day, down to the argument they keep doing that Rosa was smarter than she's been made out to be. Rosa is under a fucking conservatorship. She has the rights of a child. Like, she literally is going to be under the care of adults for the rest of her life. What do you mean she's smarter than they're making her out to be? That's how fucking pedophiles talk about kids. No, Rosa is so mentally disabled, she can't take care of herself. She's a ward of her parents.
It just seems completely fucking retarded. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes
I
sense.
feel like I walked back and we had a long conversation. It seemed fine. I'm surprised he freaked out. I thought that message would be fine.
I think, as I said, I just believe it's the semantics of the situation. And him, from the sounds of it, misunderstood what you were posting. Or what you were.
Well, I don't understand how he can retweet. I don't understand how he can read Vlad's tweets and go, look, listen, he could have misread things, sure. And the things in that call were crazy to say. They were a joke, but they're still like crazy things to say. But let's not make it something it's not. Aiden wasn't like planning to turn up at Lio's house and rape his wife.
Yeah.
But like Vlad's like saying the same thing I am. I don't know if it comes down to semantics. Again, I feel like this is fairly straightforward and clear. You just showed me a message being like, can you clarify this? And I feel like my language is pretty clear. We all speak English here.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that
No,
fucking crazy.
like, I mean,
Okay, that's awesome. You're allowed to say what you want to say. I've disputed it, right? I've disputed it.
the chatter asked, man. And it's like, okay, let's see if there's any deeper meaning to this. So
Watch Aiden's last stream and watch the live chat reply and see how many retards are coming in and spamming about this. That's why it's been brought back up. Well, like, yeah, they're going to. He's in the middle of a Destiny. Like, Aiden seems to think that he can handwave this and go, well, actually, nobody's claiming that I'm a doctor. And it's like, well, people have shifted their position and done like new information. And we were harsher because of the fact that he targeted someone's wife.
That's not
Aiden-
no. People were harsher because they thought I was a doxer. Because Beckett forgot, right? It's so funny too. Beckett literally said to me in DMs that he forgot that Lio's wife's face had already been publicized and identified by him through the Kumo video. He said he forgot about the Kumo video at the time of his coverage. And I haven't even, like, really gone hard on that one, because I don't need to be, like, start doing the mind reading shit. It's like, sure, I guess you forgot, right? I guess you forgot. But let's not pretend like you would ever apply the same grace to me, right? Like the grace from Lio's misspeak. If I misspoke like this, everybody would say I was lying, because it is infinite charitability for Lio and none for his detractors.
Another night, Jordan, we could not find anybody who would take Jordan in for the night. So we told Jordan, and we were spitballing these things. So it wasn't something that went into action, but a spitballing idea.
We told Jordan. So to be clear, Lio did give this idea to the child.
Was for Jordan to keep a phone or something on recording in case somebody came in, so they could at least.
No, that was
something to
definitely me
the police.
misspeaking. I did not actually tell Jordan any of that. None of us did.
That was a misspeak. Okay.
Like, if I tried to use that, they'd just say I'm lying. They would just say I'm fucking lying.
Undoubtedly. But the idea that Aiden was treated more harshly than he should have been, I think is fucking crazy. Like, again, anybody else who went after someone's family member, you'd be fucked. You'd be fucked. There'd be, like, literally no route back. People
Making jokes about somebody's family member that they've publicly identified that they have And also, why are you saying they'd be fucked? Your good friend and Discord mod and associate admits and demonstrably disseminated photos of Lyo's wife in a 20,000 view video while making fun of it. So you can't say that if anyone else did this, they'd be fucked. You're literally friends with the guy that did it. You're friends with Lyo himself, who is engaged in a pattern of behavior that is way fucking worse.
People are high if they think otherwise. You don't go after. You certainly like. There are taboos about talking about people's family members. I mean, isn't this the whole like Parry Aiden thing? Like this year it got brought up between the two of them with like Aiden's stepdad or whatever, and people were like, "Oof, that's a little bit far." And Aiden,
When have I ever said that it was? I didn't combat that by saying Parry went too far. I combated that by doing back to him what he was trying to do to me. Right? I didn't say, "Oh, this was too far." No, he tried to fuck me over, so I fucked him back over, and I went horribly for him.
Aiden bring up stuff about.
I don't even have a stepdad, also.
His
So.
family. Oh, that's a bit far. Aiden is directly talking about the information of a family member or debating whether they're a public figure. It's absolutely fucking absurd. And like, yes, people were obviously going to freak out. He's going to have to live with that.
Yeah.
Frankly, in some ways, if people are like, oh, he's spreading
I
dox
am living
information,
with it.
that
I am living with it. But if you lie, I'm gonna come at you and refute the lie, and then expect you to debate me. Yes. Okay? I'm totally fine with you doing that, but you gotta be fine with me defending myself if you lie.
is probably the lesser of the issues here. And I'd be like grateful that people aren't latching onto that. Because yes, it's like that level of unhingedness. It does look worse. Sorry. Aiden is not hand-waving it. He keeps addressing it over and over again at length. Yeah, he needs to stop looping on it. That's part of the problem.
So I'm hand waving it, but I need to stop looping on it.
Can't control that. Aiden needs to just like either ignore it when it comes up in chat or just hand wave it and say, I've addressed this. I'm not doing it again.
So-
You can do that, by the way, if it's brought up in a conversation with you. You can just go, I'm not addressing this again.
So
I've talked about it at length.
But why? Why would I do that?
It's irrelevant.
So the
I'm
chat-
not complaining about like I'm just I'm responding here. I'm not saying that I'm being forced to respond against my will, right? I know what I'm doing. I'm just choosing to.
chatter that asked you to clarify the picture I sent you.
Yeah, if you lie about me, I'm going to defend myself. You got to get used to that.
They're calling it, so
Sure.
they can directly ask what they want to ask.
Okay, this
Hello.
is I think where it might get good.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh no, never mind. Is
Hi,
that
what's
a,
up?
Is that a
Hi.
bayou?
Well,
You can hear me?
yeah, we can hear you. The floor is yours.
All right. So Beckett, I guess my main concern or question is why are you like pussyfoot around like the whole fucking thing about calling to Aiden's like clearly you care like enough to be constantly replying. So like, and you said earlier that you're just like just because you can be an asshole and not do it because you think it's funny. But like if you truly think like Aiden's like this fucking like worse than doctor in your own words, like why the fuck you don't just call him or call in? And, like what's the point of being like a pussy about it? Like what's up?
Because I think it's like really funny, like not to, and like he's like okay, he doesn't talk like that, but he's like crying while he says it.
It's far funnier to do this than watch him spiral out.
Does he actually like think anyone is buying this cope? This is unironically Destiny levels of cope when it's a 5D chess move that he said he had a mole in the server for 2 years in the 1-year-old server. I'm not calling in because it's like really funny and stuff to not call in. What a pussy, dude. Who does he think is like falling for this?
Well,
Have you considered that you kind of look like a faggot during the whole thing?
Okay.
Whoa, dude, face.
What's the language?
I mean, if you can't tell, he's allowed to say it.
I mean, who gives a shit?
You do clearly enough. So why you don't call in to like sort everything out?
I mean, you're asking me the same question. I'm gonna give you the same answer. I'm here talking about it now. I'm talking about it on Twitter.
Well,
yeah,
you're calling.
The only people like Skeletox, for example, he's invested. A lot of people who have been scorned by me in other ways are trying to get back through this drama, which is what they were doing at the time. Skeletox, for example, is mad that I've publicly dunked on him for participating in a server where women's nudes were distributed without their consent, right? In the now recording Gooner drama or whatever. And he doesn't like that I dunk on him for that every time he replies to me. He's like, I've been forgiven, or whatever. And then the person that he did it to is like in reply saying, no, you fucking haven't. So I don't know what that's about.
into some fucking nobody stream about like,
Yeah, I
just
know.
call
I
it.
have
Listen, okay, hold on.
300
This shit doesn't really work with me. I pick up the phone constantly to basically everyone. So like doing the whole phone running is fucking nonsense. I pick up the phone to everyone. If I'm choosing not to in this case,
No, you don't. You're not doing it to me.
because I think it's funny. You can listen. You can do this. You can be like, oh my god, you're scared. You're running back. Listen, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Okay, I think this is funnier. It's fun to watch Aiden spiral.
I don't care. That's why you're like in like private like meetings with Lio to try to find a new angle to the Facebook, where you're like lying that the Facebook is locked down despite evidence of like 19,000. You obviously care. You very obviously care about this. I don't know why you're lying that you don't. You're just too much of a bitch to call in and defend your arguments because you know I'd destroy you on it.
And deny him the conversation, which is what he really wants. So that's what I'm gonna do.
It's 12 p.m. my time, so it's probably like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. for you. So like, you clearly.
Bro, you've been mauling about this for months? No, I've been responding to people lying about it, right? I've been providing counter arguments, which many have accepted, right? Gilded walked it back, Beckett walked it back, and private per his own admission as well. He's later now walked back on the walk back. No, I've just been providing counter arguments to lies that have been made, and it seems to have convinced people, so. It's like weird that like some people are molding so much that they want to keep lying about it, despite evidence contesting the narrative they perpetuate. Like, you could just flip this back on like the people doing it. It's like, why have you guys been looping on this? Provided the evidence, right? You're not seemingly contesting the evidence, so why do you guys keep looping on this? A little bit obsessive, don't you think?
Care enough to be on this fucking ship.
I've
But you
literally
won't call
spoken
in.
up.
You're being a fucking pussy and you're a fatty, dude.
An hour ago.
You fucking kill yourself.
Okay, well that was insightful.
That was
Anyway,
productive. That was productive. Okay.
yeah, no, that was helpful. Okay, it doesn't really clarify anything about the
You
messages.
repeated yourself in this whole stream for the past 1 hour. Yeah, and you haven't contested it, right?
Yeah, the idea that Aiden's worse than Doxer as well. It's like the action is worse than doxing. I'm happy to walk back the fact that Aiden doxed, I guess. But yeah, overall, I just like I don't know. This is where we're at.
Yeah, I mean,
If Aiden stops spiraling about this, I'll stop being mean about him.
How am I? I'm sorry. Me refuting with evidence in a clear manner, right? I'm not saying anything that's irrational. Me providing my premises, providing evidence to substantiate it, albeit in a long manner, because there's a lot of information pertaining to the situation. That's spiraling. No, it's spiraling to keep trying to pull shit out of your ass. And I don't know how you have room with Lio's dick shoved up it, but it's spiraling to try to keep pulling shit out of your ass and lying to save your failing argument that you've already walked back on, that I would destroy you on in 2 seconds, which is why you're too much of a pussy bitch to call in and face me on it. And then you're also lying about that, saying you're doing it because it's funny, which nobody buys, and it just makes you look more like a liar because you are one.
It's pretty simple.
What if Aiden called into the INUT stream?
I was sleeping during that. I was unironically sleeping during this.
I don't really mind. Look, I'm going to say the same things that I've said before, but
Just on a public platform.
I don't know where we're getting. Like, none of this gets anywhere. This is my biggest frustration with Aiden, I suppose. Like, if I talk to most people, I feel like you have a conversation and it resolves something, or at least you hit a point where you don't need to talk about it again. With Aiden, every single conversation I ever have with Aiden.
Yeah, because most people you talk to, you're probably willing to concede to them with the tiniest bit of pushback. You perceive me as somebody with minimal social standing and respect, so you're not somebody that needs to provide me with a concession, and you're somebody that has vested interest in the continuous defense of Lio and the smearing of my coverage of him to achieve that. So this is an exceptional argument for you, and one that you're completely unwilling to concede on, which is why you're not getting anywhere. You'll be provided with evidence that actively refutes the statement you make, but won't concede. You'll either walk it back and then restate it or find some other reason it applies, or move the goalpost, or ignore it, right? Like, it only keeps going because you won't concede.
Leads to a month later request for exactly the same fucking conversation, because it's like talking to a brick wall. And it just stops being fun at some point.
I feel like to the extent
I don't let you get away with lying. Yeah, I know. You just want me to like believe the lies, which I'm not gonna do. Sure.
he was someone that operates though that if the call happens live.
What, you mean a
probably
retard? Yeah.
Well, just like the
I
call
don't know.
happens
Maybe
live. I
maybe
feel
we
like
can do it like he has to do we have to do the whole thing while playing a bot lane together
Look,
in League of Legends.
How about
And he has to play.
I will be the wick of the call. Okay?
No, I don't listen. I don't care about
I will be
moderator.
Wick.
No, it needs to be funny.
I will be
I need
Wick,
an
I will
instance.
By the way, guys, if you want to help us hit $10 on this stream, a great way to support us is by tipping through Streamlabs, Super Chat, and all that good stuff. I know this might be boring to some people. We're going to go to the non-Aiden related drama as soon as this is done, which should be... We'll skip through it a little bit.
With one of you and make
Someone
it
offered
very
me
clear.
money, actually. Someone offered me money to call in, and I turned that down. No, it needs
Yeah,
an incentive for it to be funny. Like, I don't know. I'm leaning towards he has to come and play League of Legends.
Yeah, but that means then
He
you have to
bot
make
lane on
a
League of
UK
Legends and
account. Okay.
Yeah, he does. I'd have to make an account as well. I don't have a League of Legends account anymore.
Oh.
And then, well, they offered.
Anyway, Tyrone makes Aiden proud. Respond to my tweet. It's going to be a bad look, and I will torment Aiden with how you run and prove me right. Well, Denal, why don't you and Tyrone get in VC right now? I'll host it and moderate. Surely you're not going to run, right?
Offered me $500. So
at some point, someone probably did it for free, which is probably either
I think a few people have done it.
Go to the morale call in. Yeah, we'll skip towards that. Who calls in here? Out of curiosity.
And
Yeah, sure. Tim can join.
Oh my god. The out of everyone that's a detractor of mine, they're pulling out. This is the best of the best right now. Okay? The best of the best. I'm actually shaking right now in my chair for what's about to be said because I know Simp Man never misses.
What's it, man?
Hey, hello. There we go.
What's up,
Wait,
man?
hold on. One second. Wait, Beckett, I have a better idea than League. You and Aiden watch the Goat Cadu documentary while you work this out. What, you mean like watch Hidden's Goat documentary and we're like not allowed to pause it? That could be really interesting. That's actually not a terrible idea, Tyrone.
Okay.
Yo, thank you for the 5, Mrs. Soap and Clay. Team Tyrone. Much appreciated. If you also want to express your support to Tyrone, he said the best way you could help him out is by leaving tips on my stream. So, help us out.
You can talk now, man.
All right. Thank you. All right. I just had a quick question because I was just wondering because obviously, so you're saying that past arguments that Aiden were making to justify his actions of what he did then are being erased because now he's going with new surfaced arguments that he's finding.
None of these arguments contradict each other. You just list a set of facts I've provided and then pretend like they're each like a new, refuting the old, like a new argument that refutes the old. No, this is a multifaceted situation. There are various facts to be presented and various co-occurring arguments, right? All of these things that I've said are still true. It's just they don't exist in isolation.
Finding like new information's coming out to give credit towards justification of what he was doing. Is that what?
Well, it's constantly new arguments. So for instance, originally we started with what? Like he was drunk, and then Goat gave him the picture, right? That was, I think.
No. If anything, the only thing I was dishonest about at the start was Goat giving me that picture. I wasn't coming forward with that at the time because I didn't want her name involved, right? So I didn't add that fact at the start. She admits to that. That's not even in contention, right? That she did that. That's the only thing I think I wasn't like as forthcoming about, right? Because I was trying to be loyal to somebody that was ready to throw me under the bus. But but as it pertains to the Goat shit, like that, I never claimed that's where I sourced it from. It's always been I got it from the YouTube channel, and that same channel I've provided proof to everybody who has requested it of that it exists. A random chatter just searched up Live Convoy version yesterday, and it was the top result. Nobody's contesting that this channel exists. I've always said that's where I got the info from. I've always said this, like always.
I think that was the first one. And then it moved on to...
It didn't move. There's no move.
Probably about a month into this. Well, actually, Vlad and Kumu doxed her.
Well, they did. They did. Vlad admits it, and Lio I don't know the Kumo guy or whatever, but Kumo put it in his video. That's also true.
And then it was, and this video doxed her. But importantly, all through the...
What is it? Why does he keep doing and then? It's just and. It's literally just and. All of these things are still true. All of these things are still true and exist together. So why are you doing this weird thing where you pretend like each fact is mutually exclusive with the previous ones?
these arguments, Aiden has been going, well, actually, other people doxed Lio's wife. Now we're on the Facebook thing, and maybe she's a public figure.
No, it's not a, well, other people, it's, all of this goes to show that Lio only considered this PII when a known critic was disseminating it for the 8,000th time. For the 8,000th time, right?
Which would make it not doxing. Well, if Aiden believed that, he would have said it from the fucking beginning. He didn't. He tried to pin the blame of spreading PII onto other people.
I said from the beginning that it wasn't doxing. And what do you mean? What would I have said from the beginning? If I believed that, I would have said that from the beginning. I didn't know where each specific fucking fact or each specific instance of publicization came from, right? I had to be informed that Gilda did it, while Beckett's saying if somebody did something like this, they'd be nuked out of orbit. Meanwhile, the guy he's standing next to, his friend, did it in a 20,000 view video. I had to find that out through somebody that watched me. They didn't tell me that. And in regards to Kumo, Beckett conveniently forgot.
And he's continued to do this. So it can't be both, right? It can't be, I thought this information was private, but other people dug it up.
I never said I thought this I never said that.
And the information isn't private. Those are directly contradictory.
But okay, it's a good thing I never said the first part of that.
He's using this Facebook thing to try
What if Vlad called you a doxer again? What would you do? Just give the same argument?
and fully exonerate himself, and that's what I have an issue with currently. Along with the fact that this is what he's been doing for the past 6 months to try.
He just invented a statement that I never made to make any of this look contradictory. All of these are just co-occurring facts. There's no contradiction. Why doesn't he get his ass and fucking call and demonstrate the contradiction to me?
And find any angle where he's no longer.
Oh, that's right. That's right. His argument is so strong that he can't even get in a call and defend that. Right, I forgot.
Longer the villain.
I agree. That is clearly one of the issues. I do also
The
think
villain?
that, what Ida was saying earlier as
The
well.
villain.
Like, I guess the
The villain is crazy. Yeah, I'm the villain. That's actually kind of cool. You know what? I'm the commentary villain. It's so gay.
what were you saying? He was getting harassed by the DGG community now?
Yeah, it's all a compilation where he's trying to clear himself of anything to be used against him.
Okay, there's two parts to this. Firstly, again, you can go and read the message in the tweet that I sent to him in April. It's clear that the constant weaseling has annoyed me more than anything else. Obviously, as I say in the tweet, I'm somebody who like
Where's the weasel?
openly
Yeah, I'm the one that's being a weasel here.
work with people getting better from doing fucking stupid shit. It is very rare for me to completely close the door on anybody. But the weaseling and the constant retroactive justification.
There's no weaseling. You're the one that's being the fucking weasel, and if I can't demonstrate to you how you have been a weasel, and if I can't demonstrate to you that I didn't contradict myself, when you call in, I'll give you 100 USD. The problem is that's never gonna happen because you're not gonna call in, and if you even did, work up the fucking balls to call in here and defend your position that you're so confident about, right? The argument would completely crumble.
Have obviously pissed me off quite a lot. I just think it's intensely shitty behavior.
Yeah, like justifications like when Lio is arguing that the woman who he threatened to remain in a 4-hour call to be verbally and emotionally abused was actually smarter than she seems, when that same woman is so mentally disabled, she's under a conservatorship, her parents are in charge of her affairs, and when you listen to her talk for 2 seconds, you understand she's at the developmental level of a child, mentally speaking. Justifications like that, like she wasn't as immature as they made her out to be, shit like that, that's what you don't like? That's weird, isn't it? That's really weird, because I could have sworn you're buds with Lio.
What did you say? What was the last sentence you said, Simpman?
Oh, I was saying that the DGG community is also piled onto
Oh,
him
yeah,
now, so-
okay. And one thing that he needs to get over is he can make any argument he wants. DGG aren't going to care. There is no
I know. That's fine.
argument he can make where he can deflect this. Because DGG don't care whether I think he's a doxer or spreading dox info.
Yeah, I've no shit that people who want to lie about me are gonna lie, right? I make the argument anyone who would be convinced will be convinced, right? Like anyone who's receptive to a line of argumentation and doesn't have motivation for this to go one way or another. People who have no stakes in this, right? And I've watched people get convinced on it.
Information or completely vindicated. They don't give a shit. They're fighting with him, and they will use anything they can. He's not dealing with people who are interested in the facts and logic of the situation. He's dealing with DG.
Yeah, obviously, no shit.
And
Just like you. You're not interested in the facts either.
At some point, he needs to get used to the idea that there isn't an argument he can make to these people that they're suddenly going to go, oh yeah, no, that's fine. These are the same people.
No, I know there are always going to be people that lie online. Obviously, no shit.
People who, when Connor brought out this stuff about Destiny and this Brit girl, now again, I don't think there's enough evidence, at least from what I've seen, to be making claims to that level. But the response from DGG was, "Who cares? Who cares if Destiny was sexting images?"
Yeah, obviously no shit. But it's so funny that you can recognize the dishonesty coming from DGG and then actively engage in it yourself.
Having sexual conversations around sending images of this woman's actual children. They're consenting adults. These people are out their fucking minds. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Just literally be like.
If anything on this matter, you might be even a little worse than DGG because you know the context, you know the details involved, and you're being obtuse on purpose because you have vested interest in sweeping for some other guy, right? It's like they know they're lying, sure, just like you do. But they also, it's probably like they don't care all that much. The details are a little in the weeds, right? A lot of them just don't keep arguing it. When you provide the counter argument, they'll just move on or state it again somewhere else, right? After the fact. But it's like you're worse because you know all these details.
Like, already discussed it, don't care, stop deflecting.
Okay, I definitely agree with that. This guy's doing the 9/11 was bad, and people are saying, yeah, no shit, DGG lies. Yeah, no shit, this is a total pivot.
If they bring it up, just be like, it doesn't matter. I've already addressed this. Fuck off. Stop deflecting. It's very easy. Yep. It's classic debate bro tactics. That's a...
But I'm not gonna... why would I...
What aboutism? He should know this. Why isn't he doing that?
When I talked to Beckett, his answer... Well, I would have seen it if you gave me $5 to go to Burger, which you didn't. So I'm actually never gonna watch your... I'm kidding, I'll watch your call. Let's skip to the morale call-in.
Willie's gone. I've heard.
Yeah, we tend not to completely burn like. Yeah. There's a difference between being a random chatter in a call and being the content creator.
Yes. So
we're not treated the same. Aiden has been around a long time, should know better. That's the baseline of this. So and this is also the problem of like, well, I was drunk, guys. It's like, well, it seems like you were looking at information more sober.
That's a lie. What information was I looking? I was looking at information sober after the fact to prove my claims, and I've admitted that. But prior to that, no. After the fact, to refute lies about where things were sourced from, etc. Yes, I looked at shit after like while I was sober, right? In an appropriate manner, because I have the right to litigate my own defense. But where is he saying that prior to that, I was looking at her shit while sober?
And like this has been something that had been spiraling in your head beforehand. I don't think the claim was ever.
That's another lie. That's two.
What, you like managed to dig all this information up while you were fucking.
All of this information, it all came from a YouTube channel, which I've shown everybody involved. That's still up to this day. That you can go verify exists for yourself. We know where I got it.
Fucking hammered.
All of this information.
And on the other side.
All of this information. Thank you for the 5, just your nightmare. I'll give you a burger for you to check DMs. And also, I'm going to do a Beckett here. If you believe this, why didn't you say it at the time? Why is this argument now only being made and this claim now only being made because I've refuted the first part of your argument? That's 2. I'll check DMs. Hold on.
Side of it, it's like if and like yeah, no, it's irrelevant to some extent with this Facebook shit. It's like you can't come in retrospectively and be like, actually all this information I thought was private was public.
Wait, it was Lumpy Willie that said, yeah.
Like I've never seen anyone try to do this, by the way. It's just fucking crazy. Because like part of the problem is as well, like to even know to go to look for that information, you need the baseline of Lio's wife's information, right? You need her name to like unless you are going through Lio's Facebook, seemingly looking at every single comment. To try and...
You do, right? Which is what I searched. First name, Lio Convoy. And I presented the log of that search. In fact... I'll do it again. Like, I presented, like, I don't understand, like, how you're still confused. I don't know what is, like, confusing about this. I've literally sent exactly what I searched. I've sent logs to nobody's disputed these logs. The channel's been verified to be true. What are you possibly confused about? This is what I searched. This is the exact date and time that it occurred.
Find whether they've made this information public, which at that point, I don't know if that's, I don't know if, I don't know. That's certainly like the gathering of information. It's almost just justifying the docs.
So
I don't know. It is.
Here it, like, even at the time, I said to Dickers, we can go through my whole search history if you want. Like, I trust you not to leak, like, the shit that's irrelevant to this. I'll give you my full fucking search history. I offered that on his stream at the time.
In fact, actually just justifying the docs. It's, like, completely fucking absurd.
I think overall, like, with what, and I'm gonna piggyback right off of what Mitch just said in chat, right, where she's
like, you know what's obsessive? That you just need to keep lying about this. That I can present you evidence proving the contrary, and you keep looping on the lie and walking back your claims to go make new ones, and it was doxing. Oh, you've disproved that it was doxing? Okay, well, actually, it was something else that was worse than doxing, even though the main original criticism is that it was doxing. It's like, you're the one that's looping on this. You're the one that's obsessed about this. The facts are here and they haven't changed. The facts have been presented. The facts have been substantiated. You have no good counter argument or rebuttal to them. And you just need to keep, like, looping and, like, fucking walking back your own takes. Like, fuck it, I'll say it. Actually, it was worse than doxing. Actually, he had an intent to dox. Actually, like, it's literally you. It's all you.
She says he drunk search name on YouTube. Like,
yeah, but
if that is like the initial claim of how he found.
No, but Dickers disputes this.
No, he doesn't now. I literally brought this up to. No, he doesn't. Dickers disputed it at the time. We talked about this in call like 2 days ago. I showed him that, like, the logs, everything. He did not dispute this. I don't know what he's gonna say on that publicly, but he didn't dispute this when we were in call.
Dickers says that they were because Dickers said that they were talking about this. He was talking about this all through the fucking night.
Oh, that
was like checking on Lyo's Kiwi Farms, yeah, and he's obviously
checking on Lyo's. Yeah, no. What Dickers said was that he saw me on Kiwi Farms at a bar, which I've disputed since the day he claimed that, and I was so mad about. I stopped talking to Dickers over that statement because it never happened. And I even considered for a moment, you know, I've been very drunk. That could have happened. Maybe I'm forgetting. So I went through my whole search history, which I offered to provide to him at the time, and he turned down, right? And verified that I was never on Kiwi Farms while I was in England at that point, right? I, for a second, thought Kiwi Farms was banned in England because it wasn't coming up when you just searched it, right? And there was like a misconception that you couldn't use it. So I'm like, fuck, I'm totally vindicated on this. You can't even use it in England, which isn't true, by the way. Found out you can use it in England. But, like, I don't...
aware of Lyo's Kiwi Farms, and he references that information being on Lyo's Kiwi Farms. So when
now, after the fact, because somebody claimed that's where I derived it, so I went to verify that.
It comes to, oh yeah, I just drunk searched this name, dude.
Which is exactly what happened, which I've provided logs of that you haven't refuted, which I've proven the channel that came up in search results exists and exists to this day. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
To YouTube. Like, yeah, no, just drunkenly was searching for his wife. I just don't believe you, actually.
I'm sorry. Dickers watched me. Dickers watched me drink. Dickers doesn't dispute that I was drunk.
At what point during this drunken night Aiden was out, did he go, like, YouTube search this, watch the video, and then start to, no, like, Dickers was with him. Dickers disputes this.
We were in my hotel room while I was drunk. Dickers doesn't dispute that I was drunk. I've given Dickers the logs. He hasn't disputed this.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, to question that part would be to question Dickers' fucking, what's it called? His word on that.
And who am I gonna believe? Aiden, who's apparently too drunk to really remember what was going on, or Dickers, who was sober and has maintained this.
Dickers didn't claim that I was on Kiwi Farms in the hotel when this happened. Dickers has not maintained that. Dickers said, I searched Kiwi Farms at a bar. I offered to provide my search history to demonstrate that didn't happen, which he turned down at the time. When we called last time, he wasn't still defending that claim. So I don't know if he still does. But, like, I don't know what to tell you.
This position all the way through this shit.
Yeah.
Dickers doesn't dispute that What? Why is he pretending like Dickers agrees with this?
I think trying to think with it, right, is when it comes to the two sides of it, like, yes, Sticker's saying that, but at what time, what is the timeline at this point?
He doesn't still defend that. When I spoke to him in call the other day, he was not still talking about the Kiwi Farms bar shit.
Like, did Aiden find this at first through, like, the YouTube search he's claiming, and then fucking London trip happens? And as you said, he's personally invested, and I've heard from other people that have spoken with Aiden that there are personal reasons, which I don't know what the personal reasons are, those haven't been disclosed, and which it sounds like you know about them as well, is that he had these personal reasons why he got emotionally attached to the situation. So, at what point is it a lie where he's saying that he was drunk, searching shit up on YouTube, searched the prompt of you and I.
I've been drunk many times. I've never searched for anyone's family members.
He's hyper fixated on someone emotionally, which again,
I haven't been drunk many times up until that point. I've never even had a fake ID. I was 20 years old, under the drinking age in the United States. I didn't have a lot of experience with alcohol, and when I went to England, I just became a full-fledged, like, fucking alcoholic for a little bit. Like, I was getting, like, fucked, like, every day. I don't drink now. Right, like I wasn't drunk many times prior to that point. I had and I haven't gone to many parties, but I've drunk at parties I've gone to, and there was like the thing that turned me off like hard liquor was when I went to one party once and I ended up like getting like not peer pressured or whatever, but peer convinced, okay, peer urged into drinking. Getting drunk enough where they could convince me to drink it, and then drinking more, and then more, and then more. And I got, like, I literally almost fucking died that night, so.
Again, you know the reasoning of, I don't.
Yeah, I just don't believe him.
I'm just saying,
right,
at what
I provided the logs. You can, I guess, not agree with, like, evidence? You don't even have to take my word for it.
the timeline is to say that didn't happen, but then he delved further into it, is the point I'm making with that.
Yeah, well, at some point,
Does that make sense?
this information, in my opinion, and that's like intent, right? He can't just blame all of this on being drunk. That's fucking absurd.
I literally was drunk. I was like, obviously, you can literally listen to the call where I'm obviously drunk.
I mean, yeah, right. It's like saying that someone just because they're autistic, right? That they like pedophile, right? And it's like, oh well, they didn't know they're doing autistic. Yes, of course, right? Using drunk as an excuse, but it's more of.
I thought Aiden said he found a vid about. Yes, I found a vid. Yes, but I thought it's because I've done that since that has been how I said I've got it since the fucking start. That has never changed. So I don't know like how you're like this guy's like still doing I'm so confused, guys. I'm so confused. Well, if you're confused, we can run through every claim I've made in call, and you could ask me any question you want, and I'll provide any receipt you want me to provide, and we'll see how confused you still are. Except you won't do that because you're not actually confused. You're just fucking dishonest. Patrick with the 3. Beckett needs to put the broom down. He can literally say you were going to go to Lyo's house and kidnap his wife and use her as a punching bag in your underground bunker in Israel. And his fans will believe that a second thought true.
The circumstances, because in that call even that was shown, he's drunk. Like, I'm pretty sure, isn't he drunk in the call, nice check call, where he's fucking showing the photo.
He was faking it. I was faking being drunk. When I drank in front of Dickers, when I downed that entire bottle of wine and the multiple gin and tonics, it was water. It was all water. I had pre-filled the cans and the bottles. I had pre-filled them for his arrival, just so I could pretend like I was drunk. I'd planned the whole thing, start to finish.
Photo from Goat and everything, right? So there's a level of, like, irresponsibility on his side, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Nobody's denying that I was fucking Yes. You can criticize me for that. Yes. There's multiple good criticisms of me there, and we would all be in agreement.
So
well, sure, but it's like it's like at what point does like
I'm not trying to defend him, but it is to an extent of like circumstantial to it. Like regarding the circumstances of the event, it is.
All right, let's listen to morale call in.
Sure.
Why is it? So, I did. Oh,
you had morale.
Yeah, I did. Someone moved him in here. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Okay. Because you reach out, you're telling me to add him. Okay. I didn't drag him. I was about to ask.
Are you just saying that it's intent? Is your reasoning for why you think he doxed Lyo's wife?
Okay, can you expand on that? Just so I know what you're actually asking.
What was unclear about that question? Also, I'm sorry, I missed a few. We're at 10 now, at least, right?
Like, because Lyo's wife was not a private figure. He had acknowledged her existence. He had confirmed who she was. He's like made his name public, his address public. I believe he's made her job public. He's like talked about her job on streams as well.
He
So this was.
See,
I'm
here's
pretty
part of the
sure
problem.
he
So he hasn't.
Yes, he
Like,
has.
here's the
Yes, I can show you exactly. Yes, he has. That's such. Okay, Morale made 3 claims. Is he saying all 3 didn't happen? Because everything Morale just said factually happened, and I can demonstrate that it happened. That's another lie. What is this guy fucking talking about? Yes, he talked about her job publicly. Yes, he identified her publicly when Kumo put her photo in a video. As demonstrated, Vlad literally shows the fucking, like, yes.
the problem. My issue has consistently been the fact that Aiden targeted Lyo's wife. He targeted a family member.
It's like when Man Ray or whatever the fuck his name is trying to talk to Patrick and he's like walking him through it step by step and he just still doesn't fucking get it.
When he first came across this information, he believed it to be private. If he didn't,
No, I didn't.
he wouldn't have. Firstly, he wouldn't have been like, "Oh, I've got this information, so I can use it against."
I get you.
We can prove that's false. And you know we can prove that's false? Because I did it with Lyo. I said the same joke about his first name. I did a fake dox joke where I then said his full name on stream, but the bit there was that his full name was publicized already by him. So we can actually demonstrate that's something I've done before. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Your issue with it, I think.
Okay.
I understand that your issue is that he targeted.
Don't think Lyo ever spoke about her. He did speak about her job. Yes, he literally explained what she does for work on his channel. Yes.
Member, but the title of doxer is like pretty contentious, and it basically, for the drama that he's involved in right now, is basically saying, hey, this guy's fair game to fuck with, right?
Well, I mean,
So
I
that's
think
why-
I've walked back the doctor thing. I've said that
That's
he's
been like
spreading
the
false
past hour
information.
of conversation.
The
Yeah, the
idea-
walkback is, okay, he didn't dox because, like, I've been held to standard for my own definitions and applications of this word and can't defend it no matter how much I lie about the facts of the matter. I still can't make it fit this term. So we're going to revise it and say, actually, doxing was never the actual criticism, and what he's done is worse than doxing, which is just, like, a load of, like, cope, like, horse shit, right?
I understand that you've walked it back, but it's still spreading dox information. Why do you think he spread dox information?
Because Lyo's wife is not a public figure. She's not a YouTuber. She's barely online. She's a fucking normie.
So when does she cross the line from like public figure to private figure? Where's that line for you?
She's a private figure. She's a family member and a private figure, unless she
Where's the
herself
line, though?
has some sort of branded account attached to Lyo, and it's like, yeah, I'm a figure in this
Okay, so her account has to be Lyo Convoy Wife Gaming.
community. Just having a Facebook and being online does not make you a public figure.
Right, sure. But having a Facebook, being online, identifying yourself publicly as the wife of a prominent YouTuber, getting involved in his dramas to the point where his detractors are making allegations against you as you're involved in this drama, to the point where he's citing you in his dramas, right? When he's claiming that Jordan didn't treat her right or whatever. Okay, at what point then is she a public when he's invoking her for drama, and vice versa?
So why did Lyo confirm who she was who was it, like Kumo or Akuma or whoever?
He confirmed it
Because he's never considered it private.
her face. That's about it, right?
Yeah, why? Why? Because he doesn't consider it private.
Okay, so the face isn't dox information. Then if he's confirming it and saying that's her, right?
I mean, we'd originally say that. Hold on. We'd originally say that information was doxed information, and then we'd be like, "You confirmed it." So then it sort of becomes public. It's not. We've always got weird lines about this. It's not her giving out her information. It's information was doxed, and then it was confirmed by somebody, which he shouldn't have done. But we're getting really fucking pedantic over this. Like,
It's not that pedantic.
So I agree that Lyo shouldn't have done that. He should be more put together in terms
It's literally, what is
of,
pedantic?
he probably should not be putting his address out there. And he probably shouldn't be confirming the dox of his family members. And it was shitty for Aiden to go after him. I guess I'm just trying to understand why you think it's dox information, because the reasonings that Aiden gives on streams, at least, to me, seems somewhat compelling. That this person had public information. Lyo
No, Morale, that's spiraling. That's not like that's not like premise by premise arguments. That's spiraling, actually.
confirmed this public information, and after the fact, it seems like there's been no measure taken to make this public information
listen,
private.
if she was a content creator, if she was a public figure, if she was like an internet person, I might agree with you. She's not. She's a fucking normie.
So it doesn't matter that Lyo's confirming this. It doesn't matter that Lyo talks about his wife publicly. None of that matters to you?
Yes, like my position is that people who are normies and just like attached to creators, the standards we treat them under are different. Yes. Like there is a higher standard here, and this is why it pisses me off so much. Where people keep going, "Oh,
So
actually,
the standard that you're suggesting, I think, is that Lio can talk about his wife, Lio can confirm docs information, Lio can give private details about his wife out there, but then nobody's allowed to do anything with it.
Lio barely ever talks about his wife.
That's also a lie. That's also a lie. My wife, he does it so much that before this drama, it was literally a meme on at how much he talked about his wife. That's also a lie. Mo wife he always invokes his wife. He did it with Bunny Chan. It came up in the Peaches drama. It came up with Jordan. It came up with, like, his wife has been evoked by him. Excluding Peaches. That was Peaches, I think, who brought it up. But by him across several dramas. Mo wife is really like a... I think of the 25. Polish. James Delos Inc. Aiden, send my tweet to Tyrone. You gave the order to expose me. To expose me. I know that you despise dishonesty. It wouldn't be a good look for you and Tyrone. I despise dishonesty, but if someone's like actively being dishonest and they refuse to stop when presenting them with honest arguments, hold them to their own standard. Hold them to their own standard, and then they'll understand how it feels and not do it to other people.
It doesn't matter that he barely does it.
No, it's exceptionally fucking rare. She's not dragged into things. Her voice isn't on like these random fucking calls.
You're
her occupation was never confirmed. No, I don't actually. I think it's one of these where we go.
Yes, it was. Lio himself has given out her occupation. What are you talking about? All you need to do, all this guy's admitting to me is either he's lying, and if the argument is he's not lying, he's demonstrating a laughable amount of research for a drama that he litigated. Like, if he doesn't know these things, if it's true that he just doesn't know these things and isn't lying, which is super hard to believe, okay, then you're admitting that, like, your research as it pertains to this drama doesn't even consist of a single Google search. Hold on, I could literally prove this in 2 seconds. Where is it? Filmot. Home. I want to go home. Home. And then... No, fuck. I didn't mean to... Fuck. Stop the query. I accidentally put in the wrong fucking thing. Hold on. 2 seconds. All right, let's look. This is in February of 2023.
He's a scientist.
In a call with Bunny Chan.
Just so you know, the link on your Twitter to your why I won't explain myself, those links are completely and utterly fucking broken, by the way.
Yeah, but if you
go ahead.
I was gonna just add that you don't need to add any qualifiers to mum's smarter than this person. They can't even subtract 1 from a number.
That is true. But your link, the reason I was able to find out what it was, I just read the URL about narcissism. So if I'm interesting, how am I narcissist? If I'm interesting, why keep coming back? Knowing full well that I am not fond of people who do sexual harassment. I have literally spent 4 years...
Wait, hold on. It's here.
Because she's a scientist. By the way, just so you know, certainly don't meet those qualifications.
Here it is.
Interesting, huh? Are you attracted to me? Is that what this is?
No.
Good.
You're just...
Because I have a nice thick wife, and you certainly don't meet those qualifications. And she's a whole lot smarter than you because she's a scientist.
This is literally in one of his, I'm pretty sure, most viewed videos. So let's play it again from Beckett. Let's play it again from Beckett.
He barely does it.
No, it's exceptionally fucking rare. She's not dragged into things. Her voice isn't on like these random fucking calls. Her occupation was never confirmed. No, I don't actually.
13. It's actually just like disgusting how much this fucking rat lies. It's like actually just, he's like such, like, it's honest, it's like pathological.
I think it's one of these where we go, listen, if somebody confirms they have something about a family member, we'd still not consider that fair game as a jumping off point. We obviously wouldn't. We treat this like you leave people's families alone, and the standards around them are much more
I
rigid.
don't think that's, hold on, you said there's I don't want to bring up the family member, not Stardust, but there was a family member that you had like a thing with, something happened, and then people use that against you, and you're like, yeah, I made that public, it's kind of my fault, it's fair game now. Am I misremembering?
The only person I do that with is my mum, who's dead. I'm like, if you make dead mum jokes at me, it's fair enough.
So
Yo,
if
think
Lyo's
you
wife was dead,
will. Can we please get the Nux video? Yeah, it's literally in the title for this stream.
then it would be fine.
No, if Lyo's wife was made into content, I make my dead mother into
Are
content.
you aware that time is linear? Well,
I do this constantly. It's an endless joke. It's like well known and established law. It's like a fundamental thing that I talk about fairly regularly. Yeah, I'm obviously not gonna get mad if someone's like making dead mother jokes at me. But there's a difference.
okay, so because Beckett talks about his dead mom a lot, his dead moms were part of the content. Okay, so when Lyo, for no reason at all, brings his wife into every major drama he's involved with, constantly references her, I've just shown proof that he's given out her occupation. Where's like, how's this not a
Difference
one-to-one?
between me taking that and turning it into like massive amounts of content, or directly making it into a key point of content. And if I offhandedly mentioned my stepbrother, right? Like, there's obviously differences there.
Divorced parents, not a good luck, but continue.
Well, that's probably what caused the death. But yeah, generally speaking, and
So
again, I think it's irrelevant anyway, because I try, and if you're like, well, Vlad and Kumu, like we're doxing, I'm like, yeah, sure, we're going after personal information of a family member. Yeah.
How many times?
Nope, they weren't even. They're not even doxing. Since she voluntarily gave that information out and confirmed herself as Lyo's wife, and I don't necessarily. We give a stronger argument what Gil did because he's obviously publishing it like to get people to follow. Like, you can make more of a claim of malice there, but all the information he provided was publicly disseminated by her as she voluntarily linked herself to Lyo, and he did the same with her.
If I were doxxed, how many people need to put my dox information in a video before it becomes kosher or okay for people to talk about it? If I never want it talked about, and I'm like super cagey about it, and I never address it, how many times do I need to be doxxed and talked about publicly for you to be like, okay, it's fine to talk about Rouse dox or like whoever's dox? Not necessarily me, you know what I mean?
I think my standard's generally been that when we're dealing with a major story, so like Keffel's name being on her Kiwi Farms, where as a key part of that drama, that Kiwi Farms thread is a key part of that drama. It's degrees of separation for me. So like with the Turkey Tom stuff and Rowan, if you know anything about the Turkey Tom stuff, you're gonna be aware of Turkey Tom's video, you're gonna be aware of the Brandon Buckingham tweet. Brandon Buckingham's docs Rowan, that's docs info, but it's a like 1.8 million view tweet. So at that point,
No one cares about this call. Oh my, well, I've been covering it for 2 hours and we're at 170 viewers. So if you don't like it, maybe exercise a degree of self-control. You're not a fucking baby. Go click off, watch something more interesting, and then come back when we get to the topic that you're here for, right? Which we're gonna get to because it's in the fucking title, right? I'm not gonna hold your hand, like I'm not your remote, okay? If you want to watch something you want to watch, you have 20 years worth of content on this website. You can go and watch until I cover it. So feel free to go do that.
you're kind of like, nah, fuck it, it's public at that point. But when we're talking about like, it's ease of access. To get to the point of knowing these details about Lyo's wife, I think you have to dig pretty hard and be pretty invested to care about this.
You have to dig pretty. I literally made one Google search. I've shown the proof of it.
Tangential.
Somebody else in my chat, it's so hard that somebody else in my chat yesterday accidentally they're like, dude, the channel's still up. I just searched this. It's in the fucking dollars. Yeah, dude, so deep.
Side person who's someone's family member, right? Like lots of people have information posted about them on Kiwi Farms in random threads, and I wouldn't accept, oh, well, this person's face and name is on Kiwi Farms on page 1042 of this thread, so it's totally fair game. I don't think any of us would say that. And I think also, when Kiwi Farms threads are the improving grounds as well.
You've lolcow gawkers here to laugh at you, not with you. Yeah, I guess they're all here. They're just not typing or something. I don't know what to tell you.
That's one of the things we consider. Is this a public care thread or is it improving grounds, right?
Have you given what you think doxing is? I'm not trying to definition fag or
Yeah, sure. Doxing to me is the malicious gathering of personal information to use with the intent to harass, right?
You think intent matters for if something's doxing?
Yeah, I think it absolutely matters. I think if you run across PII in the course of researching somebody for completely legitimate content reasons, like I want to know about somebody's Twitter accounts, and you run across like their PII.
All right, this doesn't matter because he's already conceded that it isn't
Stop like finding
doxing.
random reasons why this information was public or trying to debate whether his wife is a public figure. That just makes me want to re-engage.
Re-engage, 100%. I'm not scared of you re-engaging. Why do you keep justifying why you're responding? Respond. Re-engage. I'm ready to re-engage too. So let's re-engage, okay? Absolutely. Right? These are all factual. These are all facts that you can't dispute. I know that annoys you because it hurts your preconceived narrative that you've built on fucking lies, but that's something you're gonna have to reckon with if you lie. Right? If you lie, I understand it's annoying when people like prove that you lied, but that's something you're kind of going to have to cope with.
And I'll be honest, like, I'm happy, like, or was happy anyway, for Aiden to be like, oh yeah, you know, like, it's Beckett's walked back the position a bit. But when I see that stream, and it's like, well, it was just, like, it was reckless, guys, you know, I was drunk, and it pisses me off. And when I see the Facebook stuff in particular really pisses me off. Because it is a downplay. So yes, it does make me
This is all factual.
to re-engage and just poke at him. Because it's
Re-engage! I'm here for it. I'm re-engaging too.
Or like, at least, I don't know, take accountability for things that I think should in some way be taken accountability for. If he doesn't care, stop talking about it. I did.
I do care. When have I ever disputed caring? I'm honest, unlike you. You clearly, like, he's saying now, he just said before he doesn't care. Now he's saying he does care and he's ticked off. I do care. Absolutely. This was the biggest drama of my, like, entire 9-year history online. I do care. Yes, I've never denied that. I'm passionate about this subject.
Like, I wasn't paying any attention to Aiden. Like, he doesn't give a shit. He's just like, yeah, do it again. Cool, hold that position.
If you had Beckett calling in, that'd be content. But reacting to a stream, desperately ankle biting him, ain't it? And yet you're still fucking here. So I don't know what to tell you.
Then. But don't do this middle ground wishy-washy shit. It's gay as fuck. And if you don't think it's doxing, it shouldn't matter what my fucking opinion is. Be like, fuck Beckett. But my position is that information is private. I don't accept, actually, that a random fucking Facebook comment is enough. I don't think it is. I think it is playing lawyer with this.
It's not a random Facebook comment. It's her voluntarily posting. It's her voluntary post establishing that she's his wife. It's multiple. Okay, I don't know why you keep saying a single Facebook comment from 2009. Nobody went back to 2009.
As far as I'm concerned, Lyra's wife is a private figure who keeps getting dragged into shit. Now we can debate whose fault that is.
She's so private that when somebody blasted her, like, Facebook in a 20,000 view video, she kept it public. She's so private that Lyo proudly exclaims the address that she lives at. She's so private that when her photos get utilized in an unidentified manner in other videos, Lyo identifies her. That's how private she is.
That's absolutely fine. But the idea that she's a public figure and that information is fair game, I think is fucking gross. That's my position.
I agree that you should not target family members. But like, ultimately it is Lyo's fault that this is public information, I think. Or as widely known as it is, I suppose. And I think if he really cared about this being private information, measures would have been taken to hide the information or to private the information.
If any of this information is a dox, Lyo's doxed his own wife. Over and over and over and over and over again. Because if she considers herself a private figure that wants to be disconnected from his YouTube presence, why would she be comfortable with him giving out her occupation or her age or identifying photos of her or giving out their shared address? So if she truly is as private as you say, Lyo's doxed her multiple times in the worst ways possible.
And the information or use the information, but that's not happening, right? Which leads me to the conclusion that this isn't really dox information insofar as that it's PII. This is something that Lyo doesn't care about that's happening. This is something that his wife probably doesn't care about that's happening because she's aware of his online presence. She's aware of what he talks about. So I just don't think that this is dox information. Okay. And I understand the argument that this isn't or is dox information. Whatever is kind of useless. You disagree, and there's no. I'm not going to convince you.
Yeah, it's also the intent does matter. Aiden believed this was private information.
No, I didn't. That's a non sequitur.
At the time, you hear it in the original conversations. He's like, yeah, well, Lyo's address is public, but he's not like, have you seen Lyo's Facebook?
Wait, I'm sorry. Because I said Lyo's address is public, that means that I knew this information was private? Why do you think I'm saying that? Because I know this guy's given out every single piece of PII about himself. And I assumed that anything I knew was given by him, which it turns out it was. That comment, I forgot I made that. So thanks, Beckett. That comment should demonstrate to you that I believed it was public when I was saying it. Because what was the point of me even saying that?
He's not done anything.
Thank you for the 2. Will, a burger fun. You obviously need one. It's so true.
That is completely fucking new. And
that's why I was saying is your definition of intent, yeah.
Yeah, intent does matter.
So is it just the intent?
It's not just the intent. There are other factors.
10 from Infixed. Schrodinger's privacy argument. Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Obviously, but yes, intent is a key one now. Like,
okay, sure.
Do you dispute that Aiden wanted to, like, was gathering information on Lyo's wife that he, and in some ways, even jokingly, was talking about using to get Lyo in a call with him?
Jokingly, I feel like it's very different from, like, seriously.
Okay, so, maybe we should reach a compromise. Like, I'll stop calling Aiden a doxer if he accepts the label of blackmailer and extorter.
Blackmailer and extorter. Are we serious? Why would I have done that? I'm sorry. Now I was blackmailing him by doing it in a forum he would have never seen. Why not just DM it to him directly? I had his DMs were open. I think I sent him a DM once telling him to call in. Why wouldn't I DM this to him and say, hey, and it's not like, oh, you just didn't get the opportunity to. This didn't go public for a few days afterwards. At no point did I ever DM him to say, I have the info. I know the info. Look, see this info right here? I know it. Now get in a call with me or I'm going to fucking. Before I knew anything about his wife, I made an ironic joke in reference to the Jax shit about calling her before I knew like anything about her or anything. That was like months before that or whatever. But I don't think that's what he's referring to. He's saying I was that information itself I was going to use to blackmail him. Okay, so why didn't I do this in an avenue he could see it?
Listen, I have no horse in the race other than I think that you are labeling him as something that is incredibly egregious in a time where people are using labels like that to justify.
An extorter and a blackmailer is fucking insane. Are we serious?
Actions. So I think it is reckless for you to use labels like that and then not give Aiden a chance to, defend himself privately or publicly. And I understand that apparently you've had a private discussion.
We had a private conversation, and I was like, yes, at worst it's like spreading docs information. Vlad said it's at worst spreading docs information. I have moved my position. Aiden even retweeted my thing.
We're kind of looping here. You understand that you didn't move your position. Spreading docs and doxing is just the same thing.
Okay, we're just saying it's the same thing. Then also Vlad still thinks he's a doxer, then, right?
Sure. Like the distinction between spreading dox shit and actually doxing, it's like a hairline. These things are basically the same. Do you disagree?
I mean, not massively, I suppose. The problem is, yes,
doxing is spreading the PII for the purpose of harassment. Spreading a dox is spreading PII for the purpose of harassment. Both of those things, like they're basically the same. These things aren't massively different. So when you say that you walked back your position, that is slimy wording, and you're being dishonest.
Well, but that's what I said on the call. But he seemed fine with that. I don't know, soliciting docs information.
I'm talking to you. You're not talking to Aiden. You understand that you did not walk back your position.
I think it's better than just calling him a doxer, personally. But sure, I can see where you're coming from.
You do this thing whenever you argue with people. You're like a people pleaser.
I think it's better than just calling him a doxer. You yourself stated verbatim that what you're now saying I did is worse than doxing. So, what do you mean it's better? You're literally saying it's worse. Am I like...
Right? No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to. Listen, I had a follow-up sentence to this. I'm like, yes, I can understand where you're coming from. I'm trying to be understanding here, but yes, my opinion is that Aiden went and got docs information for the purpose of harassing Lyra.
It's so bizarre, the mental gymnastics this guy goes through to try to describe what ultimately was a night of drunken recklessness that I've never said was okay. That was not okay, right? But a night of drunken recklessness, it has to be the most extreme version. And when he's been argued to death and can't argue anymore on something, he'll walk it back and then throw out 5 new claims to make it stick. The only person that's looping and obsessive on this is him, because he's like not accepting basic reality.
His wife and has constantly tried to justify it afterwards. I don't know what else I can call it other than spreading docs information morale. I completely reject the idea.
The issue that I have is that you're saying you walked back your position, which is just false. You didn't.
Okay, well, if we're just saying it that way, if you're like, it's a hairline difference, sure, then it's not a walk back. I don't know what to tell you. Because like I'm happy to be like it's spreading docs information rather than doxing, which is a distinction that apparently matters to Aiden. And he seems to agree with Vlad when Vlad makes that distinction. But yes,
I don't know everything that Aiden said. I haven't read the tweets. I watched every single stream. I don't know.
I didn't even realize that Vlad said dox info in his tweet. I just retweeted it because he was saying I didn't dox. If he said dox info, I'll contest that too.
I'm just talking about what I think. It just feels kind of retarded when you're saying, well, I walked back my position, and the position you're laying out is essentially just the same exact thing.
That is fine. Well, if that's the case, then...
This is what we're dealing with, by the way. Gonna go check and see what's streaming. Oh, he's still upset. Okay. All my coverage of him is responding to him talking about me. What is this, like, weird thing people do? Where someone will say something to me, I'll respond, and they'll be like, oh, why are you talking about it? I cover drama online. I argue with people in relevance to drama online. There's a drama I know a lot about because it involves me personally. I'm just doing what I always do. I'm responding to arguments being made on stream.
Sure, from that perspective. I guess I haven't walked back the position then. I've redefined it, and I think it's a more accurate definition, but I do not accept that this information was public information. I think that is a bullshit argument to make, and I don't think you can retroactively argue, well, there's a Facebook comment where she identifies...
It was not... He keeps saying a Facebook comment. No, Facebook comments. Posts. Not one post. Posts where she is voluntarily identifying herself as his wife. He keeps saying Facebook comment. He's using weasel words and to obfuscate and make this look more obscure than it is. He says Lyo's Facebook account is locked down. The claim is comments, likes, posts. Lyo's posts, 19,000 of them, and all the comments under them, and everyone who liked them respectively, is all still up. So why are you making the claim that Lyo's Facebook is locked down? Every relevant piece of information that we're claiming info could be derived from is up. So that's just like a fucking lie. Then he says it's not his branded account. That's also using weasel words. Lyo's full name is a part of his brand, and he only uses the Facebook for Lyo Convoy related posts. It's not a Facebook where he's putting, he's like doing like family photos or talking about his high school reunion. He's beefing with people on Facebook as it pertains to YouTube drama, posting the same toy reviews he puts up on YouTube and Twitter, etc. You're using weasel words to try to continue to make this worse.
Herself as his wife, and therefore she's actually public about it now. I don't think that's the case at all. Neither of them have argued this. Neither of them have like Lyo's not been on stream being like, here's my wife, whatever the fuck her name is. Her job is this. That doesn't exist. So yes, I reject the idea that this is public information. I think it is a fucking insane cope to say that it is. And
you're delusional. You're just delusional. I could walk you through every step of this, and you'd still assert the same because you're fucking delusional.
The only reason we're doing this is, as you're saying, like DGG is targeting Aiden over this stuff, and he has my sympathies.
No,
but unfortunately, yes,
it is nothing. I'm not even invoking that. I'm not even invoking that. This is what other people are saying. That's an angle, but it's not the one I'm using, am I?
We all have things where people are going to look at our previous dramas and instances to make judgments and attacks on us.
Of course. And when you lie, I'm going to respond to it. And I mean, if that's like too hard for you to deal with, maybe you should go see a therapist. Or maybe you should find another line of work. No, it's not his real job. It's just a hobby. Maybe you should go find a new hobby then. If you cannot handle somebody responding to your lies with evidence and arguments, which is what I have done and what I will continue to do every single day you continue to lie.
That's the game.
Yeah, again, like we can keep going back and forth, but my
Hello, Aiden. I'm Darius, the biggest streamer on Kick and Destiny's best friend. Can you add me on Discord so I could set a time? Yeah, sure. All right, I sent you a friend request.
my position is, like I said, I think it's just what you're doing is like kind of just slimy. If you don't want to debate about it, then don't debate about it. If you don't want to debate about it, talk to Aiden about it. I think you doing this thing where it's like, well, actually, I just think it's cool that I'm annoying the fuck out of Aiden and I'm not talking to him at all about this.
This is because like, every time I talk to Aiden, or every time I give a position, it doesn't seem to make any fucking difference. Aiden's become an exception for this.
No, it does make a difference. You'll make the claim, I'll provide evidence refuting it. You just don't refute the evidence. You will either accept the evidence or find or pivot to a new one. He's just describing himself.
Talk to you, and we have a conversation. I talk to Queeman, and we have a conversation. It tends to at least solidify or resolve a position.
Yeah, because you fold to Queeman. You fold to Queeman when you're wrong. When Queeman gives you evidence for how you were wrong to a point where you can no longer defend it, you fold. Here, you'll make a claim, you'll be given evidence for how you're wrong in every conceivable facet, and you'll just go to a new claim. You won't even offer, one time you'll offer a concession on the previous one. You'll just go to a new claim. You'll invent shit to substantiate it that is easily refutable. You've lied countless times.
That's never been the case for Aiden. It's one of the reasons why it's so fucking annoying talking to him. Because, like, I can't just have.
You can't say that and then talk to him and then, like, be upset that you talk to him, though.
But this is the
you
thing.
have this take. It's annoying what Aiden's doing, and you don't like what Aiden's doing. Why don't you fucking talk to him behind the scenes and have a private call about this shit?
Because, well, maybe I shouldn't have. Because this is what we agreed and discussed on the private call, and apparently that's a problem now.
No, your public statement was a problem. That's what I refuted. Your public statements. You're choosing to publicly speak on this, so I'm going to publicly respond. It's really simple, actually.
Private call accepted. Yes, other people had given that information out first. One of the things Aiden said to me was, people are claiming that I'm the originator of this information.
You're claiming this. You're claiming this. Beckett said verbatim that I originated this information, which he knows isn't true because his own mod posted it before I did.
That's not true. I didn't originate this stuff. Other people dug it up before me. And I said, yeah, do you know what? That's
dug it up
You're not the
for me?
originator of this information.
I never said
You
anyone. Whoa. Why the fuck? Cheer.
Cool.
Okay, sorry.
Cool. Accepted. Yes.
Remember that song, Cheerleader did?
I've given that information out first. One of the things Aiden said to me was, people are claiming that I'm the originator of this information. And that's not fair.
Does Aiden disagree that he was not malicious?
He refers to it as reckless. He's like, I'm drunk and I was right.
Yeah, I'd have to read the tweets and stuff like that to understand fully.
Because I feel like it's hard to label it as fully malicious because, again, as I stated earlier, we never got to see what he was going to do with the information past just discussing it in a private
Yeah, I could have. Why didn't I do anything with the information?
Or chat. Right?
Well, we do have some indicators because he talked about the fact that Lyo contacted other people's families, so it would be fair game to do it to Lyo. Okay, talk about that publicly.
What? I never contacted his family. What are you talking about?
Did he ever act upon that?
when he started gathering the information,
Yeah,
I mean,
What are you talking about? I made one drunken Google search, and then it went like this before it became public. There were days where like I was done with my Lio coverage before this. I did it as I did it to be an edge like shitlord and fucking icy or whatever while I was drunk. And then the days that passed, this was never published. This came out days and days after. Why didn't I do anything in between that? He's now claiming that I intended to contact Lio's wife. In the fucking 6 months I was covering him, why did I never do that?
listen, North Korea are building nukes, but they haven't nuked anyone yet. Is it really bad that they're like,
Do you not realize like why I like need to respond? Because he's literally now saying I'm a blackmailer, I'm an extorter, and I intended to call his wife. They've literally, like, this is an entirely new claim. How do new claims keep happening when it was one event from 6 months ago? Why does the claim always fucking change? I just don't get it.
like, what's their intention there? They're building all these nuclear bombs, and listen, until they...
So now he's actually arguing that I was intending to call this woman. How do people look at this guy and, like, take him seriously?
Somebody. Can we really say that that's our intent? Calm the fuck on, bro.
I mean, that's like, I feel like that's reasonable.
Okay, my point is, I think you should talk to Aiden or you should shut the fuck up. I'm gonna leave. That's basically my position.
Yeah, that's fine.
I hope you
Look, again, I'm not trying to make more out of this. I'm just happy to tweet about it occasionally.
Make more out of this? You've just made a whole new claim. You've just claimed that I intended to act on this information and do something with this woman.
If he tweets at me, and I'm happy to talk to him as long as we do something to make it like fun and interesting, so it's not just a ball ache to do. I'm not saying
that's
I'm
gay. What you're doing there is gay.
It's going to be fun and interesting as I have you lay out each argument. I break it down with evidence. You can't respond. I then insult the fuck out of you. Then have you give the next argument. Respond with evidence to the point you're unable to respond because your lies have no basis. I have evidence behind what I'm saying. Insult you again. And then we move on to the next one. And you'll probably be crying by the end of the fucking stream. That's going to be entertaining.
That's gay.
That might
Do
be
something
gay.
fun.
Well, that might be gay, but that's how I look at it.
Play like chess or some shit. Play checkers. I don't know. Do something fucking.
We'll find something. Sure.
The entertaining part is when I make you cry like a bitch, okay? Cry like a bitch on stream. That's going to be entertaining.
I'm not saying I won't talk to him, but I just don't want one of the long lists of fucking annoying
Are you
conversations.
sure you're not bisexual, Beckett?
I am bisexual. What do you mean?
Whoa, that's a nuke.
Have
You
you tried
bisexual?
love?
Everyone, this isn't new information.
Are you bisexual and Christian?
Oh my fucking god. Shut the fuck up.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Okay, now I was told to watch this part.
Back and forth.
Well, my original tweet that he like popped off at, I don't think I mentioned that.
The way he got it is also inconsistent. Months ago, he said he got it by searching Lio Convoy wife. Now he's saying he searched Lio Convoy Thomas. No, that was a chatter that said they searched Lio Convoy Thomas. That happened on yesterday's stream. I have always asserted, and I literally pulled it up on this fucking stream. First name, Lio Convoy, right? Not his first name, hers, which I assumed he gave out. I'm pretty sure he did, right?
Malice in there at all. I said targeting a family.
Why
member.
are you lying about what I said to prove an inconsistency? Please, another offer. 100 USD to Lio Convoy. $100 USD, no tricks. If you can show me where I said I searched Lio Convoy Thomas. You can't because you're a liar.
Which he did, and to me, he didn't contest.
Which is true. Here, I gotta read a few seconds.
Yeah, perfect.
My assumption, right, and if Aiden pulls in whatever, we'll get like the actual answer. I'll put it in the side chat feature. I don't know if
Yeah, just take a read at it.
I've not at any point in any of this said Aiden can't move past this or he's a non-person.
I don't need your permission. I'm doing it right now.
Nothing like that.
I still
Can you
align
give it
it.
to me for real
Well,
quick?
moving past in the sense of like success-wise.
Because I can't load the live chat.
Again, I feel like the semantics of it, Beckett, and again, Aiden can clarify it whenever he fucking talks on it. But
I'd love to clarify. I'd love to clarify to Lio and Beckett directly on stream. They can have the opportunity to bring up my contradictions and the clips of those. And I'll have the opportunity to give them my 6-month-long dossier and the evidence provided as a part of it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it, guys. So when are we gonna set that one up?
who you're replying to, and bring up the only thing I can see that maybe with what you said like triggers it a little bit would just be poking on again him not being able to accept it and just like move on, and then the part of again saying that targeting family members worse than doxing. Those three things, again, the person you're replying to or quote tweeting, whatever, the part of him not being able to move on, and then again that being worse than doxing. I think those three things really is like what's. I do think he misunderstood a little bit what you were saying, and is you trying to say that it's super fucking terrible. However, I think with those three things compounded, because like Future can attest to it, right? Future, you looking at the tweet, like look who Beckett's replying to.
Well, you're talking to Denal, who's like unequivocally Starbase, who did dox morale.
So, I think there's some compounding factors there that push Aiden in that direction. Because
it does
I'm not trying to pin the blame on you.
looking...
I'm not going to try to pin the blame on you, Beckett. But with this like tweet calling Aiden out about it, I do think there's some sort of.
I don't even think that's a call out. That's an explanation of what the fuck has been happening for the last 6 months from my perspective.
Yeah, but like bringing up from things from your perspective, like, I think would be a call out. Because Aiden's ability to do, or in terms of moving on, Aiden's inability to do that several fucking months was unbearable. But apparently he's attempting to do that. I'm having to ease off for shit.
No, moving on doesn't mean if you lie about me, I'm not gonna talk about it. That's not what moving on means. I'll move on if it doesn't naturally come up. I'm not gonna be the one bringing it up. But if you lie about me, I will respond. I will respond, and I will continue to respond until you debate me on it. Right? Like.
So I think it's just,
we know how this works. We know I'm very persistent. Okay, I'm very persistent.
I don't really see how that's fucking crazy.
I think it's actor. No, I don't know. Right? I'm not him. I can't rationalize it with his brain.
I'm just going back and forth between like your two posts. It looks like fundamentally this looks like a miscommunication between like what.
I mean, he opens it by saying, "Oh, what the thing we were all joking like agreed was a joke." I'm like, yeah, that's what I said in the tweet. What? like I'm like, yeah, it was like a crazy thing to say. Cool, let's make it something it's not.
That's
Right.
cool. I'm glad you can accept part of the claim. All right, I was told to watch 408. Then we're gonna move on to the Nikandros video.
So it was an unfair thing to do. I did it purely because I was fucking annoyed at him, and I wasn't as careful as I'd normally be. Yeah.
What?
Hamilton string debating about
sure.
very specific subject.
Yeah, again, I agree. Having talked to Aiden, it is fair to say they're spreading dox information. But me calling Aiden an outright doxer was an unfair thing to do. I did it purely because I was fucking annoyed at him, and I wasn't as careful as I'd normally be. Yeah.
What? So he didn't call me a doxer because evidence had led him there. He called me a doxer to get back because he was annoyed at me. So the implication is what? He didn't believe it was true at the time and was only saying it because he was annoyed at me? Why would you ever admit to that? You've just does he not know what he's just done? He's just knowingly admitted to lying about me when I was in the middle of this. He admitted that he only said that because he was annoyed at me. So if you know it's not true and assert it otherwise, regardless of reason, that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. What? Dude, that's insane. To have him in like how can you ever trust his word as it pertains to my drama? He's openly admitted that he's willing to lie because he's annoyed at me for defending myself. That's really fucking bad, Dad. That's really bad.
I mean, again, in my response to an answer, yes, we talked. Yes, it would be fair to say that he's spreading dox information. That is a walk back of the position.
I mean, I don't want to, because again, Beckett, I like you, and I think we're like fairly good friends.
Yes, he just admitted to overtly lying. Yes. Yes. Holy shit, Dad. Dude, like, this is what I'm up against. People are just, like, openly admitting they're, like, lying about me. Like, I can't, like, we got it from Wick. We have Wick in this, like, girls admitting that he didn't believe it either and was just, like, he didn't believe the jokes were serious either and was, like, repeating it tactically. And now I'm just being fucking lied about now.
You don't piss me off, I'm just like...
Who knows? Maybe this one comment might. Who knows? Bridge burned out of this one. Do you think that, like, because you said that you called Aiden a doxer because you're annoyed with him, is that not a form of malice in the sense that you inherently basically called Aiden a doxer falsely?
So there's two parts to this. When this first happened, I completely forgot about Vlad's video with like
Isn't that convenient? Wow, dude, isn't that one convenient? I thought he told me that he forgot about the Kumo video. I don't think he said he forgot about the Vlad video to me, did he? He just conveniently forgot the time his like mod and collaborator with 20,000 view on a 20,000 view video disseminated the face of Lyle Convoy's wife. According to Beckett, targeting a family member is so egregiously wrong, you should be nuked out of orbit over it. But when one of his collaborators did it, he just forgot. He just forgot, even when he was litigating a drama that involved the exact same accusation, where it was argued that the exact same person was a target. He just forgot. Yeah, total war on this lying rat fuck, okay? This is like ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. You know, it was like before, it was like, this guy's like a fucking idiot. He's sweeping for lie. No, you're just like actively like malicious now. So it's like, okay, this is ridiculous, dude.
Lies by face, and I just forgot about it. I should have taken more. I think I did clarify. I think you can go back and check the streams. I think at points I do clarify this is probably closer to spreading dogs information, even back in those earlier streams. You have to check. But yes, absolutely, I was pissed off. I was not as careful as I should have been, and
Also, you weren't careful. I thought you.
I guess I apologize for that. I think I apologize
Well, you.
to Aiden in the call for it. I shouldn't have done that because accuracy is important to me.
Accuracy is important to you? Then why are you disputing? He's saying Aiden keeps looping on this, and my presentation of facts that he doesn't even dispute. He says it's just like to vindicate me, and I shouldn't keep doing it or whatever. But I thought accuracy was important to you. So when you say that Lyo's Facebook account was locked down following the claim that people derived the connection from comments, likes, and posts, right? And 19,000 of those posts and given comments like are all public, then you saying it's locked down in the context that we're talking about isn't really accurate, is it? So are you going to revise that position? No, he just ignores it. He ignored it when Room Temp Shrimp, whoever that is. We don't know this Room Temp Shrimp, guys. But when Room Temp Shrimp push him like so, he just ignores it. So obviously accuracy is not important to him.
Right? I'm not doing this. I'm not taking any L's at all. Yeah, I should have been way more careful. I was pissed off with Aiden constantly retrospectively trying to justify this shit, and that made me pissy and callous.
Constantly retrospect, that's enough. Okay, if you called me a doxer at the time because you were annoyed, like when this was actively going down, then how were you annoyed by the retrospective analysis? You said this at the time. You were part of making this allegation at the time it was occurring. So obviously that's not why you did it. Did you just predict that I was going to do a retrospective analysis? And obviously now there's reason to do a retrospective analysis. You're admitting you lied at the time.
From honestly engaging with Aiden to just ripping the shit out of him. I think I've said this
I went from honestly engaging with Aiden. Okay. So we're going to move on to the next thing. Okay. But just a quick recap here. At the time, Beckett was accusing me of being a doxer. According to Beckett, he did that because he was annoyed. Okay? According to Beckett, he did that because he was annoyed. Why was he annoyed? Because I was giving retrospective analyses of this, even though the doxing allegation happened at the time from him. So that's not really possible, is it? That's not really possible. And then what did you say?
That made me pissy and callous. And I moved from honestly engaging with Aiden.
And he was moving from honestly engaging, and the dishonest engagement was accusing me of doxing. Well, that would be cool and all if the doxing claim wasn't made by you the day you started talking about this. So if you're admitting that that was dishonest, then how could you have been honestly engaging in this if that was the claim you made from the first day? And how would me doing a retrospective analysis of this lead to your annoyance if the result of that annoyance is happening on the first day, meaning we couldn't do a retrospective on it because it was actively happening?
To just ripping the shit out of him. I think I've said this on stream. In fact, I know I've said this in one of the streams. I was like, I'm not engaging with Aiden seriously at this point. Fuck him.
I believe you said that like I think it's like the second stream or whatever. I remember watching it at the time.
Yes, it's not like I've lied about this. I'm not
Got it. So if he's annoyed at you, he'll lie about you. He'll just lie about you. Got it. Do I need to say anything else? No wonder this fucking dishonest rat won't call in. If Beckett is annoyed by you, he'll lie about you publicly, repeatedly, and then lie about the nature of him lying about you. Awesome shit, man. I'm glad we got through that. That was like, honestly, I feel like he just looks like a total rat. Now let's go to what you're all here for. But before we do, I just gotta make a cup of coffee if we're gonna continue this. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs, Super Chats, and all that good stuff. Great way to help us and support us. Another great way to help us out is to like if you haven't already. Where are the likes, people? It's quick. It's easy. It's just a button. Very, very easy.
It's just
the President Sunday method. What's the President Sunday method? Hold on. Yeah, like up. Hold on. I'm just gonna make a cup of coffee. Give me 2 seconds. You know what I'll show you guys? We have, I'm putting out the VODs for the Destiny debate. Yeah, so those got edited. But, I guess you could rewatch part 1 of part 1. Hold on. I'll be, right back. Just making a cup of coffee. Yeah, so
Nice.
Generally some of my issues with wait, what the fuck? This isn't the version I got sent. No, it's here. It's here. Now, this is the version I got sent without the intro. You could just watch those for now. I'll be right back. With Destiny's statements in relation to the Snark Left server is that I feel as though the server has been classified as a doxing server, a server where some sort of hard moral line has been crossed, but I don't feel as though that's been substantiated at all. I think the messages that were shown by Dan on the stream with Chud and Queeman, those messages did not show doxing, at least in the way that I would define it. It seems like, I mean, we should probably start by establishing a standard definition here, right?
How do you respond to the accusations, Mr. Destiny?
Firstly, were either of you in the server?
Yep.
I was. Wait, you were?
I was. So I joined this server, like, I think when it first got created, I think I typed hi in there, and then I never looked in there again, and I got banned from there, like, 2 months ago, I think, because I fell out with I fell out with the person that was running it at the time.
Wait, then how could you speak to anything in the server?
Well, you're the one making the claim. You're the one asserting that some sort of malice occurred, right? So I feel like it's your burden to substantiate that, and everything that I've seen, at least what you presented on stream, with Chud and Queeman, just didn't back that up, right? Or what Dan presented, and you were kind of backing.
Okay. And then, was Dickers in the server? Or are you in the server?
I was. I am. Yes.
Okay. So, my broad complaint... Also, wait, just curious, one more question. Why aren't Queeman or Justical here?
Were they asked to be here?
I think they got invited, but it's like super last minute.
Yeah, it is very impromptu. I did tag them, and they are invited. And if they want to show up, they are more than welcome. They can jump backstage, and we can drag them in. But
okay.
Yeah.
Just curious. Okay. So my macro complaint is that I feel like this server has been involved in a long-term, year-plus weird harassment campaign of me, of anybody that is surrounding me, of things related to my personal life, and that the people involved in this server have a high cross-pollination in all of these other communities. It could be Spicy Chat, it could be Justical Server, whatever else, and that the only reason why these people are engaged in this harassment campaign is because they either don't like me personally, don't like my political beliefs, but all of the harassment is like related to trying to bully people out of my, I guess, sphere of influence and to make them disavow me and whatever else. And then on the micro claim here, some of what's been leaked so far seems to show that one of the things that this server engages in would be doxing people that they don't like, or doxing people that they get into petty squabbles with, or doxing people that they perceive as being near me. I won't name names, obviously, but as evidence of this, over the past, I think, week, since this is all blown up again, I think about 10 doxes have been posted of people that are...
You know what? I just thought about it. You guys are right. I will not be covering this topic anymore unless it is in the form of Beckett calling in. So regardless of what he says, I'm not going to do any more segments on it. Okay, let's take a look at this video.
It's an annoying game overall, but
Aiden, you should look into what happened with Westside, Tyler, and Beckett just lying. Can you link me something on that? I'll take a look at that.
you know, what is this? It's got nothing to do with minors being. What the? Wow, Jesus Christ! People, like, honestly, like, guys, I'm gonna be real. Like, if you're a content creator, you need to stop interacting with anybody that's under 18. You do. You need to stop doing it. It's a
That's true. That's true. I mean, not in general, right? There are conceivable scenarios where you can interact with someone that is under 18, but obviously not like as a content creator.
massive fucking.
I'm at work, but I can't on break or links allowed in chat. They're allowed on my Discord chat. So if you join my Discord, link in the description. I have Aiden's inbox. You just post all your links in there if you use Discord.
Mistake. You are putting yourself in a bad situation. Stop. Like, do not let the kids. Do not let them on your Discord. Don't let them in your community. Don't do anything. What was posted? No, Los Polos didn't do anything, right? Like, this is just some other bullshit, right? And yeah, it's a total.
Kids can be fun to talk to, like IRL. Like if I have relatives who are kids, like in a sense of like if they're interested in something and don't know anything about it, you could sort of like blow their mind. So I like to do that. I think that's like, I think you can have fun conversations in that sense when you're like teaching them about something, but in the perspective of you communicating as a content creator, like through your accounts or your Discord, yeah, there's no reason to be interactive with people under the age of 18.
Liability. And if you're not a content creator, I mean, listen, whenever you're a content creator and you have a community, it is just better for everybody that kids are not allowed in it. That's all I'm saying. I think that's very fair.
Yo, Aiden, why do I not show up in chat? I have no idea why you don't show up in chat. Are you hidden on the channel? I don't know why you wouldn't show up in chat. I can look into that when stream's done. I don't know. Ironic. Someone said this yesterday. I didn't hide them either. I'll take a look.
Welcome. I'm Nikandros. Remember this?
Nux has always been good to me, and I'm a guy who's always going to have the back of my friends. However, I will also be the first guy to hold my friends accountable.
We'll see about that. And what did we see?
Anyways, looked like NuxTaku completely obliterated all of the allegations that were thrown his way in a matter of 5 minutes. So that was always really fun. I mean, the amount
cope is crazy. The cope is insane. It's like, it's not even just, there's not enough proof for this. It's just lying that he's been vindicated. So to you, like, you know there's a possibility he did do all this stuff. But, like, to me, this shows Tectone wouldn't care if he did. Because he's even lying about, like, how effective the defense was.
People were like, you need to denounce Nux. You need to denounce Nux. I'm good, bro. I love Nux. Straight up. I don't care.
You're not going to weigh the evidence or be transparent with your audience about what the allegations even are.
I don't care.
Of course not. When a Kotaku journalist speculates about Bowser being bisexual, Tectone demands the author to be investigated. And this screams child groomer, not gonna lie. However, when he's asked about his friend's long history of profiting from exposing masses of young children to incredibly obscene content and funneling them to dangerous and barely moderated communities,
I don't care.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I also must have forgotten that he's a racist. Why would I reasonably expect anything from him? What does he even mean by NuxTaku obliterating the allegations? I've been waiting and I can't see a response from him. Oh wait, I'm blind. There it is. Plain as day. 21 minutes deep into a video called It Backfired. He effing found out. Now that's what I call burying the lead. That's apparently a very common criticism for my video.
I tried starting to watch some of like the shit about what's going on, and I was like, oh, I'm in the car for like an hour and a half. Let's throw on that Nikandros.
Is this fucking what's her face? I know who this is. It starts with a K, right? She's like a fucking idiot, dude. She's like she's so dumb.
Video. I like the beginning of the video starts out with him just lobbing a ton of.
If this is who I think it is, is this Kirsch? Kirsch? Dude, she got mad. I heard he said some new shit recently. But when Austin, what's his name? Austin Metcalf, I forget what his last name is. When he got stabbed to death and people were weaponizing his son to make statements about like black people, he came out and said, like, you know, my son wouldn't want to be remembered this way. This involves one person, not an entire race, right? Just trying to stop the bastardization of his son's memory. And she gets on and she's like, your kid just died, and this is what you're talking about? Of course. Of course, because his kid is going to be used as a martyr by the worst types of people. People who want to dehumanize another fucking race. It's actually commendable that despite all of his grief, the dad came out, despite all of his grief, and said, hey, I don't agree with this.
Insults at Tectone.
Problem?
And I kept having to look back, and I was like, this was a video about Nux, right? Like, what is happening?
Did you hear what he said since? What he said since? Or, oh, in a recent shit? Yeah. Yep. I'm sure she's really happy about that one. I'm sure she has no complaints about that one.
first 2 minutes of an 80-minute video.
And so finally, after he finishes berating Tectone,
2 minutes.
he goes into talking about like Nux having weird censored thumbnails that weren't censored enough, and it's like, well, that was a meta on YouTube for a while. I remember a lot of people having like weirdly lewd implication thumbnails. I don't. Maybe that's bad. I don't know. Like that was just a thing for a while.
The first time thumbnails are brought up is 13 minutes in. After showing NuxTaku describe his past content as him reacting to weird stuff from Japan, I show NuxTaku using a drawing of a fully naked underage girl on his thumbnail.
Maybe that's bad. I don't know.
You can still find it uncensored on his channel, by the way.
And then he's going on about these thumbnails, and then I fell asleep.
The thumbnails are on screen for 17 seconds.
And I feel like if you're making an exposed video and it's supposed to be like, this guy is big bad evil man, here is why, you should put the big bad evil man stuff like in the.
Why is it even a feature on Windows that Windows can go below the taskbar so you can't grab them? What's the fucking Windows sorting command again? It's like, is it Control Shift Windows or Control Shift Alt? For fuck's sake, dude. What it... Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to Google it. Windows key arrow? That is not what I've... Oh, there we go. You're right. Never mind, I can see it. I lost the debate. Correct.
Front. You should front load it because I shouldn't be falling asleep in the middle of your video if I'm supposed to be gaining pertinent information.
A diabetic coma continues to be the best explanation for what happened here. The previously mentioned 17 seconds are immediately followed up with clips of Nux exhibiting a comic to his audience in which a little girl is raped by a pack of monkeys before a crowd of children.
Well, that was a meta on YouTube for a while.
Before this segment, I established a timeline. NuxTaku was already criticizing the hot tub meta on Twitch before he uploaded this video. So he was criticizing a meta on another platform that involves putting softcore pornography on a 13+ website, while supposedly participating in a meta of regularly publishing incredibly obscene on his channel for a child audience to view. As I established even earlier in the video, NuxTaku currently holds himself out as this voice against degeneracy and hedonism, while totally obfuscating his own past. Not only does he describe his past content in a totally disingenuous manner that downplays the severity of his actions.
Also, folks, I'm going to do an official announcement or rollout tomorrow, but if you want early access, you can join the Minecraft server at ag4l.mc.gg. It's survival, no cheating, no hacks, and don't be a dick or you're going to get banned. But I'll play some of that while I am here. Hold on, fuck. I just got to get somewhere safe so I could pull it up on screen share. One sec. It's the most recent version. I think it's like 1.21. I forget what the fuck it is. Hold on. I just gotta get somewhere safe. One sec. And then we could pull it up. Alright, there we go.
He will delete evidence.
It's over before it even started? What do you mean? It's over before it even started. False, actually. Inaccurate and false. Shut it down already. What do you mean shut it down already? Fuck you. We're crafting. What's the problem? There we go. Alright, we'll keep watching this while I have some background gameplay.
Of his past when it arouses controversy. This is a massive indictment of NuxTaku's character 17 minutes in. Kirsch claims to have watched the video, but still deploys the he was doing a meta defense, even though it was debunked in that very video. How did Kirsch comment on Nux spurring his response to me 21 minutes deep into a random Assad video?
The Protocaster, thank you. Nux vid, it backfired. He fucking found out with Hassan thumbnail 22 hours ago. Addressing the allegation starts or 21 minutes in. I do not know if I'm gonna have a chance to get to that stuff today, so that might have to be either on my own time and then I bring up clips and stuff or like whatever on the weekend. I'm not sure.
No comment on that at all? My video not being adequately front-loaded means it's a nothing burger. But NuxTaku's defense being buried 21 minutes deep into a random Assad video is nothing to be concerned about, despite it being an obvious sign that he's trying to draw as little attention to it as possible.
Still want Kirsha to check out the Nux vid. It's been too long. Should see them and make up her mind. I have no idea what's going on with Nux, and I have far more important things going on in real life at the moment.
So she's happy to publicly spread lies about my video, but she's way too busy to publicly engage with it or with NuxTaku's response. In that segment, I also pointed out that NuxTaku claimed he was going to confront Shadman for making Lollipede reality comics. That obviously can't be true if he was fine with putting Lollipede reality comics on his own channel before and after that collab was supposed to happen. Coincidentally, Kirsch has her own history.
Pro streamer? Yeah, I am. What's the issue?
with Shadman.
Wait, the video's not display. That's embarrassing. That's really embarrassing. I'm sorry. That's never gonna happen again. It's totally gonna happen again. Can we get an Aiden lie counter? Can we get an Aiden lie counter on screen? It's so scuffed. You know, we'll just watch the video. Fuck that.
Wanting art of yourself from the man of Shad? You know, I feel like that's when I'll know I've made it as a VTweber. I'll have Shadman art, and then life will be complete. I can retire in peace.
For many years, Kirsch would make requests like this of Shadman on Twitter and on streams. In 2023, she learned about Shadman's history of drawing pornophilia children, which happened almost 10 years ago and is one of the most infamous things about him.
Yes, as I said to you before, this was so prominent that even back then, when I was a minor, I remember sitting in calls with my minor friends, 'cause I was a minor. I should not have said it like that. But, like, even back then, because we knew Lieutenant Corbus, and Shadman had drawn Lieutenant Corbus, and, like, even back then, it was like, why the fuck do people talk about or to this guy?
After which she never said that.
I haven't actually, I heard, like, a little bit about what he said, but I haven't seen it. What what his dad said. Hold on. I kind of want to check this out real quick. He called, dude, what? I thought this was like some shitter, like, I know he said something that was like a little crazy, but I didn't.
Life is not easy. God doesn't say that. God says there's going to be trials and tribulations. God says there's going to be people out there who will deceive you. People out there, I mean, if we want to go back Old Testament, eye for an eye, Sodom and Gomorrah, turn to stone, man.
Sodom and Gomorrah?
Lays with a man, you die.
What does this have to do with Austin? How did we get here? I thought it was really commendable that despite his grief, he was, you know, speaking out and like shutting down the usage of his son as a martyr for like racist to justify bigotry against an entire group of people. But what the how did we get here? What the fuck's going on?
I mean, this is all your personal choices. It's none of my business. I stay in my lane. Just don't come in my lane with your. I respect everyone until they disrespect me. I've been disrespected by so many people, so many times while I've had to sit here and take.
He had enough, I guess, but why does it resort to like being a like? It's like if having enough means you go for like a racial attack, for example, that just means you think that's something worth attacking. Because there are so many traits about a person, right? Their politics, what they do for fun, where they come from, their the state they're from, etc. If that's where your mind goes to attack, like that just suggests you think there's something there worth attacking, and that's not a great.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Charleston White. You think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk.
Who the fuck is Kayla?
What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of
Oh, he's talking to the mom of the killer.
mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened, how many lies did you sit and type up on your
Meet Beckett?
keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
What? What the how did we get here? What the fuck? How did we get here?
You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all was trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you?
What?
I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night. Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did. I forgave him so I don't carry the hate and the anger. So I don't get ate up like cancer and kills you from the inside.
I'm watching it happen. Like, but when all this started, you were able to recognize that your son's memory was being disgraced by his usage as a martyr for a cause that seeks to dehumanize an entire group of people for the color of their skin. I've now watched you go from that to whatever this is. That is hate consuming you, brother. You're going against your own fucking values.
It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you. Doesn't work that
You're drinking the poison.
way. You gotta let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you up inside. So when people ask me,
He seems like you might be intoxicated.
how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself. That's how stupid people, when you get irrational, because you can't make a good decision if you're emotional. Emotion.
And this is not a good decision. I don't know what's going on here. I mean, I empathize with the guy. His son got killed, right? That can fuck somebody up. But, this is what, like he himself recognized what was wrong with the messaging behind his son's murder and demonstrated that his values didn't align with that. And he's gotten so consumed by this hate that he's now going against his own preconceived values. That is literally letting hate consume you.
And intellect do not mix. If you're emotional, you can't come up with a logical solution.
That again.
Moral crusades are moral crusades. It's just like the Twitter freaks virtue signaling. And if there are people like super chatting to Null about how apparently I still like Shadman when I do not, and I have not since I learned about him last year.
The problem is that she did.
I can always see if Shadman is taking commissions. It has always been a dream of mine to have artwork done by the Shadman.
At least he's not well, he actually is. He's explaining what city that people live from. But besides the little tongue-in-cheek comment in relation to the thing I didn't do, I can understand why he's drinking. It's still a horrible idea. Because anger plus alcohol is just like a horrible fucking mix.
By the Shad? Wasn't he in prison for drugs? I mean, Shad is a very controversial figure, but I still want artwork from him.
Was she lying on purpose to get away from the Chris Tyson Shadman list drama?
Also, if you guys want to help us make 11 an hour, a great way to support us is to tip through. Actually, sorry, that's my bad. It would be like 7 an hour, right? Because they're taking 30. After iOS and Google's cut. You can support us by tipping through Streamlabs. Another great way to help us out is by liking. Liking goes a long way. It's an easy, free click of a button, and there's no reason to not do it unless you despise me and hate me and maliciously want to spite my existence.
No.
I would appreciate if you wouldn't repeat that I still like Shadman, because
I mean, he tried to be forgiving and nice, and they shouldn't him for it because they're not good people. But the solution, when you're a good person and you're faced with bad people, the solution is not to stoop to their level and become a monster yourself, right? The solution is to stand firm in your convictions. That's how you don't let them win. By remaining firm in your convictions, abiding by your preconceived values, honoring the memory of your son. Like,
that is patently not true. I have brain damage, so I forget things frequently, and I don't expect anyone who doesn't watch me to believe that.
I think they will.
At the time I made those, I had
she has brain damage?
No idea of Shadman's crimes.
She didn't know about the one crime that he was actually arrested for.
And I admitted that, and I read Null's post, and I was like, wow, he seems like a fuck retard, actually. That's kind of disgusting. And then, several months later, I forgot about that and reiterated, oh, you know, I would like Shad meme art. My chat was like, Kirsha, you fucking idiot. He did the thing. And I was like,
I'm sure nobody's denying that he got pushed. Nobody's denying that he got pushed. But the solution, because a wrong has been perpetrated against you, is not to wrong everybody else, is it? And yeah, you're wronging innocent people when you play into racism. Yeah. Like, it is an ideology that has gotten other people's sons and daughters murdered. It, like, the hatred of black people has caused hundreds to be lynched. Like, I mean, it's like the solution, like, if anything, you should be a little more empathetic. Right? It was the belief in black people's inferiority that, you know, left Emmett Till's mom without a kid. Emmett Till didn't kill his son, so why are we gonna play in to hating an entire group of people for the color of their skin, right? I don't blame you for hating the guy that wronged you, but to hate people who've done nothing to you is just like, that's where you lose, man.
Ah, shit, chat, you're right, he did do the thing. Fuck me. Fuck me, chat, you're right. So, no, I do not wish to have art from Shadman. Then her mods also yelled at her, how could you forget? Look, it happens, man. It happens. I have actual fucking brain damage, and I'm sorry, I can't help it. But literally, my entire brand is built on trying to be as honest as possible.
That's not quite what happened. She did receive a message from a moderator reminding her about Shadman's past. But Kirsch didn't go, oops, I messed up, as she claimed. Instead, she rephrased her wish.
There's a new rumor.
Thank you to the 2 from Voltage Mike. Disavow completely.
About Shadman every month. I mean, I don't keep up with it. I just know him as a notorious online internet figure, man. I don't support him. I don't hate him. But like, when you're online, if you get Shadman art, you know, you kind of made it.
After the Chris Tyson Shadman drama broke out, she was supposedly horrified to have found out that she was speaking about such a monster in such a casual manner. But before, when she had the information in her damaged brain, the best she could do was to be neutral. I don't support him. I don't hate him. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it's pretty obvious that Kirsch didn't really care all that much about Shadman's past, until it became a convenient vector to attack Chris Tyson. I might also claim that Kirsch's hesitation to condemn Shadman was the result.
Yo, guys, it's me. What's up? Hold on, this might be better. I'm always moving like the fucking... Hold on. Dude, I could just go up here. Why don't I just go up here for a little bit?
Of her pandering to that kind of audience. But fortunately, we know better. She wasn't lying or downplaying her fandom of Shadman. She's got brain damage. Look at the symptoms.
Shad won't draw me because I'm not a mini. He can just make me into a lolly. I've had people make lolly Kirsha before. The world is sorely lacking.
Now I'm covering her again. Now I gotta move back here. Now I gotta move back to the other side. What? Dad, what is going on?
Shadman's brand of pure provocateur energy. Reddit will throw a fit when he gets back. I really liked Hillary Clinton. I thought that was pretty prime. Can we commission Shad? I don't know if Shad takes commissions, actually. Kirsha is not a Kanye fan.
Why do they all read their chat in the same way that Asmon does? Thank God user isn't here right now? Like that, like the same inflection, you know what I'm doing? Look up?
What do you mean? I said I don't mind if he draws me. That's perfectly fine.
Am I like being autistic? Do you like? Don't you hear that? Like they all read their like when they're reading, they use the same like inflection when they read chat.
I would love a weird T-shirt like Hillary Clinton.
It's worth noting that whenever she talks about her past impression of Shadman, she doesn't mention that she did know about him being a lolicon artist. But I'm pretty sure this is all explained by her being brain damaged, which she has been for a long time. I mean, look at this reply to Shadman from 2021. She's so confused that she doesn't even know what you do on a bed. Therefore,
everything ends in a question.
Sleeping, silly.
I don't like seeing you over there. It's frightening.
If she had prefaced her take on my video by saying she has brain damage, I would have been a lot nicer in my tweet. My impression was that she's lying about my video and actively avoiding the subject. She knows that if she had to engage with the video in front of her audience,
she wouldn't be able to refute it, so it's easier to not engage and just shit talk it, yeah. Thank you, Let It Go New Zealand for the 9. Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
She either has to condemn NuxTaku and lose that connection, or totally...
No, I read it wrong, my bad. Thank you, Let It Go New Zealand for the $8.99. Thank you so much. Let It Go New Zealand's a smiley face?
Lose her face. If you pretend the video is boring by lying about it, you don't need to do either. However, she isn't satisfied by merely lying about my video. She'll also platform all kinds of random smears about me.
Took him 50 minutes to get to the actual allegation. Nikandros is a lefty furry! And even the commentary community dislikes him. That's funny. I didn't know Jersh followed a furry. It's a weirdo who tried to use,
She has the most, she has the voice of, like... She's like the voice of, like a power-tripping female cop. Okay, that's on our argument. Why is like every like insane like female, they all have the same voice? You know what I mean? Whoa, where the dude? I fucked it up. All right, move that down. All right, there we go.
Pedo allegations at Nux to defend Hassan, shocking his dog. What the fuck? You do get a feeling Nikandros is a cloud chaser and a Hassan fan? I wondered why Hassan replied to one of his.
I do get the feeling that Nikandros is like a cloud chaser and a Hassan fan.
Tweets. I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Anything goes. Who cares? This was her reaction to people telling her about Shadman's past.
For like the 10th time, Shadman actually made art of a real child. That's if he did so. I have to say if he did so, because
there's no if. There's no if. This has been established for 10 years. What do you mean if?
I have not received any sources. I just have people telling me.
He did it to multiple real children. Multiple.
I'm not gonna believe without a source. Please give me source. Not gonna believe.
Okay, so this is like established fact. She's not gonna believe it unless you send her the images, because she can't find it and she really wants it for, like, you know, proof reasons. Even though nobody disputes this, not even him. Like, this is like common consensus amongst dude, even fucking Destiny acknowledges that he did this. Like,
words without sources, though. That's how I operate.
Everybody across the board knows that Shadman did this. Nobody disputes this.
I was like, I want sources, dude.
Kirsch already knew that Shadman was an infamous child illustrator who might still be in prison for something, but she had hopes of receiving some personalized child illustrations from him.
Dabney Keene, Lieutenant Corbus, Keemstar's daughter, Lazy Tiger. Yeah, I saw the when I was a kid and saw that LT Corbus shit, that was fucked. And even like me and my kid friend, we all knew it was fucked. We all knew it was fucked, and we like just couldn't comprehend like why anyone was like interacting with this guy back then. The truth is, it was a different time. It was a different time. But not in the way where, like, nobody saw that this was wrong. We all saw it back then.
So, if you make any claim about him, Kirsch demands to see evidence. However, if you call her a diabetic hog because she demonstrably lied about your work, she'll abandon her principles and lie about you even more.
Not gonna believe words without sources, though. That's how I operate. Literally, my entire brand is built on trying to be as honest as possible.
If she doesn't have that expectation of receiving child cartoons, staying honest becomes impossible.
The Nikandros guy is very clearly a spurg, though. I would not trust anything coming from that guy.
Kirsch is primarily...
I hate her. I actually hate her. I don't know what... Like, listen. The pedophilia defenses, the racism, the completely unintelligent, like, brain-damaged commentary that offers no substance to anything, the double standards, the hypocrisy, you know, that's all one thing. But her voice. Her voice. I don't know, it's like, I imagine it's what dogs feel when they hear a dog whistle. That's what it feels like to me. It, like, hurts.
A political commentator. Her reliability is heavily tied to her knowledge of politics. So let's see her grasp on what should be 8th grade civics in the United States.
People watch our show and they're like, you guys are super political. No, we're not, right? I don't even know what any of this shit means. Like, what does an attorney general do for the United States? Anybody? Phoenix?
Sorry, what was the question? She continues to stay silent for a full minute.
They don't know what an attorney general does.
Meanwhile, Tectone spins his ignorance about how the government works into a point about how it's difficult to understand on purpose, so the government...
Have they ever talked about Pam Bondi? Do they not know what Pam Bondi...
Bureaucrats can get paid for doing nothing.
It seems like the Democrats do things. It's just things that most normal people don't like. And Republicans go, we should do something about that. And then they never do.
What stunning insight. The reality about these conservative creators in the Asmongold orbit is that they are financially tied to...
that's not like a description of the Republicans. Everybody wanted a war with Iran, right? Everyone wanted a war with Iran. Clearly. Everyone was just, like, screaming on the... Like, let's go in... I love Israel! Let's go into Tehran tomorrow! I remember that. That totally happened, guys.
Each other. It doesn't matter what I say or how polite I am, they are looking for any excuse not to engage. Honesty and principles don't matter. What matters is playing for your side. Remnant 777 learned this lesson the hard way when he called out Leaflet for not taking any accountability for her Discord server, which had its own share of cute and funny characters on it. For more info on that, you can watch these videos.
Let's get a little more censors next time, alright?
Despite making me look like the smelliest Redditor who ever lived, after getting backlash for making his site look bad, both publicly and behind the scenes, Remnant realized what this network actually values, and his opinion on me turned around.
Yeah, this Nikandros guy makes I can't be associated with that guy. It makes me look Dude, I should start doing that to all of them. I should be like, yeah, I don't want to associate with people linked to doxing servers. It's my... This Nikandros guy, I can't... My pristine image, I can't afford to, like, be seen next to people like that guy.
I do appreciate you, by the way, Nikandros. People are hating on you right now. I'm gonna make a public statement right now.
Dude! I know this guy! I know this guy. I literally debated him a few days ago in private. Wait, that's this guy. The guy that hangs around the Himpleton server. We literally had a whole, like, debate, like, a few days ago. Sorry, it was like a week ago.
You know, screw all the people who just attack individuals they dislike, even though they say the correct thing. I'm flat out, like, I'm very right-wing. Everybody's accusing Nikandros of being, like, a left-wing guy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's right wing or left wing if he points out something that's true and needs to be addressed.
This guy's, I like hated him at first, but as I was talking, I realized he seems like a little bit well-meaning, just like really autistic.
Period. Golly, you people want to talk the talk of having principles, but you hate to walk to walk. No, that didn't rhyme. You hate to walk the walk.
We obviously don't agree about everything, but from what I've seen, he seems like a very sincere guy with a genuine interest in actual discourse, as opposed
I got that vibe from him when I was talking to him. I think the shit he believes is insane, but I think he actually believes it.
to team sports. I don't have any hard feelings about his initial portrayal of me, and even when he didn't like me, I think the signs of him being a fair guy were there.
Why do you as a Christian promote a server that allows people to post? That acts as a gateway. You're introducing people to it when you promote that server.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yes, he's sincerely racist. Probably is. But you could work with someone like that to move them away from that. If they're approaching it with some degree of sincerity, you know, I at least want to try. When I see a racist, or for example, like an anti-Semite or something, I don't see like someone I need to go and attack. I see someone that I need to try to convince out of their like abhorrent worldview. And if there's a chance I could get somewhere with that, then I'm going to try it.
No, he's got a point.
So to correct the record about my leftism and my fandom of Hassan, I don't watch Hassan Piker's content. So if anything, Hassan Piker is a fan of me. You don't need to come up with all these hardships you've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying anything. Never gets old. But sure, Kirsch, I've had some interactions with Hassan on social media. I think you forgot to show how I'm wrong, or how I'm a liar. Now, this video is supposed to be about NuxTaku's response, so let's get to that. NuxTaku's strategy is actually not much different from Kirsch's.
Now, anywho, Hassan continues his pressure, this time going after me and everyone else. He goes after a lot of people.
Hassan Piker is coming after you? What has NuxTaku ever done to Hassan Piker to become the target of such aggression? He's only said Hassan's name on his channel 674 times. He also has a playlist with 72 videos, 60...
Captain Save a Ho for J haters. Well, the truth of the matter is, when it comes to like bigoted ideology and everything, we all have for the most part, I don't know how everyone is, but like, I was fortunate enough to be raised in a manner where, you know, when I was in public school, like in my early years of public school, like my classes were mostly black, for very, very early public school, and I was, you know, taught I was taught like values that were antithetical to racism, but not everyone's like that, right? A lot of people were born into these like deeply racist families and just like filled with poison their whole life. And I don't expect the targets of that to be willing to, it's not your job to try to convince them. I don't blame I don't blame black people for hating someone that hates them, right? Especially when it's caused like so much oppression against them. But if someone is willing to try, and I'm willing to try, they certainly should. They certainly should. There was this one guy, I keep forgetting his name, it was Daryl something, and he has like convinced like 20 people to leave the clan.
4 hours of material in total dedicated to going after Hassan Piker. He's willing to dish out all this shit, even mock Hassan for not daring to mention his name. But when Hassan fires back, NuxTaku is suddenly this innocent little victim. At least he didn't cry on his stream for an hour. Instead of responding to my video, NuxTaku tries to lump me in with Hassan and leverage the anti-Hassan sentiment of his audience to completely discredit my criticism. However, because of the way Nux responded, I am now also able to leverage the anti-Hassan sentiment of his audience to attack him and discredit him even further. If you've seen any amount of NuxTaku's anti-Hassan content, you might be familiar with a certain system.
You all know the Hassan system. Are you familiar with the Hassan system? This is the Hassan system. The Hassan system is a proven method for handling criticism. Like, you know the Hassan system? Like how Hassan Piker deflects criticism?
What?
The Hassan system! Somebody just posted the Hassan system. I love the Hassan system.
I know you do. We've already seen you deploy too.
By the way, guys, we are $4 away from being halfway to Streamly goal. So if you want to help us out, you can tip through Streamlabs, Super Chats, all that good stuff. Another great way to help us out is to like, if you haven't already.
Of its tactics.
H. You ignore critics' content to obscure their arguments.
This whole move of lumping me with Hassan is another one of them.
S. Strawman. Attack the misrepresentation by grouping critics with deplorables. Elon Musk, is he did a Nazi salute. He works for Trump. Trump is basically Orange Hitler. Am I right, guys?
However, some of these apply to Nux's response in multiple ways.
Hi. Ignore critics' content to obscure their argument. True, he never reacted to me or anyone that ever criticized him.
Recently, someone made a hit piece on me.
Isn't that literally okay? I know what Nikandros is gonna do here. That's literally what they're doing to him, right?
And it was an hour and a half long, so I didn't watch it. I'll be honest.
Good tactic. Very good tactic. Find their standards and use it against them. It's one of my personal favorites.
Then there is avoid.
A, avoid. Debate only weaker opponents, never the original person. These people never, ever enter a debate at all.
NuxTaku has never debated anyone who isn't his friend or,
Yeah, I called him to the Cheetos stream once. I wanted to call in and debate him. Couldn't.
or on friendly terms with him. I asked NuxTaku if he wants to talk on Twitter, and he ignored me. It's not very surprising. He has run from conversations with me and harmful opinions before. The last time he did it, it came with the cost of him losing his spot on the Some Ordinary podcast.
Said XTC a dog and a fucking, oh, Jesus Christ.
This is simple. Do you feel that NuxTaku is honestly representing himself in all of this? To you?
On that, no. I mean, I'm looking at that character. I don't know if that's fucking loli or whatever, but it's, I mean, it's like fucking dog having sex with a woman, so it's already way bad for me anyways. It doesn't even have to have the loli connotations. Yeah, I think for...
Yo, thank you so much, Infixed, for the 10. Holy shit. Hassan this. Hassan that. Why don't you has and self a job?
him to stay...
Why are you watching the video with the shittiest possible quality and the voice boost stuff turned on?
Stay on a show and work with me directly. I'm not even...
Oh wait, do I have the audio? Do I have the audio? Do I have volume booster turned on?
I'm talking about like just Caleb here, just with me. He should come and explain these things pretty candidly. And if he can't do that, then I don't think he should be able to work with us in the future. I think that's a pretty fair way to go about it. I haven't seen Harmful Opinions.
Sure. Harmful Opinions made the video. He's the one that's got the more substantive critiques exactly of that. I've just watched his video about it. I'm obviously
if he's not willing to answer the critiques, then I don't think he should be working with us.
I'll expand on that a bit in part 2, but the full story comes later. I don't think name call is even worth addressing. However you might feel about the accuracy of this meme.
Yeah, I agree. This. Yeah, we're actually, just because you said that, is how I'm watching the rest of it.
When it's applied to Hassan, if you're going to be using it against him, you can't behave in the same exact way when you yourself are facing criticism. However, I
Yeah,
believe
but have you considered, like, they're okay being hypocrites, so actually they can?
if we skipped over one of these tactics, which happens to be
And what is this? Dude, I've never found, like, the Orange Man bad shit or whatever, like, the whole orange memes, those, like, got old in 2016. What is this picture, dude? What is going on here? He looks like he is jaundice. Like, he's in, like, liver failure.
the one that NuxTaku
That doesn't even look like it's his makeup anymore, because it's going down to his neck.
relies on the most.
That's A, alter in the Hassan system. Drastically misrepresent the opposing view. The new angle that people are taking is that I was grooming people in a Discord. A lie. I've never groomed anyone ever, and they've never had any evidence of me grooming anyone ever. All right, so it's a lot of implications that get thrown out.
Not only did I not accuse him of grooming, I clarified that messages on the Discord about
Yeah, invent a straw man that makes the claim more extreme and seem absurd, which you're able to refute it because it's the extreme and defensible version of the claim, and then use that in place of addressing the claim itself and refuting it.
in grooming someone
A liar's guide to responding to arguments online.
were actually jokes. Plenty of users, including NuxTaku, have also claimed Alan to be underage. Alan is a lolly, no can do. Alan is underage. Does that mean Nux is grooming Alan? What's going on here? I then demonstrated that the Alan in question was actually an adult. These statements about Nux grooming Alan or Nux calling Alan a lolly are simply jokes. Very optically bad jokes, but jokes nonetheless.
People have made jokes like that about fucking Windy Fox.
The Alan I mentioned is, of course, Alan Weebus.
All patrons are invited to the Discord server, where we do things like make fun of Alan Weebus. If you don't know who Alan Weebus is, oh, trust me, $1 to the Patreon is worth it to meet the guy.
If you didn't see part 1, Alan Weebus was the groomer, as the audience calls him, who was on NuxTaku's Patreon Discord. Alan had many interactions with Nux, and Nux repeatedly endorsed him to his audience, despite them continuously sending gore to the 14-year-old minor, Red, on Nux's Patreon Discord. Alan also encouraged Red to drop out of school, which they eventually did, and cited Alan as inspiration. Alan also
Good one, Windy. You playing into that. It's like, damn.
instructed them on self-harming,
Great
which is
optics,
what Red
man.
used
Great
to drop out of
optics.
school. I don't even call Alan a groomer in the video. I said he engaged in abusive, manipulative, and criminal behavior towards Red, and I showed a message from Red in which he says he doesn't believe Alan had that intention, but his behavior was still inappropriate.
This is the guy that made the video. If you want to watch the full video, you should go watch it, by the way, if you want. If you want to watch an hour and a half of this guy calling me a pedophile with zero evidence that I'm a pedophile, you can watch this video. That would be great. Go do that. All right, I'm not trying to hide that or anything. Just to be clear, all right? We're not putting it under the rug at all. Absolutely. If you want to go watch it, go watch it. I will not be spending 4 hours reacting to an hour and a half long video, calling me a pedophile again and again and again for things I've already addressed.
NuxTaku has never previously addressed the state of his communities, and he's never given an honest description of his past content to his audience. He's also never called a pedophile in the video. While I do show him exhibiting very obscene lolicon material on his channel, I mentioned the fact that NuxTaku has consistently denied being into it. There's a difference between waifu and best girl. Waifus are mountable, so therefore the best girl isn't. However, the art of the best girl is lolly inclusive. Nux is using that word in the petite anime character sense, not the cartoon CP sense. Nux's stance on personally not being into lolly hentai has been consistent for years, but it didn't stop him from posting it onto YouTube. Despite having displayed this content in his videos and thumbnails for years, NuxTaku has consistently denied being into it. NuxTaku might have frequently engaged with lolly hentai content, even lolly piece, and he was putting it on his thumbnails as recently as 2022. But using something for clickbait to increase your income is not the same thing as personally enjoying it. You can make assumptions and speculations about why he went with this material specifically, but those are ultimately assumptions. Just for the hell of it, let's make another argument for why Nux isn't a lolicon. The anime community, which NuxTaku was submerged in for years, is full of people who are openly lolicons, like NuxTaku's friend, Chibi Reviews. He feels comfortable regularly tweeting suggestive images of clearly underage characters. These people are tolerated in these spaces, and there was zero pressure against Nux coming out as a lolicon.
Yeah, there might not be evidence of him necessarily consuming that material for enjoyment, but there would certainly be evidence that he's permissible of it in his space, which still is like a horrible look, right?
If he was one, and yet he didn't. Despite being surrounded by these people and having pandered to them for years, NuxTaku has never, to my knowledge, said that he's into it.
All right, gamers, the hentai tags tier list. Let's go. Lolly. All right,
He just has like extensive knowledge of it, like tolerates its presence around him, has like used it for thumbnails, etc. But yeah, no, correct, and it is fair to say he's never directly said that I, NuxTaku, enjoy. But doesn't Chibi Reviews also say that? Chibi Reviews has, I swear we watched a video where he was like, you know, it's not my thing personally, but, you know, it's just drawn cartoons, and I feel like he said that directly. And that's the same thing that people like did I always say Mama Coco? Like from the movie? Miguel, there's no... We don't allow music in this house. No, not Mama Coco. Mama Oka, the big titty octopus man, also says like it's not my thing, but like I understand why people are into it.
I hate seeing it everywhere, and it's gross.
This kind of consistency is rare when it comes to Nux. The guy contradicts himself all the time. For a brief moment, let me take you to August of 2024. NuxTaku is finally being pressed about his past content, and he was actually...
So to be clear, this is also incorrect. This is not when I was being pressed for my past content. This was literally a video that I made talking about my 10 years on YouTube because it was like my 10-year YouTube anniversary. Right? This was not like a response to drama video, as far as I remember. Maybe I'm mistaken, I'm thinking of the wrong video, but that's what I thought. Yeah, so, as you can see, I addressed many times that I regretted the fact that I would make lewd content and shit back in the day, to be honest. And this video was, it was like a 10-year anniversary. This
No,
was not like
I never,
apology, whatever.
listen, I never said that Mama Coco is into lolly, okay? I said that Mama Oko said that to Cameron F305 in that one interview we watched that it's not their thing, right? But they understand why people are permissive of it around or something.
Truth about that video and all of the other responses he refers to in the part 2. For now, we are specifically focusing on Nux's claims about the Discord. Red joined the server on September 7th. On day 1, they openly declared themselves to be 14 years old.
I didn't know about this.
In this first screenshot, where Red admits to being 14, NuxTaku is right here. In my video, I show many instances where Nux was present or pinged in close proximity to Red, saying they're a minor, or saying something that would flag them as one. They mention things about their school, their head teacher, and other users also pinged NuxTaku in close proximity to messages where Alan was talking about sending gore to Red. Here's a new close call that I came across. Violet pings NuxTaku. I got proposed by Red. Red ponders if by marrying Violet, they can have her arrested. You can't. I can, but she will be arrested and prosecuted. Why do you think that would happen? Could it be Red being underage, perhaps? NuxTaku shows up and says, "Go, fanbase." Violet responds, "I can't, Nux. It would be against the law." Nux doesn't respond, but he's still present 10 minutes later. This is a totally Looney Tunes level of a lack of awareness, especially when you realize how small the server was. I recently learned about this tool for analyzing Discord exports, and according to it, when Red joined the server, the number of active members was 44, which is an incredibly small number. Here is the server's overall activity, Red's activity, and NuxTaku's activity.
44 is nothing, and the truth of the matter is, when you look at the number count of the server, that's not even denoting like the number of active users. Like 44 is not actually going to be 44. 44, if you're lucky, is going to be more like 20, right? You have lurkers, you don't necessarily have people that are like regularly active. So even amongst that number, which is small enough where you could distinguish individuals, right? Even amongst that number, it's still going to be way fucking smaller.
NuxTaku's most active months on the server are when the events I covered happened. When we limit the users being analyzed to Red and NuxTaku, we see that according to this definition...
44 people who post at least one message per month. Yeah, there's just so many people, you can't recall.
...of a conversation, they participated in 130 conversations.
I don't know why I thought... Another autistic derail tangent. watch JCS. Watch the interrogation of Stephanie Lazarus. That one's so like it's sad, but it's funny. She like killed her like ex's new wife in like the 1980s, and they dug it up and they brought her in the 2000s to ask her if she did it. She was a cop, and she's doing this tactic where she's like, she doesn't remember anything. She's like, I don't know. God, that was so long ago. It's like, we might have dated. Did we date? God, I can't remember. It was so long. Dude, it was like the funniest interrogation I've ever seen.
With each other. If we include all users, but limit the time range to the first 3 months when Red was on the server, Red was 2.5 times more active than Nux.
Well, we have 160 concurrent, but that 160 cycles throughout the stream. When stream's done, we'll have about 1.5 thousand who, or sorry, a little under that actually, like 1 point something thousand who watched throughout the stream. But that would just, yeah, that would be the concurrents.
And the most active person on the server, with the exception of the deleted users, which would include regulars like Zach, Alan, and some other figures who were too obscure to identify.
Was that the lady who was a cop? Yes. Yeah.
With these filters turned on, the number of conversations that NuxTaku and Red both participated in was 57. If you look at the period between Red joining and when NuxTaku made the NSFW channel for them, Red is still number 2.
Everything is like, God, that was a million years ago. Like, they're like, so ma'am, is it true that, is it true that you, graduated, from college? Did I graduate from college? God, that was like a million years ago. Did I graduate from college? What are you talking? That's like a million years ago. She keeps saying this to like basic questions throughout the entire interview. It was the weirdest strategy I've ever seen. And you'd think she would know better because she's a fucking cop.
In terms of activity, and the number of conversations only goes down to 36. I also showed that NuxTaku was in voice chats with Red multiple times.
Where
this
were
is merely
you,
Red's
ma'am,
testimony.
last week? That's a million years ago. Where was I last week?
But I showed multiple screenshots of interactions on the former voice chat text channel between Red and NuxTaku, which suggest that they were both in the VC at the time. I also showed the screenshot of Red in a VC with Nux. But how can you know that I didn't just censor a random name and avatar? Red actually had a very long nickname at the time, so we don't need to censor these parts. They've also changed their avatar, so we can reveal that too. There are other old screenshots off the server, which show a person with the same nickname suffix and avatar in other VC sessions. This screenshot reveals that they removed the suffix from their nickname in late January 2019. However, they had that nickname as early as December 2018 when they had a different avatar. Here's a new screenshot of a conversation where Red is spamming large text, and Zach posts a screenshot of the conversation. We can see the same nickname here, and the
I'd be interested to hear about her other behavior as an officer. Well, they had her for whatever reason assigned to work art theft. She seems to have killed because she was really jealous. I don't know how much that would have played into her being an officer. But she's definitely got, she's insane. You could see it in her eyes. I'm surprised she lasted as long as she did.
early avatar.
I'm pretty sure she's applying for parole now. She's trying to apply for parole. She's eligible for it.
Also see that Red was speaking in the VC. There are other screenshots of Red with this nickname and avatar in different VCs. The user who can be seen at the bottom here, TM Philly, was actually NuxTaku's editor at the time. They haven't said anything indicating they knew Red was a minor, but they were in a couple VCs with them. So if Red being underage would have been a problem.
Wait, how old was Red again? I know he said it earlier. I wasn't locked in. It was like, what, 14? 15? And a male, right? A male. There is no world where like a 14, 15-year-old male speaks and you can't like 14 like and you can't hear it in their voice. I emphasize the male part because women obviously develop quicker than men, and but you could even still tell with women, right? Or girls, right? You can still tell with girls, but like as like not being able to distinguish this person's probably a minor when they're a 14-year-old male, probably a squeaker and shit, like is crazy.
That's a person actually working for NuxTaku at the time who could have known. So Red spoke in VCs, and they were in VCs with NuxTaku multiple times. Despite all of these clear signs, we're supposed to believe that
Stephanie Lazarus interrogation is a classic because of the faces. My other favorite is the one with Sarah Boone, where she's like insisting that like they keep like walking her through what she did. And she just thinks if she says she didn't do it intentionally enough, it's gonna make it go away. And then they find out that she doesn't know they have a video that she recorded while drunk on her phone of the guy she killed by keeping him in the suitcase, begging to get out. And she's like saying, "This is for what you did to me, fuck you," or whatever. And while she keeps insisting it's not intentional, they play the video, and it's so awkward.
Who didn't realize that Red was a minor. They would later claim to be 15 multiple times, but as they—
I didn't know about this.
It's a very hard sell, and you can tell from NuxTaku's desperation that he knows it. Openly stated, they were lying about their age.
So they were lying about their age.
Red lied about being 15 when they were actually 14. Again, everyone on the server knew Red was a minor.
Yeah, they lied about they lied about their age, and the lie is that they were 15, and they're actually 14. Dude, somebody should use that when they get busted with like Gideon or something. Like, they lied that they were 14. They're actually 12, so they lied about the age.
What's more likely, that NuxTaku was the odd one out
The
and
whole
he
lied about the age thing doesn't work when the age they're lying about is still being a minor.
never realized that Red was a minor, or that NuxTaku knew, but he didn't care. It was not an issue. All of the evidence heavily supports the latter option. Now, apparently, I didn't do my due diligence when confirming Red to be 14 because I didn't ask for their ID. I simply did not believe it was necessary. Red had left the server half a decade before I contacted them, and when I asked them if they really were 15 at the time, they recalled being 13 or just having turned 14 when they joined. I mentioned them initially saying 14 and later on 15. They said they were born in August of 2004, which lines up with them having just turned 14 when they joined. They said they might have been lying about being older because they were embarrassed about how young they were. This lines up with their admission all the way back then that they were not actually 15 years old. If Red being underage was just an elaborate roleplay on the server, it was spotless, and coordinated between multiple people in an effort to trick someone who would stumble upon those messages over half a decade later. Some people still demand to see an ID verification, so I asked Red if they were willing to share a photo of their ID with everything but their birth year and month blocked out. They got back to me very quickly with this. There it is. August of 2004. Red was 14 at the time, just like they said, and just like I reported. Will the skeptics now be satisfied, or will they simply move on to the next thing to be skeptical about? Hey, Nikandros knows Photoshop. Nikandros must have Photoshopped this. Well, you caught me this time. Here's the original, and here's the fake. I can show me refreshing the DMs where Red sent me the picture, but maybe Red sent me a fake passport, or maybe I used an alt account to fake these messages. I didn't. This is real. I hope this demonstration shows why I thought that it was worthless to get an ID verification. If you're already skeptical, this isn't going to do anything for you. There is just so much more other evidence which supports Red being underage. After my video came out, I've been contacted by 3 people who could be seen in the video showing or saying something inappropriate to Red. They've all offered an explanation for their actions, and if Red hadn't actually been a minor at the time, pointing it out would be a total exoneration. All of them.
Unfortunately, this Red person is older than I am now, and I was around at that point in time. And I will say this again, at that point in time, people were so, this is way worse than anything I was in, obviously, when you saw what this, like, other dude was talking to Red about, and, like, it just looked like straight up grooming. But in regards to, like, the presence of minors back then, it was, like, all around, not even just in this, like, in the commentary space, whatever, it was just tolerated. And people would, like, be friends with minors and have them in their private servers or whatever. But this even takes it, like, up a degree. Like, what I saw with those messages from the previous video on this, with that other, not NuxTaku, what that other guy was doing, it just looked like straight up grooming.
Acknowledged that they knew that at the time, Red was a minor. One of them even emphasized how immature Red was, and how their lack of knowledge about adult matters became a running joke on the server. I want to emphasize that I do not condone any kind of harassment of the individuals whom I feature in my videos. It is entirely possible to do something inappropriate with a minor as a consequence of a lack of thought. If I believe there was anything deeper and more sinister about the actions of these side characters.
Yes. This is what it was when, like, there are a lot of people that in hindsight, like, if you were to bring up something, it would look really bad today, but back then it was, they were just making a joke and weren't accounting for the fact that there was a minor listening. Right? Shit like that. People just, like, if it was, like, a cool minor or whatever, they treated them as, like, one of the, even people without pedophilic intent would just treat them as, like, a normal friend.
I would have mentioned that.
I mean, look at me on Augie's streams when I was this age, 15.
It actually defended.
There's, like, no acknowledgement. Or, I mean, there is acknowledgement that I'm young. But, like, people talked about me back then like I was an adult.
Of them, and believed that the reason for their misbehavior was the environment that NuxTaku had fostered on the server. A lot of these people were also very young adults, and this happened 8 years ago. Later on, I will address why that excuse doesn't fly with NuxTaku. In case you believe I faked all of the logs on the server, or that I took them out of context, I'm not the only one who's seen them.
No, it was normal at the time. This wasn't normal at the time, where you see, like, the type of engagements people are having with this kid. Like, people would have shut that shit down if it went this far.
Expected NuxTaku to
I don't allow minors in my community.
Purge the whole server, so I presented its contents to Nicholas Diorio, Dickers, Quintheo, and Samuel.
Now, Nikandros had actually reached out to me, and we ended up going through some of these Discord logs where he literally just pulled them up from the server. He didn't have to archive these messages or anything. He could just search them up and find them and show me what he was talking about.
Nikandros pulled a couple of YouTubers aside, myself included, and did about a 30-minute presentation showing me everything from the actual server. So, in an event where this took place, a YouTuber who covered it can turn around and go, no, it's real. I saw it with my own eyes. So I'm lending that credibility now because I have actually, by his request, recorded our little conversation that we had, the 30-minute presentation, and I recorded that instance if it was ever necessary to actually show.
If there was any reason to be skeptical about my presentation of the server's contents, those skeptics could have paid NuxTaku $1 to check for themselves. If they couldn't be bothered to do that, I'd say their critiques are not even worth addressing. For some reason, NuxTaku has decided to block new Patreon members from joining the Discord server.
I went ahead and I spent $1 on NuxTaku's Patreon. I just did this a moment ago and ended up screenshotting it. When I tried to connect over to the Discord, this is what would happen to my Discord. You find yourself in a strange place. You don't have access to any text.
No, not minors. You allow... I don't allow any minors, regardless of who they are, regardless if they're chill. Minors are not allowed in my space. There's no reason I'm minors in my space. I don't make content that is, like, even interesting to minors.
Channels, or there are none in the server. And there wasn't any new servers showing up in my server list on the left-hand side. So the bare minimum, false advertising. I did not get Discord access for $1, but that is the Discord access that anybody else was allowed to for just spending $1. An NSFW channel, as well as a bunch of people being super cool with the fact that you're under the age of 18.
He's also deleted the NSFW channel. If my presentation was a total lie, why would NuxTaku prevent his strongest defenders from doing their own investigation and exonerating him? Fortunately, NuxTaku's attempts to destroy evidence are in vain. Thanks to Jenny Matrix, I have an archive of the server and all of its media files, the NSFW channel included, which is 8 gigabytes. However, that's not the only archive of the server. There are others who managed to export their own versions. In the case of this guy, he dug through the logs and has not disputed Red being a minor.
He used Docs Tool 3?
In fact, he documented other users on the server attesting to be minors. Initially, the total number was 7, which then raised to 12, which is very odd for what is supposedly an 18+ Discord.
So, look, man, I don't know how a minor even got into this Discord server, because as I'm sure he mentioned this in the longer video, I'm not trying to say that he tried to slander me on purpose over here, but this was a Patreon server. For those of you that aren't aware, Patreon servers are inherently 18+, because if you want to become a patron, if you want to join a creator's membership as a patron, or provide membership as a creator, you must be at least 18 years old, or have permission from parent or guardian, all right? Quite literally, that obviously didn't happen. This was inherently an 18+ Discord server. So if someone lied or stole their mom's credit card, or their mom let their kid join a Discord server from a guy that was making more, adult-focused content on my YouTube channel, that is the parents' fault.
There's a lot of claims being made there, so let's go one by one. First of all, how could a child get into the server? If you saw my video, you might remember a mention of the server getting raided several times. The users doing these raids did not pay through Patreon to get onto the Discord. They got into an invite link. Yes, you heard that right. NuxTaku did not know how to prevent users from creating invite links to the server. Fixing this issue takes seconds, and the moderators of the server, who did not have proper permissions to fix that issue, tried to tell NuxTaku to fix it, but they were ignored for months. NuxTaku even shared the Patreon Discord invite link by mistake in a YouTube community post, allowing a bunch of people to join in without paying through Patreon. That means
Wait, why is this relevant? If the person is openly announcing the fact they're a minor.
the server's user base was contaminated.
Like, you would have, like, it doesn't matter how he got in. He was there, and he wasn't removed, was it?
With people who were not age verified, and they had the ability to create more invite links and share them to other users. Patreon Discords are also absolutely not inherently 18+.
For those of you that aren't aware, Patreon servers are inherently 18+, because if you want to become a patron, if you want to join a creator's membership as a patron, or provide membership as a creator, you must be at least 18 years old, or have permission from parent or guardian.
It says right there that they welcome 13+ members. It is not an adults-only platform. Some Patreons are 18+, some are 13+. NuxTaku's Patreon was not 18+, and it did not have an 18+ rule. The NSFW channel existed for over a year before any rules were added. The ones that currently exist still do not mention anything about the server being 18+. When NuxTaku would plug the Patreon Discord in his videos, which he did around 68 times, he did not mention it being 18+ even once. If the server was clearly 18+ from the beginning, why did none of the other adult members report Red to NuxTaku when they knew that they're a minor? As Harmful Opinions points out in his videos, several of the moderators who were added later acknowledged that children were present on the Discord, and even said they won't take responsibility if they access the NSFW channel.
There is a note here saying absolutely nothing from minors, by the way. No personal nudes, no content of minors, content depicting minors, content made by
No,
minors.
what's up? All is well.
Shit, alright, just to be clear.
The NSFW channel did not have these rules on it at the time either. They were added way later. NuxTaku also claimed that he was creating more adult-oriented content at the time, but that's total bullshit. Again, the stuff with Red and Alan happened in 2018, when NuxTaku was still an anime YouTuber. The pivot to hentai content began in August of 2019. Even past that point, NuxTaku had a disclaimer in his video descriptions stating that his entire channel was PG-13. This disclaimer was also on the Monkey Comic video. When it comes to Nux trying to algorithmically target his content to a young audience, we actually have some data here, which has been gathered and visualized by Jenny Matrix. If we scan NuxTaku's video metadata for mentions of YouTubers that are popular with children, like MatPat, MrBeast, PewDiePie, and so on, we can see that even after the pivot to hentai content, NuxTaku was regularly using these creators' names in his tags. Now, I want to note that this stuff is a little bit work in progress. I can't remember why I asked Jenny to exclude MrBeast from the rest of these, but when we don't, we can see that when the Monkey Comic video was published, over 60% of Nux's videos that month had a kids YouTuber tagged on it, and for the next 6 months, it was 100%. Here is a graph for
Why doesn't NuxTaku just refute? Why doesn't NuxTaku post the age breakdown of his videos? Has he? Not saying that that would be entirely accurate, because people could just lie or self-report or whatever. But like, for example, not everyone does. And I saw this like fucking Shushi Mushi guy or whatever. I got sent his analytics from someone he gave it to, and it shows like that like even when you account for people lying about their age, like there's still like a huge amount of like a huge percentage of minors.
for kids franchises. Here is a graph for NSFW terms, and here are the same for the Nuxanor channel. Kids YouTubers, kids franchises, and NSFW terms. On this graph especially, you can notice how he slowly turns it down as it stops working as a meta. He's used the NuxTaku MrBeast tag on his videos 648 times. If you look at this video, for example, I hosted the world's most...
He did in 2019, and it showed below 18s at 10%, and his top demographic was 18 to 25, aka kids lying about their age. I mean, that's true, but you can't prove that. It's not as strong of an argument. But that's almost certainly true, right? Even 10% is probably going to be a big number. What's mine? out of curiosity. I'm gonna check mine really quick. Because, like, I make content that in general wouldn't be very appealing to minors, so you'd expect that number to probably be pretty low. Analytics, audience. Yeah, so it says 2.5%. And then 18 to 24 is only 15%. My biggest demographic of watcher at 52% is 25 to 34, which makes sense. Most of the people that I know, there are people that are around my age, but the vast majority that I've seen watch me, etc., are in that range of like about their mid to late 20s. And then holy unk, 35 to 44, 25% of people who watch are ages 35 to 40 to 44, but then that drops 4% at 45 to 54 years old. 55 to 64 is 0.3%, and 65 plus is 0.3%. Mine is only 2.5%.
Legendary Rule 34 tournament, we have tags like NuxTaku Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast $1,000, Mr. Beast Tournament, Pokemon Rule 34, NuxTaku Mr. Beast, and of course, Shaded Animations Rule 34. What can we see in the description? This video is PG-13.
I got 5.8%, but that would make sense if you're covering people that kids watch.
So even after NuxTaku stopped doing anime content, he was still trying to reach a young audience. In 2018, when he was an anime creator, the entry fee to his Patreon Discord was a one-time payment of a single $1. He was not an 18+ creator. The plugs didn't mention it being 18+, and the server didn't mention it being
And even then, that's not very high.
18+. It was not an 18+ Discord in any way, but NuxTaku claims that it was because the Patreon terms of service says you need to be 18 or have
It just all goes to show, like, kids are watching.
parental consent to place pledges. So if a child gets groomed on his Patreon Discord server,
that is the
Like,
parent.
these guys, like, he almost certainly is a huge demographic. Like, if you go to his, I'm pretty sure you went to his comments, right? In your, like, one of your videos. I don't remember if I did that or you did that in your video, but we, like, looked at the comments, or you might have, actually, and I'm just thinking that I did that, taking credit for your work. But, like, the comments, like, it was so obvious that, like, this guy's a huge demographic of fucking minors that watch.
Fault.
ladies and gentlemen, this is the big one. The dragon. It's the parents' fault. It's the parents' responsibility. Parents need to stop being lazy and look after their children. Oh hey, it's Leaflet, another right-wing
Wait,
VTuber.
why is my YouTube glitch? It's showing me Nikandros' comments on Nux's video. I was like, why is everybody saying good video, Nick? Yeah, these, like... Cactus Boss. Yeah, like, these all look like kids. Or so, not all, but a lot.
In the Asmongold orbit who defended NuxTaku with the same rhetoric.
You know who's at fault? You know who has a lot of the blame here? Fucking parents. Parents need to take care of
We're watching the new Nikandros NuxTaku video.
their kids. Because how are their kids getting online looking at 18+ content? How is that possible?
Of course, there's obviously room, like, you know, I've offered a lot of criticism of modern parenting and, like, the unmonitored access that a lot of kids have to the internet, myself included when I was a kid. There's totally a time and place for that discussion to be had, but it seems like these types, and they all have the same sorts of VTubers and profile pictures, etc. It seems like these types want to focus on that responsible party to negate the responsibility of other parties that pertain to the, you know, lack of monitored internet access to minors that have free roam online. Yes, parents should be monitoring their kids. Absolutely. But they don't. It's not a perfect world, and it's your job as an adult to exercise responsibility to mitigate harm with that given reality. You are in control of your own actions and what you can choose to do, and there are ways that you as an adult can mitigate harm in the context of other people's kids if they're not doing their job. For example, like keeping them out of your community.
How is that possible? I don't know, Leaflet.
And quick question, how old do you think Leaflet is IRL? Honestly, it could be, I'm really not good at guessing the age of women from their voice alone. I'm just not. It could be like, it could be anything.
Why don't you tell us?
When I was a kid, they took away my internet because, you know what
Is Leaflet a...
I did? I went and I signed up for those free internet providers. I went to a freaking Radio Shack, I bought a cable, and I ran it all the way across the room, hooked it up to my Dreamcast.
Yeah, I hear it more. I
I
hear
still
it
want
more.
one.
A little bit.
You suck, parents. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's like they can't. You're not gonna be able to stop it. You're not gonna know. Like I hid the cable like under the bed.
Definitely sounds like she's over her 20s.
They're not gonna know, right?
They're not gonna know, right?
And I just get up like late at night. 2 a.m. Fantasy Star Online time. Plug it all. Okay, everyone's in bed. Open the door. Okay, everyone's asleep. Plug it all in. Get ready. Now I'm playing Fantasy Star Online at 2 a.m. You can't stop it.
You can't stop. When Leaflet is talking about ID verification on Discord, it is impossible for parents to stop their children from getting online. They're not going to know what their kids are doing, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. When she defends NuxTaku 12 days later, she suddenly fails to grasp how parents aren't able to do what she previously claimed to be impossible.
How are their kids getting online, looking at 18 plus content? How is that possible?
You sneaky bitch.
If something...
how is that possible? Yeah, I literally watched this clip at the time. You know why that happens. You know how that's possible, right? It's like the case of like, if somebody's kid gets lost, it's like, yeah, they shouldn't have lost their kid. But if you find their kid and you decide to go take their kid to a bar or something, like, that's on you. That's on you.
Bad had happened to Leaflet when she was accessing the internet without her parents' knowledge. Whose fault would it be? Would it make Leaflet's parents bad parents? Were they lazy? What exactly were they supposed to do? Watch her 24/7? Install a surveillance camera in their teenage daughter's room? Shackle her to the bed at night? That sounds very abusive. Parents obviously shouldn't expect strangers on the internet to protect their children, and they don't. In most cases, the parents don't know that their children are using these services because their child is hiding it from them. Parents should supervise their children.
Yeah, that's also a big component of it. That's a huge component of it, actually. Like, when I was online, I was hiding shit from my parents.
But even with ideal parents, which very few children have, perfect supervision is not always possible. That's why we as adults have a shared duty to protect children.
Agreed. This is the same argument I made to Spinal BJ, who said that you as an adult, if parents are not watching their kid and the kid stumbles in the room, it's actually not your problem with how you act.
I said in my video, parents do have the primary responsibility to protect their children. But that responsibility isn't on them alone. If you're publishing content on a 13+ website, the creators, the parents, and the platform have a shared responsibility to protect the children using that site from being exposed to harmful content. Similarly, if you're running a Discord server, you're responsible for what you, or people you've designated as moderators, allow to happen on it. If you allow people to do whatever they want on your server and violate Discord rules, you're still getting banned because it was your responsibility to make sure that those rules were being followed. Banning minors from your 18+ communities and being aware of the fact that kids can lie about being adults is not the same thing as babysitting someone else's children. There are times when you can say, parents' fault, or more preferably, there was nothing I could do. If you're making 18+ content on an 18+ website, and a child is watching your 18+ videos without your knowledge, unless you're advertising your content on a 13+ platform, there's not really anything you can do. You have done your due diligence. If a child sneaks into an 18+ community, no one knew they were a minor, the moderators are putting in a good faith effort to prevent children from joining, and you don't have a pop channel because you know that some minors can slip through, that's also when you can say, there was nothing I could do. I'm not asking for omnipotence here. It's really simple. If your community is not appropriate for minors, make a reasonable effort to keep them out. You don't need to adopt them and parent them, give them an allowance and do their homework, just ban them from your server. That's the beginning and the end of your duty of care towards them. The ironic thing about Leaflet...
Yeah, like when I was 19, I had somebody that joined my server that was 17 and they said they were 18. And I pressed them on it. They were super persistent about it. And like to that extent, like that is a set, like if they are lying, there's like, unless you have like an ID policy where it's like, yeah, obviously getting someone to ID themselves is preferable, but the truth of the matter is, if I made everybody in my server send me their ID, I wouldn't really have much of a server, would I? Because not most people don't want to send their ID to strangers on the internet. So like you can't necessarily help if people are lying per se. But in this instance, it's like somebody openly, it's people that there's open knowledge of their status as minors.
Bringing up parental responsibility is that the minors on her Discord server hadn't slipped past moderation, they were explicitly allowed.
They used to get rid of any kids they knew about. So this is originally an 18+ server that at some point they decided to open up to kids. I don't know when exactly or why, and my obvious suggestion is to go back to that. I don't think that's too crazy or evil.
So I know why.
At all.
Leaflet told me. And I don't
Mama Coco? Dude, it's Mama Coco?
necessarily agree with this opinion. This is just what she told me the mindset was.
I don't necessarily agree with this opinion, but I love when they do that, when they're just like, yeah, I don't necessarily agree. You know, it could be argued. The argument could be made. Like, whenever they say that, you know they're trying to make the argument stick.
They don't want kids to go to
Discord servers that like would be full of trans individuals and trans ideologies, and they
Is that actually the excuse? Is that on our... Those kids could be getting groomed by those trans types, so why not have them in my server? They could be groomed by a cisgender person.
they would like to educate kids better.
And what exactly was the outcome? Several minors talking about what they're into, including a 15-year-old talking about being into femboys, and being sent thigh pics by an adult user who wasn't banned until harmful opinions...
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the video, we're over halfway to Streamly goal. Of course, we're never going to hit it, because it's an asymptote, but a great way you could help us out is by contributing to our furtherance towards that unreachable goal through tipping, through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff. You can't, that's totally fine. Another great way to support us is by liking. It's free, it's easy. You press a button, and I get really happy. So another great way to help us out as well. You can follow me on Twitter, join the Discord, and yeah.
Attention to it. So while you should keep kids out of your 18+ communities, please do not try to protect and educate.
Gameplay is a much better choice than having just like Nikandros floating around the blue wood the whole time.
Random kids on the internet. It is not your job. If you notice they have some issues,
It makes the video more watchable.
you can tell them to talk to their school counselor or seek some other professional help. But do not become the counselor. You are a random adult stranger on the internet. Even if you have good intentions, you are teaching that kid that they can trust random adult strangers on the internet.
Have you ever considered that Lio Convoy had no other options?
That's not a good thing. NuxTaku's defense was a bit more complicated and dumber than just saying parents' fault. According to the Patreon terms of service, Red must have had parental consent to join Nux's Patreon. So the parents must have consented to everything that happened to Red.
Mama Oko's server was... We're not saying that Mama Oko's server was an 18+. We're talking about,
on the Discord. Therefore,
We're talking about, Leaflet.
whatever happens, it's the parent's fault, and NuxTaku is not liable. That is simply not how it works. Parental consent is only required because the Patreon term of service is a legal contract, and minors cannot enter into contracts without parental consent. Patreon is not actually verifying the age of the user in any way, so there's no actual substantiation of Red or any other minor having the consent of their parents to pledge money to NuxTaku. This line of text is Patreon trying to limit their legal liability, even if we equate the possession of a credit card with an implicit age verification. NuxTaku failed to ensure that all the users on his Discord join through Patreon. You need to be 18 to have a credit card, but in many countries, children as young as 13 can have debit cards. They could have also used a prepaid card or even stolen their parents' credit card to make a $1 purchase to access the server. The disappearance of a $1 is pretty hard to notice. Again, a child joining the server...
Yes, being able to use a card for a purchase that means nothing online. Now, it means more if you're making big purchase. Like, I'd be more inclined to believe you were an adult if you're like regularly making huge purchases, because at that point, like, you probably would have been caught by a parent.
was totally foreseeable. The Patreon terms of service doesn't clear NuxTaku of wrongdoing. It is actually the total opposite. If you know that you have minors in your audience, Patreon's policies instruct you to inform them that they need parental consent to place pledges. Did NuxTaku ever do this? No, but when he created his Patreon account, he agreed that he would. He also agreed that his Patreon benefits would comply with Patreon's community guidelines. The Discord access was a benefit, so therefore, NuxTaku agreed to keep the Discord's contents in line with these guidelines. So what does that entail? NuxTaku was not an 18+ creator, so he agreed to keep all 18+ content off his Patreon Discord. He agreed there wouldn't be any promotion of self-harm, no gore material, no lolicon content, and absolutely no grooming. If Patreon actively reinforced their terms of service, NuxTaku would have been banned from the platform in 2018. So NuxTaku explicitly agreed he wouldn't have any of the things on his Patreon Discord that harmed Red. He agreed to shoulder that responsibility in order to access Patreon services, and then completely neglected them. Let's pretend none of that matters. Let's pretend...
This is because how does he hand wave this? You could just say, who the fuck reads all the terms of service before agreeing to something, right? But if he's using the Patreon to vindicate himself, if he's using the TOS to vindicate himself, then I'd say it's appropriate to use the TOS to bug a hole in his argument, right?
NuxTaku had explicit consent from Red's parents to not only let Red into the server, they...
I am not okay with minors. I'm not okay with minors being anywhere in my community, and my so there's no reason to have it. And I also don't appreciate people that joke about that, because then you're just like giving fucking... I mean, you're just like giving, like, you're making it look like I permit that. So it's like... Not you. I'm saying the people that joke that they're a minor, like Wendy.
also consented to Nux creating the NSFW channel for them, and to all the things that Alan did. That wouldn't matter, because parents cannot consent to someone abusing their child.
No, I wasn't meaning your joke. I was talking about Wendy's joke.
I am not a lawyer, but even in the legal realm, the terms of a contract cannot override the law. If you send gore to a minor on a Discord server, that's a crime, even if you had consent from the child's parents. I don't know whether NuxTaku is actually civilly or criminally liable for something here.
Minors for AG4L. Okay, Wendy. Explicitly state on the record that you are an adult, or you're just gonna be banned for life. I'll take you at your word. Why won't I? Why don't I?
But parental consent does not grant him any kind of immunity
Ban you
if
for life.
his actions on the server constituted a crime. However you slice it, if the only thing protecting a child from being groomed in your small Discord community is their parents stopping them from joining it in the first place, what does that say about you and your community? It sounds very bad, doesn't it? But it's basically what NuxTaku said in his defense.
Parents need to make sure that their kids aren't logging into 18+ servers. You know? It's awful, don't get me wrong, but that's that.
If you let your kids around me and they get groomed, that's on you. Also, how dare you slander me as a pedophile? To prevent what happened to Red, all NuxTaku had to do was to have an 18+ only rule. Clearly communicate that Discord was 18+ in his plugs, and tell people to report any minors to him. Red would have been instantly caught and banned. This is very basic stuff, but it was too much to ask from NuxTaku. One of his own moderators described his management of the server with the words, absolute neglect. Just to repeat it one more time, I'm not complaining that Nux didn't do enough to keep kids out of his Patreon Discord server. The complaint is that Nux didn't do anything at all, and he's now blaming Red's parents for letting them onto an 18+ server, when there were no indications or warnings of it being an 18+ server.
Parents need to make sure that their kids aren't logging into 18+ servers.
The most disgusting thing about Nux blaming Red's parents is that he's not only denying his own liability, he's denying Alan's liability as well. He's the person with the most potential to catch criminal charges here. Alan was actively sending gore and NSFW content to Red and said they were doing
What Alan was doing, based on the messages I've seen, I even think you have enough to make some sort of grooming claim. Unironically, like to me that looks like grooming. It looks like attempts to desensitize the minor. Like it just looks like straight up fucking grooming. It's not just like the way he's talking to the minor specifically. Except, like, he comes off as just, like, a total groomer. How old is this guy again? This Allen guy or whatever? How old is he? I mean, obviously, Nikandros isn't going to probably go that far, but, like, if what I remember from the first video is true... Oh, he was, like, 18 or 19? Yeah, it still looks like grooming. If the other party is 15, yeah. He's literally trying to, he's literally, like... Yeah, that looks, like, really bad. He's trying to, like, desensitize them throughout all those, like, messages.
It because Red was underage. He felt so comfortable doing it that he openly told other members that he was sending these things to Red. NuxTaku could have said it's Alan's fault, he could have denounced him, but no. He chose to make the evidence of Alan's crimes inaccessible, and he deleted some of it. If you think Alan's behavior qualifies him as a groomer or a pedophile, he certainly made himself look like one. And if he is one, then NuxTaku's actions to defend
I absolutely think he was a groomer for that, yeah.
himself have also protected that sort of person.
He literally said he needs to train yeah, it's like, it's not like I'm using the term grooming just to be synonymous with being a pedophile. I'm saying that was literally the tactic he was that was literally the tactic he was utilizing there. Like, you could, like, I said it when I was watching the first video. This could, unironically, his messages could go on an infographic of what grooming is and how it presents itself. He's trying to desensitize the minor to be okay with more and more extreme material and, like, bonding with him over it.
From consequences. If NuxTaku hadn't placed all of the blame on Red's parents, he would still be on the hook for not only letting Alan stay on his server, he was shouting
And it's
him out.
like worse. It's not just that, like, you know, you could say it was normal for minors to be permitted at the time. Sure, but like when there's to have somebody in your chat that's like seemingly actively grooming said that would never fly. That would never fucking fly.
In his videos and featuring him on his podcast. He literally
poor kid is right. Didn't he literally like have like huge social consequences as a result of this? Like, didn't he like stop pursuing school or whatever for a bit?
said that the $1 entry fee was worth it to join the Discord to meet this guy.
If you don't know who Alan Weebus is, oh, trust me, $1 to the Patreon is worth it to meet the guy.
What kind of culture do you think these endorsements encouraged? What kind of message do you think it sent to Red? Think about that for a second. According to one of Alan's old friends who reached out to me, NuxTaku was definitely friends with Alan at some point, and he wanted Alan to be his editor. They even recalled Alan possibly having seen a photo of NuxTaku's face. Again, this is one of Alan's friends saying this, so, you know. The only time NuxTaku told Alan, don't...
Is this Alan guy, like, still around? This is, like... This was, like, unironically, you could absolutely call that grooming. If I'm remembering the old messages correctly, this just looks like, it looked like straight up fucking grooming.
Is this one. It's him telling Alan not to bring his alt accounts onto the server. That is how early NuxTaku knew about the possibility of people joining the server without going through Patreon. It would remain unfixed for years. So far, NuxTaku has just been lying about the server, lying about his past, lying about my video, conflating me with Hassan, playing dumb, shifting blame, and deleting evidence. It is quite possibly one of the worst responses ever.
Just to be clear, again, I'm really sorry if any bad thing happened to any person in any of my servers. Obviously, that's disgusting and horrible. However, it was an 18+ server. That's one. And two, also important to mention, this not safe for work tab that ended up this channel, this not safe for work channel, which again, I regret. I don't think I should have ever done that. That was definitely...
The truth of the matter is, if you have an 18+ server that's large, you will probably have at least one minor that makes it in without knowing about it, right? Unfortunately. Yeah, that's just what happens. But you can't use that defense when there were like 44 people who typed at least one message a month, meaning there's such a small amount of people, you'd be able to discern each individual user from each other, and when the person themselves is openly announcing their age.
Mistake on my part. I'm not trying to say it wasn't, but 2018, 8 years ago, I guess didn't think about it clearly enough. This server was removed. This channel with the not safe for work thing was removed really quickly after it was made. I think, if I remember correctly.
The NSFW channel on the public Discord server, which you made 16 plus by the way, was removed within a week. But the NSFW channel on the Patreon Discord existed since 2018 until a couple days after my video came out. But anyway, so what if it happened in 2018? That's the reason I compared it to the Ava Chris Tyson Discord.
If you guys can think back to the Ava Chris Tyson allegations, which Nikandros kind of touches on in this video, when we were dealing with, having to put our brains together and look at, the density of messages and these kids saying what their ages were during the Ava Chris stuff, we were looking at that and going, well, it was close enough to these kids saying, what their ages are and then engaging with this material that Ava Chris Tyson more likely than not must have known. If you compare, like the density of messages and these people interacting with like Ava Chris Tyson or Jimmy at the time, it is much worse. It is like magnitudes worse with this NuxTaku server. It's a much smaller group because you did have to pay, albeit like $1 or $2. It's a much smaller group, and pretty much everyone in that Discord seems to recognize and address Red as a child.
44 people typing at least one message a month.
Making jokes about it, commenting about it, and shortly after, they're talking about Red or talking about their age or anything like this. NuxTaku is showing up. Nikandros in his video further shows that they were in Discord calls together. It gets to a point where it is very, very...
I wonder if you up the scope on that, how many people were typing at least, let's say, 5 messages a month. Because then you can start to filter out the actives from the inactives. I don't know what you use to garner that data, but I mean, you explained it, but I forgot. I'm very curious to see how that pans out as you up the minimum number of messages. Because that will even like account for like lurkers who maybe type one message. And I bet you that number, when we get to like 6 messages a month, is gonna be way smaller.
Difficult to give Nux benefit of the doubt that he just didn't know what was going on.
Who was a vocal critic of Chris Tyson in 2024 and called her a pedophile over this? NuxTaku. Who is 5 months older than Chris Tyson? NuxTaku. What's the excuse here? It was okay to destroy Chris Tyson's career in 2024 for something she did in 2018, but in 2026, it's too late for that. If that's the case, why is NuxTaku using clips of Hassan Piker from 2018? What exactly is the standard here? NuxTaku goes after Hassan for videos he made 13 years ago.
What did he say? Old enough to count, old enough to mount Hassan Piker? That's right, bro. That's it. And this is coming from Hassan, known for saying if she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount.
Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
As a joke. This is like... It's like you can't complain about anyone, even if, unironically, you'd have no room to complain if Nikandros ended his video actually calling you a pedo, because, like, you guys literally do the same shit to fucking Hassan, like, on a regular basis. Like, how are you gonna complain about bad faith or like extreme conclusions, etc. when this is what you guys have, like, you guys have dedicated yourself to doing the same exact shit to Hassan.
That's Hassan. Definitely listen to his moral guidelines.
Hassan is playing a character in these videos. This episode was specifically supposed to be more offensive.
There's been a lot of reviews about how bro tip is not offensive enough, so I decided I'm gonna kick it up a notch.
Even in character, when the things Hassan is saying don't represent his own beliefs, he's merely asking the question, after which a big no is shown. So not only is NuxTaku fine with judging people for things they said more than 8 years ago.
We need an opposite of Schrodinger's retard, where it is, there's got to be a name for it, where the interpretation of the joke becomes serious whenever it's someone you don't like. So an obvious joke will be presented to you, and you will pretend like it's a serious statement if the person making the joke is somebody you have vested interest in smearing, right? I've noticed this tactic being used more and more and more and more and more. There needs to be a name for it.
He's fine with lying about them too.
And then you're saying the thing that I've done that you consider to be completely unacceptable is like a satirical fucking
Schrodinger's wick.
a shitty attempt at satire.
So the shitty attempt of satire he's referring to is his bro tips past, where he had comments like, if she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount. If that's not pedophile behavior, I don't know what is.
NuxTaku has twisted this one joke from 13 years ago into some regular catchphrase that Hassan would say back then. Now,
Tactical autism. I was literally thinking, am I at Schrodinger's autism? Tactical autism. They can't tell it's a joke whenever it's convenient not to.
Please note that I'm simply deriving NuxTaku's standards from the standards he holds other people to. It doesn't matter whatever else Hassan might have done or what your opinion about him might be. Using this quote as an expression of Hassan's
They're
genuine...
doing it right now with Lumpy Willie. Like, the dude's name's literally Lumpy Willie. His professional one guy in bio, pedophile, city, his location. They're like, is this a joke?
Belief is just misinformation, and the fact that NuxTaku feels so strongly about it ties very nicely to his Patreon Discord.
By the way, for those of you that don't know, Hassan Piker, largest leftist political streamer in America.
Are you an adult? Not judging or anything. Yes, I'm an adult. I'm 21.
Has been doing streams talking about back in the day, back when he was a wee baby at the wee young age of 24. He was saying if she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount. Right? If she
as a joke
bleeds, she breeds. He's been saying shit like this, but he was 24. He was just a baby.
In 2018, NuxTaku was 22. And when NuxTaku was 22, Alan Weber said these same words right in front of his face on the server.
If that's not pedophile behavior, I don't know what is.
After Alan said that lollies are very mountable, Nux reacted, "You are terrifying, Alan," and moved on. Within 30 minutes, Alan is talking to Red about the age of consent being 15, and all the gross stuff he sends to Red specifically because they were 15. This was on the 8th of October. What does NuxTaku
Are you a child? I'm trying to invite you to my...
say 12 days later?
If you don't know who Alan Weebus is, oh, trust me, $1 to the Patreon is worth it to meet the guy.
This was already in my original video, but NuxTaku did not offer an explanation in his response. You witnessed a person saying something that you believe counts as pedophile behavior, even when it said...
Maybe that's what my profession should be. I should be the guy that pretends to be a minor on the To Catch a Predator stings. I'm just really lonely and I need people to talk to, so they'll come in for a while, I'll have a conversation, and then they get arrested. I'm thinking that's the go-to strat. Career-wise.
In the context of satire, and you gave them a shout-out, and explicitly told your mixed-age audience to pay you money to meet them. This is one of those moments where you absolutely need to respond properly, and clear up how it's even possible that this happened. At the time, NuxTaku had 250,000 subscribers. You would naturally be careful about who you shout out and endorse. If you saw them make these jokes, how did you justify that decision? Whatever the answer may be, NuxTaku is once again holding others to higher standards. He's willing to make these attacks despite his actions being far worse. There is no date of expiration on when you can judge people for the things they've done. This could have happened.
Sorry, I can't tell. Sometimes I can't tell. Sorry, bro. That's exactly what they're going to be saying when I lure the guys into the sting house for To Catch a Predator. That's exactly what they're going to say.
13 years ago, and I would still have a perfectly legitimate reason to bring it up. The things that happened on NuxTaku's Patreon Discord server make it clear that NuxTaku has clearly known since 2018 that he has minors in his audience, and he should have learned from this experience that if you don't actively exclude them, they are willing to join NSFW communities and talk about NSFW content with adults, even past paywalls. It completely shatters any plausible deniability that NuxTaku didn't realize that he was pushing his content to an audience of children. It makes it clear that all of this early introduction behavior was totally inexcusable. The pivot to hentai content in 2019, totally inexcusable. Leaving the Reddit unmoderated, totally inexcusable. The email competitions, totally inexcusable. There is some improvement with the public Discord in 2022, since it actually launched with a team of moderators, and it actually had a minimum age rule.
Yeah, I like the strat of holding him to his own standards for Hassan. And I realized you could just do this back to Destiny, right? Whenever Destiny's talking about, like, his unhinged haters, going through his personal life, being obsessed, finding anything and everything they could use against him, I realized, like, the go-to there is to just do the, okay, so about Hassan. So what about Hassan?
But in April of 2021,
and you could be like, oh, it's a whataboutism. Well, you could present your actual argument and then hold them to their own standards.
NuxTaku's plan for it was still to leave it totally unmoderated.
I'm thinking of starting a new Patreon, a new Discord just for all you guys, just to spam your shiz. It's gonna be like borderline not moderated insanity. That's the plan. That's the plan.
Why would you want some shit
Remember
like
when I
that?
said that the Discord predator catfishing video, where Nux acknowledges that predators are a problem on Discord, was released in September of 2021? That was actually a re-release of a video from February. So while NuxTaku is laughing about how funny it would be to leave his new Discord borderline unmoderated, he already knows about the problem of predators on that platform. If not for whoever convinced NuxTaku that he can't just leave his Discord unmoderated, it would have been a do-over of the Patreon Discord on an even larger scale. For about 6 days, it kind of was. So Nux clearly brought up the fact that these things happened 8 years ago in bad faith. He's totally willing to judge and condemn other people for things they've done that are way older than that. If we apply the same analysis to his other defenses,
that's literally just Icy. No, it isn't. We moderate Icy. You would know because you were banned for like a fucking month.
That they were all made in bad faith as well. He does not genuinely believe the things that he's saying. If we grant NuxTaku that the Patreon terms of service requiring parental consent means that he's not responsible for anything that happened to a minor on his Patreon Discord, that position does not mesh with his other beliefs.
Just recently, you had the implied nudity meta on Twitch, where they allowed artistic nudity, which is, again, still mind-blowing to me that they even thought this was a good idea, on a 13-plus gaming website, by the way.
What's the problem? Look at the Twitch terms of service. Minors need parental permission to use it, so it's an inherently 18-plus website. If parents are not comfortable with their kids watching the stuff, it's their fault if they let them watch it. What does it matter if the Twitch app comes pre-installed with your smart TV? And because it's 13+, it's super easy for kids to access on any computer with internet access, like the computers at their school, their library, or their friend's place, where you can't supervise them. If following the TOS was a principle that NuxTaku genuinely believed in, he would not only have to apologize for attacking Twitch for 5 years for no reason, he'd have a far easier time defending his past.
Yeah, I do regret making lewd content in the past.
What are you regretting? The YouTube terms of service says that minors need parental consent to use the service. NuxTaku might have used all kinds of tags, brands, and properties to maximize the odds that his content would reach an underage audience. However, just like on Patreon, the terms of service says that the parents of the kids watching his videos must have consented to it. So NuxTaku should have absolutely no regrets whatsoever. But for some reason, he still does. NuxTaku does not articulate this distinction, but Patreon has a paywall, whereas YouTube and Twitch don't. If we steal man's defense and shift the focus from the terms of service to the paywall, which we then equate with an implicit age verification, Nux's old YouTube content and the rants about Twitch hot-up streamers would no longer be sufficient to demonstrate hypocrisy. Assuming all of that in his favor, and I'm literally inventing more arguments in favor of Nux to take down, it wouldn't save him because NuxTaku did not merely criticize Twitch for exposing minors to bikini ladies.
Every single freaking ASMR streamer on Twitch is linking their OnlyFans because ultimately Twitch is a massive funnel to that stuff, and Twitch knows that. Most of Twitch these days is a literal funnel to OnlyFans.
Twitch is funneling children to OnlyFans. In case you didn't hear him specify children, here's another clip from November of 2020.
This guy is such a grifter that you could probably find him giving so many contradictory opinions in his like massive videos and find him abiding or establishing any standard possible. So when you're doing the whole game of let's hold you to your own standards, it's like literally the potential here is just gonna be fucking infinite with this guy, because he probably can't keep track of what he said because he doesn't believe anything he said, because he's a fucking grifter that just like gives surface level analysis on stream and probably makes it up half the time.
25.
But it's so funny. Yeah, there's like a clip of him establishing every standard that would hurt him for like what he's done and permitted.
Past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans. Like having full-blown penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban.
Twitch is hentai, as a very wise man once said. It really is just a soft to hardcore site that's used to funnel children into actual hardcore sites like OnlyFans. That and terrorism. It's literally tits and terrorism on this website. How on earth has it not been swatted?
Patreon accepts 13+ users. OnlyFans doesn't. It's an 18+, adults-only platform. So when NuxTaku goes after Twitch women, he does not care about the terms of service. He does not care about parental responsibility. He does not care about paywalls, and he does not
Yeah, because he's a grifter. And OnlyFans women bad? OnlyFans women bad?
care that parents are not checking the transaction history of their children's debit cards, or that kids might steal their parents' credit cards. He holds the Twitch platform and these streamers directly
By
accountable.
the way, if you guys want to support the stream, grow to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all the good stuff. And grow to help us out to like, join the Discord, follow me on X, all links in the description. Thank you for your support.
For funneling minors to a paid adult platform. I'm trying to hold NuxTaku accountable for funneling a minor through a paywall on a 13+ platform. So in the best case scenario, when we are steel manning his defense, NuxTaku is holding these Twitch hot tub streamers to a higher standard than I am holding him in my video. It's almost like every single standard I'm trying to hold this guy up to is a standard.
It's gonna be funny. This could actually, the good defense here is, unironically, the good defense to this is, I don't believe anything I say in my fucking videos. I'm just trying to make money, bro. You think I actually believe that shit? That would be the good, because it would probably be true, unironically. It would probably be true.
He has held other people too. If you make videos featuring suggestive material of characters that are popular with children, like Rule 34, children are going to be watching that content.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my area of expertise to find Mama JF.
Saying that there's a channel that's out here just grinding this stuff. And you know who's watching this, right? You know who's watching this. It's kids. It's kids that never figured out about Twitch meta yet. It's kids too young for the Twitch meta.
Then he uploads that video on his channel with no added censorship, with this thumbnail and these tags in January of 2024. He also understands that the presence of adult content on a 13+ platform functions as a way for children to circumvent their parental controls and access 18+ content.
As you know, whenever someone says Twitch meta, it's just women on Twitch finding new ways to sexualize themselves and get mostly underage people that can't log on to porn sites.
Mostly underage people that can't log on to porn sites.
You know.
To beat it a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, fucking gross. Did you notice the absence of parental responsibility?
I doubt it's mostly underage people that are doing regular subscriptions to OnlyFans. Like underage kids who are trying to go look at, probably just go to Pornhub or something. Because that's going to show up on mommy and daddy's credit card. And they're eventually going to get caught, right? Because it's a subscription and recurring payments. I mean, surely there are underage people using it, but I highly doubt that that's going to be most, or like even like half.
Being mentioned. It wasn't mentioned in 2021, 2024, or in November of 2025. What about this clip?
Talking about OnlyFans girls is an entire meta that has existed for years. 100%. And I don't know, maybe it has something to do with people like Morgpie trying to bend Twitch's rules so she can show her boobs to 13-year-olds and try to get them addicted to pornography.
Yeah, man, everyone that streams on Twitch is quite literally bringing people to a platform where this crazy shit is happening. I'm just saying. No, this is insanity. It's insanity that this is allowed on Twitch. Sexual content. Again, I always said this. Twitch is just tits and terrorists.
So we are again holding the hot tub streamers on Twitch that are advertising their OnlyFans directly accountable. No mention of parental responsibility, terms of service, allergies, bone spurs, or fibromyalgia. This guy has been ranting about the Twitch meta since early 2021, and he never mentions anything about parental responsibility. He does not even expect to get that response because he knows it's stupid. It's a totally worthless deflection of responsibility.
He's not like, he's just going through, he's not thinking about what he's saying when he does it, because that's how you grift, right? You just know in your head, target I'm talking about bad, so look for anything to nitpick, criticize, regardless if you believe it or not. Target I'm discussing good, so you just like sweep and say shit you don't actually believe. It's so easy to like find hypocrisy with these people. It's so easy to catch them in lies, contradictions, etc., because they don't actually consciously believe the shit that they say. It's all like in the moment, like reactive.
That he doesn't allow anyone else to make. After my video came out and he's the one being criticized, after 5 years of ignoring it, parental responsibility suddenly matters. However, I believe I may have forgotten to mention something. NuxTaku's response to me came out on the 13th of February. The clip I just showed you was 3 days later. 3 days after defending himself, parental responsibility, terms of service, or paywalls no longer matter. This guy is a total liar. He doesn't believe anything he says. Ironically, the guy screaming about lies, defamation, and bad faith is himself the pinnacle of lies, defamation, and bad faith. Now, I've used phrasing in this video many times, which could be interpreted as me saying that NuxTaku knowingly targeted children with 18+ content.
With porn, why don't we just go back to the way it used to be? Like back in the old days where you'd have to go to a shop to buy it physically or something. And you'd have to, like, it would probably be treated like why not ban its dissemination on the internet and just allow its dissemination in adult video stores? Is there a good argument against that? Where you'd have to show ID at the store to get it, like you would alcohol or fucking weed or whatever it is you're trying to buy. I feel like that enables the adults who want it to go get it, and also sort of like, obviously kids have fake IDs and shit, but they're gonna be way older kids, like fucking, 16, 17.
For some kind of malicious reason. I have not seen a smoking gun for NuxTaku wanting to corrupt the youth, or that he's getting off to the idea of kids getting exposed to 18+ content through his videos. Maybe that sounds insane to you. I mean, why would he tag Mr. Beast if he didn't want children to watch his content? Well, Mr. Beast...
I mean, some would, but the likelihood of minors to access it is probably going to decrease significantly if you do it that way. Like, not every minor is going to think to go torrent it.
Is massively popular with children, that's true, but it's also a massive channel. There is another explanation for all of these things. NuxTaku wanted to make more money, and ethical concerns were not an obstacle. It's actually very easy to facilitate harm on a massive scale when...
I'm not buying porn. Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't watch it, at all, actually. But there are people that, can't control themselves, and they're seemingly, or we can, implement some fail-safes that reduce the risk of minors being harmed.
All you see are numbers on a screen, and the more harm you do, the more money you have flowing to your account. I might be totally tunnel-visioned, but at this point, for me to call NuxTaku a pedophile, I'd basically need to see him admit it. Would NuxTaku ever give this much charity to someone else? Of course not.
Yeah, it's not like Twitch that literally knows that it is a giant marketing scheme to get kids addicted to porn. Like, that is the Twitch meta. It's not the YouTube meta.
And where's the evidence for that being Twitch's motivation? Is he just looking at Twitch's behavior and assuming that's the case? If so, I would be 100% justified in saying the same thing about NuxTaku, assuming we're judging him by his own standards. But I'm not going to do that because he has no standards. He will say whatever he can to maintain an audience.
Yes, queen. I just realized I was saying it like that. Dude, what is my accent? I'm hearing it more ever since DGG called me out for it. Like when I say like my E's or my A's, it's so bad, man. It's so fucking bad.
And to make money. So
it's like the California stereotype.
What else do we got?
Now, I find it ironic that people like Hassan.
Oh my god.
Hassan is calling me a pedophile for things he's done. All right?
NuxTaku complains about Hassan going on a podcast with the anime man and Giguk, who Nux claims are pro-lolly, and his evidence is a tweet from 2019. But there's more.
They have figurines of sexualized anime children on their broadcast.
I'm not exactly a fan of Eromanga Sensei, but...
Yeah, so Eromanga Sensei, for those
Eromanga Sensei. That's a blast from the past, Liam Donovan fans, isn't it?
Where it's a story about, I think she's like an 11-year-old girl that moved in with her stepbrother after her parents died or something, and they worked together to create child hentai or something.
It's like in episode 2, Sagiri's classmate Megumi comes to check on her because she isn't going to school. But dead ass, randomly mid-conversation, she just drops this. And keep in mind,
it's pretty awful. It's a pretty bad anime, I'm not gonna lie.
If NuxTaku was logged into his MyAnimeList account, you would see that he watched 8 out of 12 episodes and gave the show a 7 out of 10. So,
oh my god, dude.
After seeing this scene in episode 2, he continued watching for 6 more episodes and rated the show slightly higher than the average user. For reference, the anime man, one of the people that NuxTaku is accusing of being a lolicon here, rated it 2 out of 10. Giguk.
Have we ever considered just banning media from Japan? Have we ever considered this? Obviously, that's a joke. That's a joke. Have we considered, under rule utilitarianism, there would be more utility in banning all dissemination of artwork outside of Japan's borders?
On the other hand, gave it a 10 out of 10. You'll be hearing more about these guys in the part 2. The anime man might have been an open lolicon in 2019, but NuxTaku forgot to mention that back in the day, he proudly claimed to have inspired him, and Giguk, and many others, to create hentai review content. You see, NuxTaku wasn't following a meta back in the
I haven't watched Death Note, so I was like, I'm not LARPing as L. I haven't watched that shit since I was like, super fucking young.
You are known for pushing the limits of what is acceptable on YouTube.
He pushed the limits.
All of a sudden, Lord Nuxinor! Oh, comes along with like an angelic choir in the background and introduces the YouTube scene to Giantioi. All of a sudden, blammo, Lost Pause, the anime man, heavenly controller, following the trend. Very cool, fam. I would do the same thing, even though this time I'm the trend setter. Feels pretty good, not gonna lie.
He was the trendsetter.
I mean, I've inspired countless others. No, the anime man, heavenly.
He inspired countless others, and that includes Giguk as well.
The fact that at least I'm convincing myself.
What, you think you Kira then? No. Certainly have my moments. There have been times where I'm like beefing with somebody in like a video format or whatever, and you like get them on something, and it's like that no, that would be L more in the analogy, because wasn't the scene where like L like has like a death row prisoner but pretend to be him, and then Kira goes in and kills him, and then he finds out that that was a fake and it's only being broadcast to like the Kanto region of Japan, so he's able to identify exactly where Kira, or the general area Kira is. Because sometimes I have moments like that.
Inspired Giguk's video? I must say, I'm honored. I've been watching Giguk all the way back when, long before I started my channel.
But again, that's for the part 2. To summarize Nux's response, he deploys the whole Hassan system at me, as he sees it's about me ruining his public perception with things that he himself said/did, and then immediately
I think Breaking Bad was so much better than Death Note. It's like not even close.
lies about me while still scared to say my name. Cinema. So, Tectone, how do you feel about NuxTaku now?
Nux is a fucking Jew creep, and that's facts.
Whoa.
Okay.
That's a bit uncalled for, isn't it?
That's not.
Yes it is.
Okay.
That's not.
Whatever. See you later.
Shout out to Elon Musk, the ultimate swag champion of all time. Now, the serious question I have for Elon Musk is this. How do you have the time to come up with this shit when women are probably tossing their salads your way faster than you can say Hyperloop in every single corner? You're a designated genius, you're a good-looking dude, and you happen to not be a fucking billionaire. Anyway, Elon, I admire your conquest in becoming the real-life Tony Stark.
Breaking Bad is the only... Yes. Yes. I unironically, I watched... I think... Because events in my life interrupted my first attempt at viewing it in 2018, and I only got up to the episode where Crazy 8, or not Crazy 8, his cousin gets like dissolved in the bathtub or whatever, and then after that I never got to finish it. I did a binge watch and finished it around my 21st birthday. Like that show, like unironically blew my mind. The acting was so good at certain parts. It was like the facial acting that was like every little detail on the face was like just like even down to like when Hank is like confronting like Walter in the garage, like that was like some fucking top tier acting.
Without the creepy facial hair, and for that, you are our bro of the week.
True. This was a good video. It's just not my like particular area of interest, so I didn't have a whole lot to say, but this was a good video. It responded to, I think, all of the arguments and tactics utilized by these people. Unfortunately, though, I don't think this video is going to change anyone's mind. If the first video didn't convince you, this one will never. So, but it was a good video. Go give it some support.
And saying this, so
Give it some support. I don't even watch TV shows, really. And it was like, it got so good. Like, I had been up and I was going to go to bed. And when it begins, when Hank's on the toilet and realizes that, like, and realizes or whatever, that was, like, the oh shit moment. And everything after that, it was, like, this is honestly one of the best shows ever made. Like, at the end, that was, like, fucking insane how good that was. I don't even watch shows. I've always been interested in like the archetype of like the descent into being evil or whatever, right? It's like a very interesting archetype to explore, and I don't think any show that I've seen did that better than Breaking Bad. Sopranos is goated. I'm gonna do a full watch through of that. I haven't. That will be more like relevant, I guess, to me, because obviously, you know, I grew up in New York. Part of my family's from Jersey, and I grew up around mostly, or at least half, or mostly Italian Americans. Obviously, they're not in the mob. I don't think. I went to some communions where like there were guys that were there where like they like it would be like a stereotype of what a modern day like mobster would look like. They're like whispering to each other in like suits, gel in their hair and shit. But my I've like eaten at restaurants that were frequented by the cast, and my parents when my mom was pregnant with me, they met James Gandolfini. So there's a photo of my mom with Tony Soprano while she's pregnant with me. So I don't know if that counts. If I could say I met him, I guess I didn't. But that's probably gonna be the next one I want to watch. Better Call Saul is a perfect expansion of Breaking Bad. Well, I was watching that and then I stopped because Parry and Soul Skibbity spoiled it for me. So that's so gay, dude. You just like, you know somebody's watching a show, so you take the time to go DM them a spoiler just to fuck up their experience. God, dude. I let some people get away with shit for too long, dude. Too fucking long. I mean, I got up to right after the person, I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone else, the person dies. Like the big death. There are okay, so if you can utilize reasoning, if I say the big death, and you know through watching the whole show there's multiple deaths, you could probably make some presumption of what point I got up to, and at that point, you could probably make a determination as to which death I'm talking about, but that would require you to do some thinking, which clearly you're incapable of, so my apologies for assuming that you had a fucking brain. What is this? Yes, so if I'm saying the big death, and you know there are multiple, you can presume that I only got up to one big death. So think to yourself, what is the first big death?
I've known about that freak for years. Uh-oh. Nicholas Diorio has been caught misgendering Bo Blacks on Twitter, guys. Bobby here says, I've known about that freak for years. He's a Diorio orbiter. Crazy motherfucker who should be...
Okay, this is... Lumpy Willie just makes crazy jokes. That's it.
Banned from all online spaces, TBH. About...
Also, banned from all online spaces. He's gone. He's been gone for months. He's not coming back.
Lumpy Willie. Guam says, truly disgusting. And Nick says, he just made that up completely.
Lumpy Willie's channel, which I think is taken down now, had one video up on it, and it's him calling into LOLCal Live to tell Keemstar that Nicholas Diorio owns him. He did it, to be fair, he did eventually turn on Nick, but he came from that side.
If you can believe that. Now, I think this is relevant because Bo Black says, reminder that if Nicholas Diorio doesn't like you, he has no issue being transphobic. And Nick denied.
Okay, to be fair as well, I thought Bo Black's also still used he. I guess that's changed.
Denied this. Nick tried to deny this. And then he immediately goes to misgendering Bo Blacks, if you can believe it, guys.
Interesting stuff. She/they. Got it. Got it. Why doesn't Bo Black just become a woman? That's like not like I'm not even saying that to be like I'm like I actually don't know. Cause like if you don't identify with he, but you identify with like cause like if you're non-binary and like the construct of gender is irrelevant to you, I don't know why I guess you would care or why you would be okay being called she, but not he. I'm like, I literally don't get it. I could be off on that one. Stop being a gender. I'm not policing it. I'm not saying Bo Blacks isn't allowed to. I'm literally asking why. I said this at the start. I think Boblax is going to end up being a trans woman, right? Everybody I've known, not say that non-binary people aren't real, but every, like, non-binary person I've known was just, like, in the in-between phase, and then eventually just became a trans woman. I mean, I guess, it's possible, right? To just feel dysphoric towards, gender, period, but that's one that's always been a little more confusing to me. I'm not saying it isn't real. I've never fully understood it. All right, guys. Well, I gotta go eat dinner. Thank you for watching. Like who? John, Michael, Jerry, who else? You know, John, Michael, and Jerry. I gotta go eat dinner. I'll be on here tomorrow, guys. Thank you for watching, everybody. Hopefully we're gonna have some better content soon. I know it's been lacking these last couple days, but I hope you guys enjoyed the stream anyways. The Summer of AIDS has officially begun. And if you see anything cool that you think would be cool to watch or whatever, make sure to put it in my inbox. I'll see everybody here tomorrow. And, yeah, awesome stuff, guys. Is anybody live that we could raid into? Probably not. It's 1 in the morning, but yeah, nobody's live. I could raid you into food shops, but I'm not going to do that. All right. Thank you, guys. Take care, everybody. Peace, peace.